Good morning, Malam.
Oh, sir.
Morning.
Yes, sir.
I met you here on my side this morning, and your cow was running up and down.
Yeah.
We are afraid of you people.
Yeah.
Now, we are very, very much afraid of you people.
Yeah.
In this situation now that you see that many Hausas, now not like you,
Yeah.
you in this environment now, we know you very well.
Yeah.
We know if anything happens here, we know where to come and meet you.
Yeah.
But all these people that are coming, that you people are inviting to come and join people,
Yeah.
destroying people's farm.
Yeah.
Is it a good thing for this country?
Thank you for that question. But for my God, I have religion. I am a Muslim.
Okay.
No any Fulani man where we can call from another
place
to come and join us so that we will destroy where we are living. Okay. We are not doing that.
Okay.
But everybody know that. Okay, let me talk my own now. I'm in the FCT. Are you getting me?
I'm with you.
So they bomb me here.
Yes, in Abuja.
Here. Yes, okay. I grew here.
Okay.
I can speak Bagi.
Okay.
From A to Z.
Okay.
I school with them. So how manage? I will go get another human being from another
outside
country to come and join me.
Okay.
To me, make problem where I'm living. Is it possible?
It's not possible. It's not good.
Eh?
It's not good.
If I use that way, where to be the difference between me and the animals?
Are you serious?
I'm telling you. No differences.
No differences.
It's good that me make I join them, they use grass.
Okay.
I have children and all of them they are going to school. The whole people where they with me, where they follow my cow, they are workers.
They are workers, they are working for you.
They are working for me. Okay. And most of things where you people have, let's say land, building, I have it too. Okay. But it's not my way that make I just buy motor.
Yes, they drive.
No be what I study in my life.
Okay.
I like this my business.
To enter bush.
Yes. Okay. To be drive car, begin the
do buga.
I'm not going that way.
Okay.
So me now, for this issue, everybody, we have religion. Let us fear our God.
Okay.
This problem is government problem.
But you just make a point that these people that they are coming, that is not people that are bringing them. It's government. It's people that go school. Now then go bring them.
Okay, let me ask you a question. We have border, we will not have border.
We get border.
Eh?
We get border.
Through that border.
Where are they?
If any Fulani, the Fulani where you know for Nigeria, they get difference.
Yes.
Even for face.
Yes.
If you look them, you can know them.
You have a very good.
So from there, why government? I hear that all those custom soldiers, where they are our border. Yeah. Let them stop to allow those kind of nonsense people to come and enter our country and those kind of weapons with arms. Let the government stop to allow all those kind of things where they came from Libya, Niger, Chad. Let that stupid things not be free to enter our Nigeria.
Had countries, because of the level of insecurity they had to fence their borders. I know sometimes when you mention, people say, no, it's impossible. Pakistan fenced 1,350 kilometer border with Afghanistan. That was the only time they had peace. Saudi Arabia and Iraq, 1,400 kilometers fenced completely. Can we start thinking of fencing our borders? We have 1,500 kilometers with Niger Republic, 1,900 kilometers with Cameroon. Chad is there. All over us, surrounded by Francophone countries, and the Sahel is heating up. If we don't do anything, when the Sahel falls, it is Nigeria that everybody is interested in. Because they believe Nigeria is huge, Nigeria is big, Nigeria is rich. And that is what we should start thinking about. How do we secure fully and take control of our borders? It is critical for our survival. It is critical for our sovereignty.
The same, and it's not all of them are criminal. Not all of them are criminal, because if you know, or maybe if you investigate what is happening or what makes them to take those laws into their hand, some of them sometimes were cheated by so-called Nsakai, and I have to ban completely the Nsakai in my state. The Nsakai is those called vigilante group, who normally went to their settlement, destroy their property and take their animals. So, and they doesn't have anyone to speak with. So sometimes they are going for revenge. Like if Antisake attack them, so they will go for the reprisals. So that is what exactly happening. And some of them are living in a settlement where close to a village or town, and they sometimes if there is maybe operation, military operation, the military will go and destroy their properties and their animals. So they are angry with such actions sometimes. So sometimes if you are talking to them, you can understand where they are coming from and you can understand their problem.
Aims of securing the nation, you will not. And anything you want from this Senate or National Assembly to assist you to do the work, we assure you that we are available. Is that the view of the Senate? Yeah. So really, don't take it that we are not happy. We are all happy. We applaud Mr. President for your nomination. We have a lot of hope in you based on your track record. But a few questions are begging for answers. The Senate has just set up a committee to find out from the cry of the governor of Kebbi, who gave the order for the soldiers who had prior information that kidnappers were coming to the school. Is it St. Mary's School or where? Maga. And they went there and they even took the students to the field and taught the students what they would do when the kidnappers come. But 30 minutes before the kidnappers arrived, somebody gave order for the soldiers to withdraw from the school. And the kidnappers came and operated, and children were packed away. And the governor raised alarm all over. As the chief of defense staff, former, now a nominee for the office of Minister of Defense, I want you to know that this senator has set up a committee to investigate who gave that order and why they withdrew to give access to kidnappers to take those children unhindered. It's something that people would like to hear from you. And as we speak now, Brigadier General Oba has not been found, whether he's killed or not killed. He made a phone call to disclose his location. Who gave those coordinates for the kidnappers or the terrorists to go and pick him? Those are questions begging for answers. And then somebody like you are highly placed in security service. You have been everywhere. You have attained all the ranks. You come before the Senate and somebody is saying, take a bow and go. When you take a bow and go, where is Brigadier General Oba? When you take a bow and go, where are the children? How are we going to get the children?
Saying this on live TV. What? No, put that thing now. Let me address. What type of stupid question is that? What type of stupid question is that? Bankrolling who? Do you know who you are talking to? I will not take any questions from this man. What type of insulting question is that? Which bankroll? To do what? Who can give me money for anything? Who do you think you are talking to? Sorry, sir. Bankroll what? Go and report yourself to your publisher. Bankroll what? Please don't insult me here. Okay, I don't want to take any questions from this man. Very I could see from your face before you got here how stupid you are. Don't ever talk to me like that. Who do you think you're talking to? Bankroll who? You think that I'm one of those ones you'll be from who? From how? When? Where? How? You have a small mind. Very small mind. Don't judge me by your own standards. I've been in politics since 1990. I'm not one of these politicians you think will just come. I've been locked up how many times by this government? Suffered. I've been persecuted. Unlike most of the politicians you follow for brown envelope. You. Don't ever judge me by that standard. I spend, I don't take. And I'm not a poor man. I've never been and I will never be. Bankroll how? Don't ever suggest that to me. I'm sorry that it was deeply insulting. I don't often get annoyed in press conferences. I've been doing this type of thing for many, many years. Don't you ever make that kind of suggestion to me.
Sorry, sir. Thank you, sir, for your time.
Bankroll who, a former minister, a lawyer.
Sorry, sir. He got his language. Sorry, sir.
Don't ever try that with me again. No. Don't, please. You see me well. Don't ever. All right? I have a short fuse. Okay? Don't.
Sorry, sir.
In our country. Their country's no good for a reason. Their country stinks, and we don't want them in our country. I could say that about other countries too. I can say it about other countries too. We don't want them to hell. We have to rebuild our country. You know, our country's at a tipping point. We could go bad. We're at a tipping point. I don't know if people mind me saying that, but I'm saying it. We could go one way or the other, and we're going to go the wrong way if we keep taking in garbage into our country. Ilhan Omar is garbage. She's garbage. Her friends are garbage. These aren't people that work. These aren't people that say, let's go, come on, let's make this place great. These are people that do nothing but complain. They complain. And from where they came from, they got nothing. You know, they came from paradise, and they said, this isn't paradise. But when they come from hell, and they complain and do nothing but bitch, we don't want them in our country. Let them go back to where they came from and fix it.
Oh, how are you doing? Nice to talk to you today. You know, just quickly, I want to get a few things out. Sorry, want some? I'm eating suya. There are days that, you know, this is how you pass time. So, you know, the Nobel Prize people, forget about them. I mean, we don't care about them anymore. Trump has gotten his own peace prize. You know, this is very important, and this is a lesson for young people. You know, keep doing what you're doing. Somebody will recognize you. Forget about the establishment. Trump finally got his peace prize. So the Nobel Committee, they should carry their behind and go to Somalia. Trump is set. It's all set. Nobody cares about their prize. So, young people, work hard. Don't just stop at one piece, second piece, third piece, you know, stopping one war, to make it up to 8. Make it overwhelming. Whatever war you are fighting, whatever goal you have, make it so overwhelming that people will recognize you for doing that, even if the establishment will not, you know. All right. That's not what I'm here to talk about today. I'm actually interested in talking about the transformation we're seeing in Nigeria. Most people do not acknowledge this. And to some extent, we thank Trump for that. Because since he tweeted out that Nigeria was committing genocide against Christians, Tinubu has stayed home. We didn't know his bots could be at home for that long without developing some. You know, Nigeria is infectious to him, but he's been home and it seems all right. He's been meeting people. Anyway, Trump, because of the pressure that Trump is putting on, sorry, this is so spicy, on Tinubu, he fired the defense minister. Amazing. But that's not the big one. The big one was that after 2.5 years, finally, he got his ambassadors. Yes, he was searching for 2.5 years. Finally, he found the good men and women. Yeah. And one of them is Reno Mockery, for those who do not know him. Welcome to Nigeria. But he is one of the ambassador nominees that Tinubu forwarded their names to the Senate. Reno, if you are lucky, he will be your ambassador if you are abroad in the country where you live. And he has a long history of telling people he didn't like them. So It will be very interesting to watch the dynamics. You know, if you are one of the people from the camp that Reno didn't care about, and he's representing you in the country where you live, good luck. Running to the embassy to say, please help me. I need something. You know, Reno will be like, who brought you to who brought you to Somalia? I think maybe they're sending him to Somalia. Who brought you here? What are you doing here? Anyway, also Femi Fani-Kayode is one of the nominees. You know, Femi, the only thing is this, I don't know. They have to be careful in terms of the country they will be sending Femi to. It has to be a country that will not, how do I put this in a very sensitive way? That there is no temptation, you know, it's not prone to causing trigger, tempting him, you know, to go back to what he used to be, you know.
Some of this rally make my blood pressure go up.
So you should get a filter sometimes, you know, filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication.
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Janaba? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like some of you guys that after the January, February something, and then people like Soludo, that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. He's working for my.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
you
not
took my
going
time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you
I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, you know, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon. Yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Uncle, right? I have the right to address Showore the way I like. You don't know what Showore did to me. So learn to control your emotion, right? That's the only thing I'm going to tell you. But if you don't want to control your emotion and you insult me here, I'm going to insult you 100%.
Okay.
You understand? You cannot insult me on a normal ground. Physically, you can't insult me, right? I will treat you like a child. If you insult me physically, I will handle you like a child. I don't care your age. Do you understand? You are powerful over the camera, so you can say whatever you want to say, but you can't yet say it to me physically. You understand? I will handle you like a kid. You understand? So learn to control your emotion. You understand?
Okay.
Please don't take him out. I also have a right to respond because you mentioned my name. There's no need to take him out. All you have to do is to meet them or something. And you're taking too long
I
to
didn't call
admonish
you to
them.
make comment.
Huh? What did you say?
Comment.
I know, but he mentioned my name, so I'm asking to respond to him.
So when you get to your time, then you make a
No. He mentioned my name.
If you want to make it rowdy, I will take you out.
Take me out, you son of a bitch. Take me out.
You
think you're a big boy because you're moderating.
Take him out, please.
Hello, come on, don't use such word now.
Don't forget, that state is now an oil producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a Kalata like a Yabelo. Please do not.
Okay, let me respond to him. 1 second.
Do not defend a Kalata like a Yabelo. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No.
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
All right.
Rudolph, I've never seen this part of him before.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Thank you, everybody. Welcome to the show. It's Saturday, December the 6th, 2025. It's a beautiful day here in New York City. We are coming to you live from New York City. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate you. I hope it's wonderful wherever in the world you're joining us from. Some people in Maryland, DC area, they had snow yesterday, but here in New York, we escaped. Thank you again for joining us, and we're going to have a wonderful show today. All right, like some of you know, in DC there was a peace deal signed between Congo and Rwanda. Hopefully Trump was the man that made it happen, and they hope that this will bring an end to the conflict in the Democratic Republic of Congo. It's been going on for many, many years. Hopefully it's not going to be like the one in Gaza between Israel and Hamas. Hopefully this one will stick and save the lives of so many people. In Nigeria, we have a new defense minister. His name is retired Christopher Musa. Most of you know him as former defense chief that was fired, maybe sent home a few weeks ago. He's back as the minister, and the former minister was sent home on health grounds. We hope that this will be a change, a transformation in the way they say it in Nigeria, the defense architecture of Nigeria. Essentially, they hope that they will have new strategy to deal with issues in insecurity in Nigeria. The other story in the news was ministers. So ministers are on one side, and then we have ambassadors. Finally, after 2.5 years, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu announces nominees for the positions of ambassadors and sent them to the Senate. There were batches of those names. Some of them were controversial, and people have been talking about them, what it meant, when you choose someone like Rena Makori, what are you saying to the country when you choose someone like Femi Fani-Kayode? We discussed that and gave your views on these nominees and what that would mean for countries around the world, and whether the Senate will actually approve them to head to those countries as ambassadors. So many other issues in the news, but we will start. We were late. I want to thank those that came in to step in for me and for KJ last week. Chim was here on Sunday for 90 Minutes Africa, and Forefathers did 11 hours or 12 hours last Saturday. We thank them for stepping in. We had Thanksgiving holiday for those of us in the New York or Nigerian American region of the world. We had a break. So thank you again for staying with us, and we will start the show properly. We have people in the studio. If you want to be brought in, please turn on your camera and we will bring you in. All right. So
saying this on live TV. What? No, put that thing now. Let me address. What type of stupid?
All right. I don't know who brought Femi again. Thank you so much, OC. OC, thank you so much for being here. Mr. James, thank you so much. We're hearing noise. James, I think it's from you. Let's see.
I assume
Yeah, James is from you.
I assume you are talking to me, but I cannot. The line is not clear over here. I don't know what is over there.
Yeah, James is from your own end. Maybe you can log out and come back in. Okay.
Is the line clear?
No, James is not clear from your end. All right, we're having difficulties with James, his line. So let's say. Otsi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, we're still getting echo from somewhere. Sure, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Good evening, and good evening to all the panelists, the viewers, and the gang in the chat.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. Let me see. I'm trying to figure out where you can hear the echo. Okay, let me mute myself. Go ahead. So say something. Let me see if I'm the culprit.
Okay, let's check that. OC, can you say something just to check if it's...
Yes. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, clearly.
Okay.
Just a little bit of 1 second. Let's see. Okay, Dr. Damage, you can come back. Let's have a quick chat and see if it's better.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
I think I muted OC just now. So let me unmute him and let's see if it changes anything.
Okay.
Yeah, it's OC.
It's OC, yeah. All right.
That's for you. Go and show me.
I just want to make sure that it's not. So let's see if James is. James, can you say something?
I can hear you now, but not very well. It's okay. You may go ahead. Never mind.
Okay. All right. James, you can try and come back. There's noise at your end, but not the echo. Echo is from OC. Okay. All right. So thank you, everybody. Those watching at home, we appreciate all of you. And I really, this is where the year is coming to an end and most people are busy with the holiday activities. Yesterday, I went to a party. My hometown, we had a Christmas party. I wanted to show you guys where I was dancing, but the music was copyrighted, so we have to do something before we show that. But it was nice, and I know that a lot of people are going through things like that this period. Again, thank you for having the time to join us as we talk about issues in the news. Let me start with you, Revolution. Thank you so much for being here. Let me start with you, Show. I've been busy with so many things. I haven't followed the news as much as I should. What has been going on? What are we missing in the topics we mentioned?
Well, you're not missing much. I'll just read out a few things that I saw. Probably not worth discussing. I mean, not that we shouldn't discuss them, but they're not big enough to discuss as standalone. But just to read out a few headlines. Senator Akpabio sues Senator Natasha for defamation, 200 billion naira lawsuit. So, yeah, so Akpabio has sued Natasha, so that drama hasn't ended. We also have court summons Wike in 40 billion defamation suit filed by Tounges-Ekong, the River State politician. So Wike was sued. We also have Wike sacks the FCT IRS, Inland Revenue Service chairman. The guy, was only recently honored by his staff, saying that he's showing exemplary leadership. So maybe Wike is jealous. I don't know what the issue is, but Wike just fired him after the guy's staff said he was doing a really good job. In River State, I think 16, don't quote me on the numbers, of their lawmakers defected to APC. Wike said he wasn't informed. He doesn't know anything about it. That one is that one. What else do we have here? Supreme Court, no. Nedinwoko, nobody cares. Gunmen kidnapped 2 Chinese nationals from construction site in Kwara. So China might also be sending their own troops to match American soldiers on ground, since 2 of their nationals were kidnapped in Kwara at a construction site. Also, Daniel Bwala was on a radio station and he managed to blame Starlink. So if anybody has Elon Musk number, they should tell him that Daniel Bwala said Nigeria cannot trace the kidnappers because they're using Starlink. That if they were using MTN or one of those Nigerian providers, they would have been able to track them. So he said Starlink is what they're using, and that is why nobody can track them, because Starlink is not registered in Nigeria. Okwebolo, the educated illiterate, he managed to rope in APC. Not rope in APC, I think he just said what we all knew. He said that kidnapping is being carried out in Nigeria so that they can use that as an excuse to get rid of Tinubu. He said what they did in 2015, they are trying to do it again. He said that is exactly what they used to get rid of Jonathan. So now you're wondering who's that person? I mean, what party benefited from that in 2015? If you're saying that that is what they did to get rid of Jonathan, wait, Monaco, you know this. Come on, G. I'll come back to you. Sorry, I'll come back to you in a minute. Go. Sorry. So, he said that this kidnapping is being done to get rid of Tinubu. He also said if Tinubu doesn't win Edo State, he would resign as governor. If Tinubu doesn't win Edo State in 2027, he would resign as governor. And I think with the ambassadorial list, the 3rd batch, they included the Ibom guy, the guy that was the sole administrator in River State. He has been included. So that list is just a way of paying back all the political allies. If they are good or not, I don't know. And I hope that the countries they're sending them to would also vet them and probably reject a few of them. Yeah, so that's everything I wanted to add.
But that is the job of the Senate, the Nigerian Senate. It's not.
They won't reject anyone apart from who they want to embarrass, like they did with El Rufai. That's an inside job. They wanted to embarrass him, whatever. Anybody that Tinubu sends, they would tell them to take a bow and go. When Akpabio was saying that, why are people telling the CDS, former CDS, to take a bow and go to become the Minister for Defense? Akpabio, I think the fear of Donald Trump is the beginning of wisdom. He was saying we can't just let him take a bow and go. We need to ask questions. Who ordered the military to leave that school, the MAGA school, where the girls were kidnapped? We can't just do these things. There should be consequences. I think, the fear of Donald Trump is playing a role in that sense. I don't like Trump, but the enemy of my enemy is my friend, as they say. So, yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Sho. Uche, let me come to you. Are we missing anything? What are you watching out and what are you following in terms of the news that we didn't mention? So you can mention it now. We don't have to discuss it. Just mention it.
Okay, I'm following on. Good evening, everyone. Mr. Ludo of Umbedama. I hope everyone is good as we are heading to ending of the year. I have only one thing to point out. In Imo State, where the our big governor, the big what do you call it? Supreme Court governor. So he invited who give us kai to drink from British. What do you call him? Prime Minister, former Prime Minister, I think, from British. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. So they came to Imo State with all their cock and bull stories. With the Dangote, they wanna put maybe some company in Imo State, according to Dangote. And the bro Justin was telling us he bring what do you call it? What is the name of that wine? So when Nigerian whiskey, exactly. So when Nigeria gave him doctors and a reasonable things contributing in their country.
Crude oil and gas.
Exactly. Nigerians are giving him a better thing. So he's giving us a whiskey to drink like weekend. So that is the only thing I can point out. Many things happen in Nigeria. Maybe another person can contribute. We are now drunkards. Whiskey.
He also said that Nigeria is safe, that he felt very safe in Nigeria. Nigeria is a safe country. So
Yes, Boris. Thank you so much for that. Revolution now, let's hear from you. What news are you following? What is what's important to you?
Good evening, everybody. Mr. Show just disappeared. So no problem. How are you?
Good.
Mr. James, OC, Uche. Mr. Rudolph, Dalu.
Yeah,
So I want to I don't think I have, you people have said everything. I just want to make my comment when it's my turn to say something. Yeah.
Okay, all right, that's good. Mr. James. Unmute yourself, James. Let's see.
Yeah, the line is not clear. If you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Somebody should just put up his hand if you can hear me.
We can hear you. We can hear you. Yeah. We can hear you.
Something to add, actually, although I've not heard what most of you have said. Somebody was saying something about Boris Yeltsin?
Boris Johnson.
Yes, say we export, take manpower and import whiskey or something like that. Anyway, what has been of interest to me is this wishy-washy list of ambassadorial nominees. When it is time to comment, I will express my opinion if I'm in the mood to say anything about it. The country is a joke. Nigeria is just a joke. And that's it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. James. Let's go to OC. OC, welcome.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, audio is good now. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think you've touched at some of the topical issues of the day. So we are just going to wait for our time to make a comment regarding this.
Okay. All right. I wanted to play a video before we start conversation. Let's watch a video of Boris Johnson, which I found interesting. He came to Nigeria and they went to Imo State to talk about investment. And it was very interesting that the keynote speaker they found was him to come and speak to Nigerian people. Let me see if I have it. Okay, no, I'm having some technical issues, but let's watch this. This is also something that happened during the week.
So I want to thank the EDC, and I urge you, don't look back. You have criticisms, you have critics, let them talk. But so I want to thank the EDC, and I urge you, don't look back. You have criticisms, you have critics, let them talk. But listen, those you bring close to you, like President Showori, bring him close. When I say president, president with small p, not capital P. It's only President Tinubu has capital P. So President Showori, come close, say your own mind. There's nothing wrong in you saying your mind. Because the more you allow somebody to bring out what is in chest, the better for you and him. The moment you turn down somebody and try him, and then you allow him to go haywire. I think it's very important. So when I was coming in, I met President Showore there. I was very surprised to see him. But I'm also very happy to see him because we'll hear from him what are the issues that he thinks the government should do or must do for him to be a happier person. Because when he's happy, the people that follow him, that respect him, that believe in him, will also be happy. And that's life.
Wonderful. It's absolutely wonderful that here in Nigeria we are united. We have this huge blessing of ties of history and language and woven together constantly by the toing and froing of brilliant Nigerians to my country and back again, and British people coming to Nigeria. And of course, look, I'm proud, very proud of what we export to Nigeria. We send you pharmaceuticals and bankers and services of all kinds, automotive parts, all sorts of things. We sell whiskey, huge quantities of whiskey, probably more popular somewhere than another. We send, and you send us so much in return: oil and gas, Nollywood movies, brilliant doctors, nurses, technicians, tech geniuses from Nigeria. Nigeria come to the UK, and we're very grateful. We're very grateful and honoured. And we send you, former United Kingdom Prime Ministers, and you send us, future United Kingdom Prime Ministers, in the form of Kemi Badenoch, who comes from Nigeria and is doing better and better these days.
A tragic shooting in Washington, D.C. U.S. officials say that the suspect worked very closely with the CIA in Afghanistan for years, that he was vetted, and the vetting came up clean.
He went cuckoo. I mean, he went nuts. And that happens, too. It happens too often with these people. You see them. But look, this is how they come in. This is how they're standing on top of each other. And that's an airplane. There was no vetting or anything. They came in unvetted. And we have a lot of others in this country. We're going to get them out. But they go cuckoo. Something happens to them.
Your DOJ IG just reported this year that there was thorough vetting by DHS and by the FBI of these Afghans who were brought into the U.S. So why do you blame the Biden administration
because
for what this man did?
Are you stupid? Are you a stupid person? Because they came on a plane along with thousands of other people that shouldn't be here. And you're just asking questions because you're a stupid person. And
all right, welcome back, everybody. My initial intention was after playing Femi Fani-Kayode, I will play Trump, calling reporters stupid, so that you can see two of them side by side. But that's how the world we are living in today, and we want to start our conversation by picking on one topic. And the first topic I think we should all discuss is something that we don't tend to spend time on. Congo, Democratic Republic of Congo. It's very important that Africans should realize that it's the most important country in Africa, both by landmass, both by the potential of that country as what could have been a food basket of Africa. Also, because the conflicts in Congo has been going on for many years, and we are seeing a little bit of that in other parts of Africa now. So whatever is going on in Burkina Faso, in Nigeria, in other countries where there are resources, is a replay of what is happening and has been going on in Congo, which is that the international communities are interested in the resources, and as a result, they don't mind making sure that that country is destabilized so that they can continue to exploit it. So now in Washington this week, there was a meeting, a peace deal that Trump helped to put together, where Rwanda, that is sponsoring the M23, is coming to the table with Congo to try to bring an end to that conflict. So let me get your views about that, and then we go to other topics. We'll come to Nigeria and their favorite topics like Trump and what he's doing. And also there's this news that people didn't take it as a serious thing. A lawmaker in America is trying to push so that they will abolish dual citizenship, which will have a lot of impact on our people who are here. But let's talk about Congo quickly. Trump leads Rwanda and Congo on a peace deal that was signed in Washington, D.C. Mr. James, are you hopeful?
Yeah, if you are hearing me clearly, I'm not hearing you very well. You were saying something about Congo.
Yes.
And the peace deal, yes. The peace deal, from the look of things, is just a piece of paper, because the signatories did not even shake, they did not exchange handshakes at the end of the deal. They did it for certain important reasons. And you know, Trump or America cannot do anything for free. They've already fleeced up, and they've got what they want from Africa and what they hope to get. That is the essence of the peace deal. I do not really blame America for whatever. I mean, these are opportunities for them to get themselves well organized in dominating the world. Let me put it that way. If Nigeria were to be a responsible country that it used to be, foreigners will not come to Africa to settle this kind of problems. We were able to settle the problem in Zimbabwe. There's no time for me to go into the history now. In South Africa, what's it called, Mozambique, Angola, Guinea-Bissau, Namibia. We did all we could to resolve the issues in these countries. And of late, Liberia, Sierra Leone, and the Gambia, and even in Guinea-Bissau, we still have 177 troops there, but we are no longer what we used to be. This is why Donald Trump is stepping in. Nigeria was not in a position to do these things while Ghana was championing the cause during the days of Kwame Nkrumah.
It's a spectacular.
Ghana happened to, should I say,
we all appreciate
Ghana
it.
fair. Ghana fair, that's why Nigeria was able to take over. Nigeria has fallen. Another African country should take over. It can be Egypt, it can be South Africa, or any other country. Because from the look of things, from now till 50 years' time, Nigeria cannot get out of the present mess we are into. So that is how I see it. The road ahead is still very, very rough. According to late Jimmy Cliff, that's a man we did not mention. Jimmy Cliff died, I think last week or so. Cliff said it's got a hard road, I think a hard road to travel or something. He sang a song which he titled Hard Road to Travel. We've got a very hard road to travel as Africans before we can get ourselves well organized. Nigeria is finished. Nigeria is expired. In our lifetime, we cannot resolve the problems we have to enable us play the kind of role we played in the past. So that is the little I've got to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, James. Revolution now.
I hope
We
you
had
heard me
you.
clearly.
Yeah, we had you, James. Thank you. Revolution.
Yeah.
What do you make of peace in Congo?
Good evening one more time to everybody. You see, like I always say, I know most of you will not agree on my own opinion about African politics and the people of Africa. And sometimes those of you who are very highly educated will say that Trump is going there for his own interest, or that anybody who wants to step in to help Africa, if it's from Europe or whatever, they say, oh, they're getting involved because of the minerals or what they are going to get. This is where I get it. I find it difficult, with educated Nigerians. You understand me? Because if we look deep, I'm a man who has spent a lot of my money and my time studying Nigeria, Africans, and Nigeria in particular. We are not easy people. You understand? So the problem in Congo, I have a lot of Congo friends who we work together. Sometimes I speak to them. Why are you people fighting? What is the problem in Congo? You will find out the excuses they give you is exactly the excuse we have in Nigeria. You understand me? Tribe and all those type of things. You know what I mean? Or one person will say, oh, it's my turn, I have to rule. And somebody will say, no, it's my tribe to rule. And then when somebody steps in because of the killing, and when they do this thing they are doing, Dr. Damages, you find that it's only the poor people who are suffering. You understand what I'm saying? The people who are fighting this war, taking all the minerals, and everything that doesn't trickle down to the poor Congolese. Here in Sweden that I live, most Africans who are giving refugees are Congolese. Most, apart from Somalians, and the rest are Congolese. It will be difficult for you to find a Nigerian who successfully obtain a refugee status here. So, to round up, Doctor, we should appreciate when people like Donald Trump steps into Africa, because Africa is a shithole. We only defend. Sorry, I don't know if it's me or.
No, it's not you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, we only defend our pride. Oh, we don't want to be colonized again. We let them leave us to solve our problem and this and that. Like what is happening in Nigeria, Trump want to intervene. You see people coming. Oh, we don't want it. They start giving us excuse. They went to here, they failed there, they went there. These excuses, they give it to us so that they will continue doing this evil to the poor Africans. So for me, it's a welcome development. I just pray that these brothers, you saw them, like Mr. James said, I had it also. They did not even handshake of, okay, you know what I mean now? Well, okay, make una take sand, make una just settle this matter. Shake hand, okay. They refused to even do it in presence of everybody there. They refused to shake hands. So I don't know. For me, Trump is doing he's the greatest of all time, of course, which I agree. Good in capital letter. We should appreciate what that man is doing, whether you like him, whether he calls somebody stupid, who is asked. Of course, many people used to ask stupid questions, and if they are so stupid, Trump don't care about anybody. He will tell you are stupid. You are asking me stupid question, and you are stupid. These are the type of leaders me privately appreciate, because we cannot always, like Nigeria. I say we have that our problem. What do they call it? Now, so they do a syndrome. Oh boy, no talk that kind of thing. No. You go spoil something. No, just try to pretend. No, he doesn't pretend. What he's doing in Congo. In fact, I was shocked to hear it even. I was just listening on the BBC. Suddenly, I heard that Trump was able to negotiate a peace deal among the warring fractions in Congo. Let us appreciate that, brother. Please. That's my view. Thank you, Doctor.
All right. Thank you so much. Uche, let me come to you. Do you appreciate Trump for his effort in the Congo, trying to...
Okay. Good evening once again, everyone. I have a little to contribute about the issue of Mr. Donald Trump. I think we have to find out something. This is not only affecting Nigerians, it's affecting Africans in general. Because the reason why I'm saying this is that we are talking of peace. Yes, Mr. Donald Trump trying to make this peace. If you are not capable to solve your problem, I think someone behind should come in. In our language, in Igbo, they said, it means when two people are fighting and third person try to come in, the third person will be the person that will resolve the fight. This is how I see this issue of Donald Trump. But the question we need to ask ourselves is this: the big deal, what they do in secret behind the camera, can we know? That's what we need to ask ourselves. I have to expatiate this. When you come in the system of Nigeria, when they make some constitution, when I mean when they put all this constitution during military, they went and do this thing secretly behind the camera. And when they bring it out, some people try to accept it without asking questions. Here they are doing this piece, coming. some issues, maybe making it public, but to the ones they didn't make it public, can you people tell us what type of discussion you people discuss did not make public, should in case this thing should not ambush the country in future? Because listen, all these leaders, calling it Mr. Donald Trump or all these our leaders, all of them have personal interests. No matter the deal we are talking about, the peace you are talking about, wherever you are talking about development, listen, for example, companies coming together to have a discussion, maybe to collaborate together and to establish something. That is a discussion behind the public. Maybe I will get this is my percentage. So they should make all of these things public so that the citizens, the masses, should not listen. It should not be a problem to them in future. There's some certain things not happening in Nigeria. Obasanjo do this, Atiku do this one behind us. And then now this have affected us, we the young. How are we going to solve it? So now they're trying to review some certain things, which is not proper. It's not proper. That is where I will put my own suggestion and I put my own opinion. Things that go behind the camera. How can we know their interests? What they discuss all about? Because the peace is very important. We need it. Donald Trump may be the person that will help to make the peace. They should not ambush us, we the Africans, we the young ones. The people in that country, they should not put them in a suffer place. We are trying to make peace and we are putting them in a suffered place because of the resources or some certain things that involve the country have.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Che. Let's see if we can get here OC before Maziopara. OC has been having difficulties connecting and staying in. OC, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. All right. So we're looking at the peace deal that was signed in Washington. Trump here, Ruto, President Felix of Republic of Congo, and we have Rwanda's Paul Kagame.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much. I was actually wondering if it is your network that was the problem, but apparently it's mine. You know, it's very interesting to see somebody who is a president who is preparing to invade another country using all kinds of flimsy excuses, turning around to bring two other parties together in the name of making peace so that people don't die. I think it's a huge irony. But with that said, they say even a broken clock, you know, is right, you know, 2 times out of the whole day. So we will take that. I think there's always, it's always a good thing if 2 warring parties, you know, find a reason to come to come together and sit in the table, because there's no other way around it. Yeah, but the truth is, if we look at the whole issue with the Congo, you know, the conflict in Congo, it's more than just Felix Tshisekedi, the president of Congo, and Paul Kagame of Rwanda. As we speak now, you have more than 120 warring factions in Congo, especially in East Congo. I think a big part of it is what they call resource cost. When you have some resources, and Congo has a lot of it, whether it's gold, cobalt, coltan, all those solid, beautiful minerals. So whenever I have those kind of stuff, then the international community and even players within the country find a reason to destabilize, because they can only extract the resources when you don't have an effective, functional government. So yeah, even if by wild sense of imagination that the 2 parties that Trump brought together abide by the agreement, What do you do about the other 121 warring factions? Of course, they're not signatory to this deal. But even at that, even the case of the two, there's a big reason why it would never work. Okay? For the reason why they fight, I'm talking about Rwanda and Congo. The reason why the two presidents can't see to eye is because of two reasons. We already talked about the resource issue, where everybody, both foreign actors like China, all these Arab countries are there, but you also have neighboring African countries like Rwanda, you have Congo, you have Uganda, you know, all those countries within the East African network, all of them trying to, you know, get their own share of what is Congo's resources. But that's one thing. But in the core issue between Rwanda and Congo, I think it's more of an existential issues. And it dates back to the 1994 genocide, when, you know, between the Hutu rebels, the Hutus, and the Tutsis. Then you find out that most of those who were involved in the genocide, a big percentage of them, just after when Kagame took over, they basically moved, you know, eastwards and they settled in East Congo. You know, and from there, they started launching attack across the border to try to destabilize the government, the new government of Rwanda under Paul Kagame. That has been the existential issues for the Rwandans. And what did they do? They tried to rein in on the then president, who was Mobutu. Mobutu could now Rwanda teamed up with Uganda under Museveni, and then they supported Laurent Kabila, who took over the leadership. They basically dethroned, let it coup that dethroned Mobutu, you know, and then he took over. But that didn't end still, because even Kabila had his own fallout with the Rwandans, who were very much in support of his government at the time. The war didn't end, so he started having issues with some of the Congolese of Rwandan origin, the Tutsis, who were living there. You know, so the summary of it all is that at the end of the day, they could not, because of the very, very unstable government in Zaire, in Congo, they could not rein in on those Hutu rebels who were launching attack across the border to go and destabilize Rwanda. And so, no matter what happens, I do not think that Paul Kagame, or whoever will come in after him for that matter, is going to sit down and let their country be destabilized by what is going on in East Congo. And like I pointed out, the reason why no government in Congo can rein in on those people is because of the fact that the government is so weakened by corruption, by economic problems, and most importantly, because both within and without, there is a need, they see the need to make the government weak so that they could extract those resources. So when you put all these things together, you find out that, you know, the issue with Congo is not something that is going to end anytime soon. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, OC, for that that contribution. I'm hearing echo again. Let me go to Mazi Opara. Go ahead, Mazi.
Doctor, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, good evening all. Yeah, Congo, I think, is it the same Congo that I heard that General Agi Ronsi fought for?
Yes, yes. The same Congo, yeah.
Same
when
Congo.
they had the Katanga problem, when Lumumba was the first prime minister, and yeah, that was
same Congo.
Yes, it hasn't.
And this is the same. This is the same Congo that Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe said, instead of Nigeria to go, let's go our separate way instead of going Congolese way, right? The same Congo.
It should be. The other Congo is irrelevant as such in African affairs.
Exactly. Yeah. So you see, Doctor, when I say that Black people, we have a problem, serious problem. Some people think that it's a derogatory statement. Some people felt offended. This war has been going on for decades before you, even before maybe my father was born. And look at where we are today. We can't, black people, we cannot solve our problems until a white person will come and, you know, until a white person comes in and say, how do I help you? Are we not human beings like them? Can't we solve our problems within ourselves? Look at what is happening in Congo, in all sub-Saharan African countries. No peace, nothing, no development, nothing. If Trump is coming there to save lives and pick up the whole diamond and go, let him come and save lives. It's all about life. What is mineral resources if the people of Congo cannot enjoy it? If you look at Congo, if you look at what is happening, if you look at what some videos coming out from Congo, you would think that it's a science fiction. You will never believe that this is happening in 2025. It's very appalling, very heartbreaking. You see your fellow black man, children suffering because of minerals, under beneath of the earth. Anybody who can come there and help these people stop these killings, take the whole thing away from them, is better. Save life. What does life worth in Congo? Does life worth anything in Congo? How many Congolese know exactly what Congo has under beneath? How many of them, except the few of them that are the ruling class? So if Trump can, break through, make peace there. Let him do that. Let other European countries help that country or help Africa, because we cannot help ourselves. That is the truth. We are unable. We are incapable of ruling ourselves. We are incapable of, settling issues within ourselves. So let China come. Everybody. Let even Somalia. Somalia. Let even Colombia come and save us, because we cannot save ourselves. 60, 70 years of war, people are dying. Where is the African Union? Okay, look at the Paul Kagame. What is his interest there? Paul he's not a Congolese. Where are other Congolese factions? They are not there. So that means this peace is like peace, of the graveyard. They'll go back and they'll continue fighting. They didn't even shake hand in such a very, such peace conference. They're supposed even to pretend that they are now friends. They didn't shake hands. They didn't even hug themselves. It's a peace of the graveyard. But anyhow, if there will be peace, anybody can. If Trump can do it, let him do it, and let there be peace there. But I know it's not going to happen, because Africans leaders, they are horrible. They are despicable. They are satans. They're not human beings. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mazi Opera. Comrade Murray, welcome.
Thank you, Doctor, for having me. It's always a pleasure. Greetings to all the panelists and our esteemed audience across the globe.
We're talking about Congo, and Mr. James suggested that, in the past, Nigeria will have played the role that Donald Trump is now playing, which is making peace for two African countries and the rebels who are fighting inside. But now that Nigeria is not in that position, maybe another African country should have taken over that role, and not American president. What do you take of? What's your take on the making of this peace deal and whether it will stand?
Yeah, peace is a necessity. You cannot have development, talk of development without peace in the region. But I don't believe in the peace of the graveyard when we lost our voices. We have to be careful the way things are going. This is a new colonial era. It's shameful where if at this time we're still working for those that didn't mean well for us in the past. If we think now They're coming to help us. I think it's a big shame. And we have to be very careful. It's not coming to make peace. Everybody knows who Donald Trump is. It's all about their interests. It's all about what they can get. The last time he was making statements, negotiating a certain percentage of what they have. For some people to come out to say it doesn't matter, it matters. We need peace. I know people are pushed to the wall. I know people are angry. I know people want peace to reign at all. Be careful about what you call for. Just the same way we're waiting for him now to come and talk to Tinubu for us. I want peace. I don't want like genocide. I don't want to see a fellow Christian, a fellow brother, whether Christian or Muslim, being killed. But then we have to wake up. I think for me, it's out of cowardice. Each time everybody come to when is Donald Trump coming? Like the question of modulation asked the other time. What if he doesn't come? And what if he comes within 2 or 3 years? He's able to get whatever he wants to get out of the system, and he's not coming back again. What if he leaves? So enough of this act of cowardice. We must learn how to stand up and fight for our rights. We must learn how to stand up and fight for what we believe in. I mean, it's a shame. Like the toothless book does organization like AU, ECOWAS and others, they have been there. Of what use are they? They are useless. They used to call them dogs like toothless, barking dogs that can never bite. Even now, they cannot even bark, not to talk of biting. So it's a serious problem, and it poses a very dangerous situation in the future. It's not good for the Africa sub-region. It's a shame and very, very disgusting. Just the same way we are waiting for Donald Trump now, everybody should wake up and think of what we can do to liberate ourselves. A foreigner who does not mean well for you cannot come and liberate you. It's out of cowardice. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Comrade Murray. Chris, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening. Sorry, I just want to be quick. You know, the reason I actually came in because I was listening at the background is when the Congo issue came up. You know, when you look at the issue here, the people, MP3 or whatever they call themselves that came from Rwanda to move into the Congo to fight for their people there, you know, they have the same ethnic nationality. I think they said that they are Tutsis or something, or they're one of those ethnic nationality. So the problem of Africa has always been this cross-country ethnic nationalities. This issue will not go away because until those people that are in Congo, whose ethnicity are somewhere in Rwanda, yes, feel that they are, you know, they are, as long as they feel that they are marginalized, they will want their brothers in Rwanda to come and help them out in Congo. And this is exactly the kind of war that is going on in Russia. And the issue of Russia being in Ukraine, you know, I just want to give an example with Europe. Because Europe, in 1845, in Germany, Westphalian Conference, realized the futility of one ethnicity trying to dominate the other ethnicity. So they agreed that every ethnicity should be encouraged to become a state nation. You know, so when you come to Europe today, you will see what small ethnic nationality they are. Just even if they are 900,000, they want to become one ethnic nationality. They want to be so. Even here in UK, there's even a talk about the unification of Ireland. You know, so these things is something that intellectuals in Africa needs to understand. There is a power in that nationality. There is because it is cultural, it is socio-cultural, it is linguistic. It's about the language. It's also about the ancestry. So if you look at it, if you go today, when Tinubu want to invade Niger, Why did the Hausas in the north say he couldn't invade them? Because the people they are going to invade their houses. So we should understand this, and until they start to understanding this as the problem of Africa and try to redo what the Europeans did in Western Berlin, you know, we are not going anywhere. So that's what I'm trying to suggest here. Thank you, and a fruitful discussion, because I want to go out now.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chris. Dexter, welcome to the show. This conversation about the Berlin Conference, it's an expansion of this conversation, like Chris was talking about, 1884 to 85, and whether Africa can actually move forward without going back to resolve the fallout from that conference. Because if you look at the Tutsis in Congo and the Hutus, you find them in Congo, you find them in Rwanda. And because in Rwanda, Paul Kagame, who is Tutsi, is in charge. The M23 are getting support for Tutsis who are in Congo. And you can go across Africa and see the borders drawn by Europeans and the conflict that are coming out of that decision. How is it going to be resolved? Because like some people pointed out, until that is actually dealt with, most African states are structured today is not stable. Go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Good evening to everybody. Good morning to everybody. Good afternoon to everybody. And I think everybody should just click the like button, guys, and watch. You know, the way I see it, the question is, when we Africans come of age, okay? When we come of age and decide to do what is right for ourselves, as much as, yes, we know there was a Berlin conference, but the idea of that Berlin conference was the Europeans were tired of fighting each other. They said, okay, let's not fight each other again. Let's go somewhere else. Let's take this war somewhere else. Let's not do it among ourselves. You know, there's this land the Portuguese have discovered. Let's go and explore it. Anybody that gets there first, whatever, you take your own, and then you get resources there. But the Africa has gone so much far ahead of colonization. We can always talk about the scars, but it's just like you are a patient. You had an injury. There was a scar. There was a big injury. There was a big cut. But now they've treated you. You can't now keep on saying the reason why you're not making progress is because of the scar. You know, it's either you don't want the injuries to heal. You know, it's like, what will it take? Like, what is the value of peace to an African? That's the question. What is the value of peace to an African? Is it because of the fight for resources? And one thing we should realize, Africans have a lot of people that have gone intellectuals. The biggest resource that anybody can have is the resource between your 2 ears. That's the biggest resource. And I think that is one of the things Africans have not decided to harness. And one of the reasons we have not decided to harness it because we don't empower, we don't think that human capacity development is the way to go. You know, human development index is 0 on our radar. We're always thinking, oh, there's resources this person wants to come and take. What that resource that is a raw material, without brains, it cannot be transformed. It's just like crude oil. Crude oil can be, you have a lot of byproducts from crude oil by the time you refine it. But if you don't have the intellect to refine it, it just remains crude oil and the value is low. So one of the things we've missed in Africa is value addition. We don't really think of value addition, and that is one of the reasons why the conflicts have kept on going on. The conflicts are always increasing because the Africans don't think of value addition. What we're thinking of, they are taking this material, let me go and take it. You look at the man that is making money. Oh, that man is taking all my money. But you don't realize that if you do value addition on another thing, you will even get more money. But we don't think that way. And so we start fighting over limited resources, you know. And if we keep on looking back to say, oh, it's these people, it's those people, we will not solve the problem. Also, like I also question the ideology of, oh, let us not, this man wants to come and take our resources. Look, you have proven that you cannot even solve the problem. Gone are the days of ECOMOG, the days where Nigeria was international, that Nigeria could step into countries and say, okay, look, we'll settle this thing. First of all, we don't have that because we don't have integrity anymore. You know, if your leadership doesn't have integrity, then nobody will respect you outside. I mean, the Nigerian this thing cannot in any way. The Nigerian government doesn't have the moral anymore to go into any country and say, do these things the right way. I think it was Femi Falana that was saying the Gambia, when there was Yahya Jammeh, the guy that wanted to stay in power. Yeah. When he decided that he would stay in power, all that happened was that they sent Nigerian Air Force to fly over his palace. And he left. Sao Tome and Principe, when they organized the coup, Obasanjo told them, go back. He stole that man back. We settled things in Liberia, Sierra Leone, but the moment you lose the moral class, the moral integrity, which Nigeria has completely lost. Look, the president of Nigeria cannot step in anywhere in Africa and talk. Because people will just look at a view that we know.
When did we lose it? And how?
We started losing it from 2015. From 2015. In fact, from 2015, we started losing it. Completely lost respect. You know, first of all, you cannot come to power by bringing mayhem. Okay? You cannot be a proponent of terrorism. You cannot be a proponent of mayhem, and then you use that to come to power. And then you think that in the international world, you have the moral class to talk to people. No, you won't. You absolutely have lost it. You know, and that's what the way we didn't see it. Or you go and tell people, it's my turn to rule, you know. No, you don't do that. We have not shown integrity. Unfortunately, what we must realize that, see, by the time the British were leaving Nigeria was a very high-class society. There was a whole lot expected of Nigeria, but gradually we have eroded the values and we have taken it down. And the reason we have done that is within ourselves. Nigeria does not promote meritocracy. They don't promote competition. They don't promote the best people for the job. Across every facet of our society, across every facet. And you see, when that rot started, it started from 1970. And unfortunately, like I always say, it's like a cancer. You know, it's like a monster. The day you are feeding the monster, maybe you are the one giving the monster milk. The monster won't bite you. It will be happy that you are feeding it. But when the monster grows above that milk and now wants to eat meat, the day it cannot eat meat, you will become part of the meat it needs to eat. And that is what has happened to Nigeria. The monster we have been cuddling with gradually, that monster is now eating into the fabric of the Nigerians everywhere. The people that thought that they had it will eat everybody. It's going to go round. So until we can settle that within our own locality as Nigeria, if Nigeria can find peace, equity, fairness, and justice within itself, that will be the blueprint for the whole of Africa. But unfortunately, one of the problems we have in Nigeria is this. Because of tribal, you see, I always tell people, Dr. Damages, one of the best things that the Europeans have done for themselves, the ability to write the truth as it is, irrespective of who's ox. It's God. Donald Trump is in power. Somebody will write a book about Donald Trump and write the bad things he did. They will write the bad things that Bill Clinton did. It doesn't stop them from saying the good things. They will write it and people will read it and say, yes, that is what it was. You understand? But in Africa, it's not that way. The moment your person is in power, let me give you a typical example. The Yorubas hold Awolowo in very high regard. I'm sorry if I like Yoruba people. But if I say this, they'll get touched. But this is the truth. The Yorubas hold Awolowo in very high regard. But would they be able to accept the truth of what he did? Would they be able to accept the truth that telling people that they should come, that people that had 1 million pounds, that they should take 20 pounds? Would they be, Is that a just and fair? Is that something to be proud of? If you look at it, but are we going to tell the stories? There are parts of Nigeria that people don't want you to tell the story. And until we are ready to allow people to tell the stories as it is. Chimamanda wrote a book. The Nigerian, when they were doing the movie, the Nigerian, is it NBC? They censored the movie. They don't want the stories to be told. We don't want to hear the truth. Now, until we are ready to hear the truth, no matter whose ox is God, no matter how painful it is, that is when we will move forward. But in Africa, you don't want that. What we want is that, like I tell people, when you take over, if you take over example, you might say Google is doing very well now. But the truth about it is that Google itself has liabilities. If you take over ownership of Google, you must be ready to bear the assets and the liabilities. But what we do in Africa is we want to take over something. We want to take the assets only. When the liabilities come, we want to push them away. No, it doesn't work that way. We must accept responsibility for both the good, the bad, and the ugly. Until we can do that in Nigeria and start telling the truth as it is, not trying to cover it up and trying to say, oh, no, don't say that, off your mic, the man will fall down. No, but that's the truth. Somebody stole money, off your mic. And people, these are the things that won't happen in the West. No matter how bad the West are, they will write it, they will publish it, it will go haywire, newspapers will carry it. But in Nigeria, we won't do that. In Africa, we won't do that. If we get it right in Nigeria, then maybe Africa will get outside that. Or people will be coming from outside to come. And there's no need to be priding yourself in resources that you cannot add value to. If you can't add value to something, it is not worth being in your hand. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dexter. Pulo for real. Welcome. Can you hear me? Pulo for real. Okay, I think he's frozen. Let me, we round up on this topic now. Let me see. Osi, can you hear me? Osi, can you hear me? All right, Osi can now. So based on what I had from you guys, I see some comments on the comment section because people think we ignore that, but we don't. One example is the comment by Oscar Blackburn, which is, why are we talking about maps drawn by Europeans when Nigeria has dishonestly balkanized Igbos into non-Igbo states? Are we really serious people? So that debate has always... Pulo, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Let's hear your contribution.
Okay, I think that the comment you just read is relevant. That's the point. That's what we are talking about. That's what you're talking about. In general, you just narrowed it down to Nigeria. The artificial borders drawn by the Europeans, the Berlin Conference, that is what caused the Igbos to be, as according to him, to be balkanized. Probably, maybe without the Western influence, I mean, the artificial map being drawn, Igbos will not have been mixed with the Hausas or the Yorubas. Maybe they will have been a state of their own, or they will mix with other tribes in their area, or they will find a way of existing. Nigeria would not have been like this if it is not for our colonial history and the Berlin Conference. And then, do I see Africa uniting to combat the terrorism? I mean, foreign interests, and then be united somewhat like Euro, maybe have a shared currency, visa-free. It is possible, but I don't see it happening because of the Western influence, because of our colonial legacy, because of our dependency financially on foreign powers and lobby group, because of the intertribal conflicts and religion extremism, intertribal conflict, like just you mentioned, the Congo, the Houthis and the Tutsis, and what's happening over there. Okay, I want to also relate that to what is happening here in Nigeria. The Fulani crisis, herdsmen, these bandit and other stuff. Sometimes you make it feel seems like Nigeria is the worst place, and it is happening only in Nigeria, and it's only about religion or one particular tribe. If you go to Congo, it's a multifaceted conflict that is going on there for decades. You see, is religion at some point can only be used as an excuse for justification of certain things. But the reality is those small tribes, each is all of them are trying to gain control over land and resources and political influence. Whoever happen to have power will try to get a revenge, and the cycle continues. And another thing that I also realized or I understood, maybe that's what do you call it? Jeffrey Sachs says they unite the people that can never be united, that have different ideology. They allow people, either one dominant group or one group, to deliberately attack one group within the same country. Then they settle it. They sell arms to both parties. They get profit out of the war. Then they come in as the rescuers. They settle things. And then as time goes on, if they see that the country will progress and they are uniting the tribes that are fighting before and now uniting, they will remind the other group of their past grievances. Like now, what they're doing, like, okay, you guys, you Hausa guys have no idea what the Fulanis have done to you. They came as invaders, they conquered your people, and they are now ruling you. Therefore, you should find a way, take arms, take what is yours back into your hands. Here, where I'm coming from, I think if you apply it in a larger scale, you can find that all these things are happening across Africa, except where a place where there is not clash of interest or the cooperation are not yet interested in it, not just other foreign countries like the government of the countries, certain cooperation that want certain minerals. Again, we are not industrialized. They just want to come, take our resources, go and refine it and bring it back for us to buy. Instead of building the company here, take the resources, there employ our people and make us industrialize. The West always keep on pushing this narrative that African governments are corrupt. People that are governing are corrupt. They cannot be able to sustain themselves without our support. So, on the one hand, they are giving us aid. On the other hand, they are taking away much more than what they give, like taking away our resources. Maybe at cheap rate, maybe for free, because the violence being instigated. I can also give you the example in Nigeria, again, in Zamfara. Most of the people that are fighting is a intertribal crisis, like Muslim Fulanis killing Muslim Hausa, or Hausa Fulani, Hausa Muslims killing Hausa Fulani. They don't care about religion, they care about what they are going to get. So if you mention religion, it's just an excuse. The real problem is intertribal ethnic war that's happening. And then if this will continue like that, and the government knows it, I don't believe that the government will tell me they don't know where all these bandits, all these terrorists are. I don't believe that. If they know, if this will continue happening without government taking any reasonable action to stop it, then I don't see Africa uniting. But Nigeria, maybe we may have a little faith in our country, and then try to see if the leadership will try their best to reconcile, to heal the wounds of the past, and set a new goal. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let me bring in OC, maybe to round up this topic for us, you had views from different sides, including solutions, which has always been when people meet, like they are meeting this year to talk about this conference on Berlin conference and where Africa can take back the continent, or if they need to redraw the maps. Because we see, despite the fact that some people want to dismiss it, that everything goes back to the structure that we've been given, and we run with it. When someone says that the Nigerian border should be closed, which is what the minister, which is the next topic we're going to talk about, the new minister for defense, is saying that we should find a way to close the border and fence it so that people don't just walk in. There are people who believe that anybody should be able to walk in from West Africa. So give us your final thoughts on the Congo issue and whether this will be a way out. Go ahead. You're muted, Osi. No, you're still muted. Let me see if I can unmute you.
Okay. I think I muted myself now.
Okay.
So I heard, I've been timing in and out but I think I have a more stable network now I'm using my laptop. Now, so just a little bit of what the last speaker spoke about, Paul for real. I appreciate all the things he said. The part I wanted to just touch on is what she talked about, the fact that like the issues happening in Zamfara has nothing to do with religion, is most of the time just criminals being criminals and trying to, lay their hands on resources, which is true. But I also want to project it on the broader issue of Christian genocide and all those, and I'm not going to spend time on that. But I just wanted to say that there has been a lot of dichotomy on whether or not there's an issue of if the issue in the religion is Christianity versus Muslim, or is just plain sectarian violence. Now, what I want to say is that there could be two truths all lying side by side. That is to say that somebody's right to say it's not enough to just frame Nigerian issues as that of Muslims trying to exterminate Christians. But we also have to acknowledge that there is a faction of the issues we have in Nigeria which has to do with the fact that Christians are being targeted. When I say that, you have to look at the fact that Boko Haram came into existence. Boko Haram, then the later faction, the ISWAP, what I call it, Ansaru, Lakrawa, and all of them, they have a different mandate, and that is to Islamize Nigeria. And when that is your intention, then you know that Christians are going to be on the way. You know that churches will not have to exist if your whole intention is to Islamize Nigerians. And so when somebody says, okay, Christians are targeted, it's not a lie. That is true. Now, is it also true that some of those jihadis also commit other garden variety of criminal activities, i.e. kidnapping and all those things that doesn't have to do with religion? That is true. And so I just wanted to put it out there that there are two truths that coexist. It's not, they are not mutually exclusive. Now, going back to the issue we talked about in Africa, it's again, it's hydra-headed, and it's not going to be a one cap fits all. I agree that there's a lot of Western influence causing all those things. We talked about the issue of resource control in Congo. That is at the heart of it. They have a lot of minerals, they have a lot of all these things, coltan, gold, cobalt, that a lot of countries, a lot of interest groups are very interested in all those ones for economic reasons. The same reason why we're thinking that they're going into Venezuela, that because they have 300 billion cubic feet of oil. So it's all about, most of the time, all these wars are most of the time they are instigated by just the need to control the resources. So yes, we can't play down on the Western influence, but I also don't feel very comfortable in the idea that there is an infantile approach to all these things, in the sense that it's always like Africa is one child that, can't just help itself. We are just sitting down there and all these foreigners are doing all these things to us. But we also have to remember that the same thing, the same way, the colonialists came to Africa and did all the things they did, was the same way they did to India. The same way they did to most of the countries, or maybe not China, but they've also done some things in China. Yet all these people were able to rise above these things and get ahead, And so when all we do is sit down and not do the proper introspection and said, okay, we know we have enemies, if that's what you want to call them. We know we have enemies, but there is a path. We have this agency. We have to have this agency whereby we are not just pawns in their chessboard. There are things that we can do to ourselves, because we talk about neocolonialism. It's both the prospect that these people will come, they have to find a way of getting to our rulers, our presidents, and the rest of them, offer them very, very lucrative things. These folks who are running Africa down know that these guys are not coming to do something good to you. But for them, it's okay if the deal will personally enrich them at the expense of the generality of the people. So when we as Africans start to take things into our hands and know that whether we rise or fall, it's all dependent on our hands. For the generality of the people, yes, it's difficult to have that benevolent ruler who will just come and do all the things right. What makes a lot of people do the right thing, whether it's in the US, UK, or everywhere, is because they know that actions have consequences. We have not been blessed with revolutionary leaders who are altruistic, who wants to do the right thing so that the continent will rise. But it's also our fault as a people that we let these people thrive. The things that we've been experiencing things that is worse than what precipitated the Arab Springs. Yet you don't see all those kinds of things happening in Africa. Whenever we have one ruler who's doing all kinds of things, we all cowed and sit down in the comfort of our homes and complain about it, but don't do anything to affect the change. So it has to be a triumvirate. While we have to continue appealing to those people to stay off so that we can, be in charge of our destiny, we have to do our own hard work by making sure that we try to elect good leaders. And if we end up with bad leaders, we have to rise up and fight and make sure that we change them and the system that they propagate. Thanks.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Osi. KJ, welcome.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damages, and I really appreciate you and all the people who have spoken. I think I will start from where the last speaker stopped, and he had done a lot of, not giving us an understanding of what it is. So I would not like to go back into Congo. All I would like to just say about Congo is that the only reason why visitors come into your territory to try to settle you and your brother, because if you both or three of you or four of you, how many you are, have failed to be able to do that. If you are all being able to be in peace and understand that you are brothers and share the patronage that you have, nobody will come and help you to divide the land. And I give an example, typical example of the Igbo land. When your father passes away and you people in your family cannot be able to decide on how things should be done, in other words, your inheritance from your father, the village head, the village elders will come together and make sure that those things are shared equally, or the way it should go. They will read out the tradition for you and how it should go. That continues to exist in Igbo land even till tomorrow. So that is why the foreigners come in. I can never blame the foreigners for coming into Africa to take whatever they want to take, because we provide the opportunity for such to occur. We are not the only ones with mineral around the world. Africa is not only where mineral is found. But as long as we continuously to try to outweigh, outbeat, outsmart, and write policies that are favoring a particular sect of the people, we will always have this problem, like the one we have now in Congo, for which another person from another region is going to tell us how we should govern ourselves. And if you go back to the Bible, I'm a scholar of the Bible, I love the Bible. Israel dwelt so long in Egypt that they didn't even know how to be able to defecate and keep it clean. That when God took them out of Egypt, he had to tell them how to now be human beings again, how not to covet your brother's wife or brother's goods, how to, when you want to defecate, you go outside of the camp, do that, and cover sand over it. See, these things we can't overemphasize it. And that is how the world will continuously to look at Africa as our inability to govern ourselves. The truth is that what caused that is not because we don't know what is right. It's because we are always trying to outsmart other people. If you go back to history, and if you, the third speaker earlier on said, right from the creation of Nigeria, a particular man said this is going to be the inheritance of our forefather, Usman Dan Fodio. Okay, if you want me, I can read out the very quotation, or even send it to you to put it up there so everybody can see it. He said this Nigeria, this new nation, will be the inheritance, our inheritance. Consequently, whatever is going now, no matter how you want to frame it, because that's what they're good at, framing things to deceive the very gullible ones, the purpose and the reason is that they want that statement to come to pass. Okay? You cannot tell me, and just like a friend of mine called me yesterday, I was saying, you can't tell me that you have gone to Sokoto and saw 3 people there, carrying out genocide against a particular people and occupying it. Is there anywhere it's done? You can't tell me that I've seen Igbo people. By the way, the Igbos have always remained in where we have always been. And if we want to say we want to take territories that belongs to all that Igbo people dwell, then we should go to Gabon, Equatorial Guinea, and take it over. We should go to Gabon and take it over because we have large Igbo tribes there. We should go to Brazil. We should go to Jamaica and take it over. We should go to Haiti and take it over because we have a large collection of Igbos there. We should say those people are our brothers also, so they should give space for us to come in. This is the lies that we're told in Nigeria, which is even more annoying because you said to us, in the first place, these guys doing this evil are not Nigerians. Then you started saying, make peace with your neighbors. They started saying, these are Nigerians. The issue is about land. It's because, no, the issue is not about land. It's about occupation. It's about taking over. It's about running over the whole place and taking it as your inheritance. That must be said with vehemency so that everybody knows what it is. It is when people decide to, try to dance. I'm not trying to be politically correct. Okay? In the playing politics with the life of people. Okay? That is the bane of African problem because we see the truth. We refuse to say the truth. I remember once I was my father before he passed to be with the Lord. One of the chiefs came to our house. I was telling my father, who is my father's good friend, said, when we leave, what is going to happen in this Nigeria? Goats will be laying eggs. This is said many years. I was still in primary school then. I took that and I wrote it down. What's happening now? You see people using the axe to, maim people, take them to the other world. And then you tell me that it is because of land. Are you people only ones looking for land? Are you people only ones looking for where to do your business? By the way, it is grazing and animal husbandry. Is it a government function? Is it a trade? Is it so? Igbo should also look for spare parts markets be built up in every state. By the way, the T people should take all the land because they love to farm. They should take all the land in Nigeria and farm wherever there's land. So it is unbelievable when people sit down. The other day, a minister in Nigeria, former minister was saying, is because they're not been given their rightful place. They've not been taken care of. Who has been taken care of by the Nigerian state? Who, apart from those bourgeois who are in government, who are enjoying the money of Nigeria? So when we put up this thing, we show that we're not ready yet to come to the table to agree that certain things we are doing right now will not build a nation. Unless you want a nation where you think some people are slaves, just like that quotation said, we will take them, the minorities will be the slave, for us to achieve whatever desire we want. This has been there. Anybody who has studied the history of Nigeria will know that this is the purpose for which everything is being done. Thank God today that we are now beginning to see the people who have perpetuated evil in the Southeast and calling it IPOB. We know them now. It's coming out gradually. More names will drop, and then power go, breeze go blow. Power nyash go totally open. Sorry to use that word, but that's what is going to happen. So let's tell ourselves the truth. Are we ready to build a nation? No. When we're ready, we will sit at the table. It will not be Professor Yadudu who will write a constitution for the whole of us. We will sit down, look at the constitution, trash it out, and then we know that we're ready to build a nation. As long as we keep using the constitution of Nigeria written by one man, led as Professor Yadudu, nothing. I repeat again, we can't form a nation with that constitution or whatever is written there. That's the truth. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. I wanted us to get away from this topic now, but I see Paul here. I will let Paul give you 2 minutes to weigh in, because I believe that you've been listening to what we're discussing and you just came in to say something. So, Paul.
Funny enough, I didn't really listen much. Yeah, I was just rushing to catch up and every other thing.
Okay.
So,
all right. We were talking about Congo and the Trump's peace deal for Congo. Yeah, that's how.
I think the Congo thing, it kind of make me laugh with the funny peace deal. 1 minute Trump is talking peace, one place, the next minute he's doing other things that he's doing and every other thing. That peace deal, as far as I'm concerned, it means nothing to me. You understand? It's just a sabbatical leave. You understand? Before they'll spring up again and every other thing. Just remember that this thing has been there for a very long time, and the bad guys are benefiting from it tremendously. It's like, I'll just oppose it with Nigeria. Tinubu's strongest allied, Dele Alake, Tinubu make him Minister of Natural Resources or whatever. I forgot the complete name that they call that ministry and every other thing. But if you ask, when they make the budget, they didn't even tell us how much we're going to make from that ministry. You understand? The way they'll tell you how much we make from customs revenue, how much we make from oil and gas, and they didn't tell us and every other thing. So which means that ministry is what we call black market. You understand? Any proceeds that come from there is black market. It's the same thing. So the bad guys has benefit from Congo for a very long time. So if you think they want to do whatever thing they want to do it and do it the right way, where the government of Congo will benefit from it and things will work the proper way, where they can ask these so-called big companies like Tesla of this world, the iPhones of this world, to come do things the proper way and everything. I don't see it happen. Never. They will still cause one anarchy from one thing. They'll do regime change. They'll do anything they will do. They'll find one excuse, like it's going on with Israel and Palestine right now. I don't believe it until it happens. Nothing will change. It's just a cosmetic approach for Trump to just use it to brag. That's it. That's my take for now.
All right. Thank you, Paul. Just to round up, I saw Buba Galadima saying that Nigeria probably will need to be recolonized. And one of the things that when I saw that headline, I was really worried, because this man had the ear of someone who was eventually became president, so very close to Buhari at one point. If this is the kind of people that we're here talking about, how do we get out of what they did in the last time they colonized us, and we have someone who had been close to the power saying that we need to be recolonized again by the Europeans. I wonder what our foreparents who fought, those that fought for independence, what they will be thinking about, it's essentially. Anyway, but thank you.
Doctor, I am so sorry. It can be very painful using those type of words. But truth be told, me and you will live in the US. When you look Puerto Rico, and when you look some other countries around there, say, for example, the Guatemala, Honduras of this world, and you look at Puerto Rico, if I want to mess with some of my Puerto Rican friends, I say, you will die, you will never vote for president. You understand how fun it is. They live better than some other places. When you look some of all those small islands, like where our elder Ike live and everything that the Dutch control and everything. To some extent, they live better than the so-called people that, oh, we don't have our own country, one person is controlling you from afar and everything. They live better than us. To some extent, by the day, we keep failing ourselves. You talk about our Navy today. Tompolo bring peace in the Niger Delta region. You understand? That's what they still call it ex-militants. Is it not shameful that the Navy cannot bring peace in the Niger Delta region, but Tompolo can bring peace? These are all the funny things. You understand? So continuously by the day, we keep failing ourselves. That's why you hear such type of utterances. It's shameful, but if we want to use it for the purpose of debate and everything, you discover that there's a lot of points that will come out than saying all those things. Yeah, it will not be the colonial of taking somebody's wife, kill men, and take their... No. You understand? But sometimes you just want to give them power where somebody from somewhere will appoint somebody who head the ministries and parastatals and the likes. Maybe to some extent you will see peace. Doctor, there's only one thing in Nigeria that I can say is good, is organic, is working very well. It's just Igbo. That I can say in Nigeria is cheap and is still naturally better. Tell me anything in Nigeria that is working. Tell me. Apart from maybe prostitution that they upgrade to another sector they call hookup. Nothing is working in Nigeria. Let's tell ourselves the truth. So if somebody talk like this, they may be coming from the place of pain. That's why they say it. But to some extent, it's just so shameful that we can't even govern ourselves. Doctor, you're from the Southeast. Look the way they tell you every day. They say, oh, Igbo people is Igbo problem. Like Yoruba people is not Yoruba problem. Like Urobo people is not Urobo problem. Like Fulani problem is not Fulani problem. Like Hausa problem is not Hausa problem. You understand? When you just oppose this thing, go around every aspect of our life in that country, nothing is basically working. If you hear Nigeria do well, anywhere, we leave the shores of Nigeria to do well. I hate it. Okonjo-Iweala has been in the US for almost 40 years. She was forced to be a US citizen to be the DG of a World Trade Organization. I'm telling you, it's so painful. That's my take.
All right, thank you.
So let me just add a bit. You see, Paul, what you said may be correct, but you see, the same man who made that statement that Rudolph referring to said the reason why they brought Buhari into government was for the purpose of the Fulanis. Is that nationality? Is that nationalism? Is that national thinking? Is that forward thinking? You said you people went out because you saw the position of the Fulanis and you needed somebody to come and put them where they should belong. So you went for a Buhari to get him to government. So at the end of the day, what was the reason? It's for the restoration of the Fulanis, which he has confidently and obviously been able to do. So if you look at it, like Paul, where I'm coming from is that all the actions are built towards not nationality, not nationhood, not building, but trying to better the plight of those people who have found themselves in a position of authority. And until we sit down and say, we all are equal, whether you are Tiv, you are Idoma, you are Igala, Agatu, whatever you are, no matter how little you guys are, you have the same right as those who are 100 million or whatever. That is the way to go forward. And that's the way to give ownership to everybody in Nigeria. As long as we don't have ownership, that ownership, the ability to know that you are in Nigeria, I can be represented in every form or the other, we'll just be playing politics and go market. The next 50 years will also be a waste. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Eccentrica.
I just want to make a statement. Like AJ is a Bible scholar. He knows so much about the Bible and then he's proud of it. But what I want to say is that I want to give him just some verses from the Bible, which calls for exactly what he is trying to say Fulanis are doing, like the extermination of Jericho, like the killing of Canaanites, like supporting the idea somehow God promised Israel to the Jews, how they should go and kill every living thing. Like what? Are we theocracy? Do you want us to be like you?
Okay,
When Jesus
I want to respond to you. But hold on. I won't want to respond to you because this when you are ready to have that discussion.
I didn't interrupt, please. See, the discipline is different. They don't even have the patience and discipline to listen. Sorry. Go ahead. I can't say more because I know the question being asked and the response being given does not tally. Dr. Damages was asking what Buba Galadima about what Buba Galadima said. Nigeria need to be colonized. While you guys are falling back talking about another different thing. And Dr. Damages, you're not trying to bring them back on what you're saying. Do you think Nigeria should be recolonized? That is what Buba Galadima said. Oh yeah, no, yes or no. Then you
Okay.
bring your case, but why I always see deviating to also all the time try to make your position like is the right position. Whether then how can we make a progress if you say your Bible says this land belongs to you and I say my Quran says this land belongs to me? We keep fighting and killing each other. Why would we have a common ground? How will we stop this madness?
All right, Paulo,
Why are
thank
you
you.
always
Thank you.
sorry?
Thank you. Let me say that we don't have time. I want us to move from this topic to other topics. One day we will have that debate, and we had it before, where we brought you Paulo to come and talk about. I forgot the topic, but the issues around that. But I brought up the Buba just as a way to round up this topic, that we are talking about what was done to us, to Africans, during the Berlin Conference and the Vision of Africa, as we are seeing the impact in Congo and other parts of Africa. And there are some people who are feeling out of frustration, I guess, that the Europeans should come and go back and recolonize us and maybe polish us better before they go. All right, that's why we don't have the time. We don't have the time to go.
If you allow me, I just put in one word. I didn't come there because when he was responding, he mentioned the Igbos. Say maybe the Igbos would have been on their own. They would have. You see, that's the reason why I came in. You don't have nothing to, you are not Igbo. Don't speak for the Igbos. The Igbos have enough people to speak for them. That's one. Two, you don't know the Bible. You can pick verses here and there and quote. You don't know it. Just like I can't quote your Quran, because I don't have a good knowledge of it. So please, when you're ready, I'm ready. You can put the time, the place. We will talk about it. Okay? Thank you.
Please put
Bible. Let this not be an argument. Please, I think we have some.
I love student of comparative studies, so I love this kind of challenges. Especially
my plan. Let me just say here now. My plan is that maybe every Friday evening we will have a debate. It won't be this kind of structure where we have topics we have to catch up with. We'll have a debate. We'll pick a topic, and then people who want to participate in that debate will come and participate in that. All right. I have a centric
this is my Bible.
Make sure you charge them for your time when they come for such debates.
Yeah. So let me hear from them, and then we'll move on to something else. So go ahead, comparable facts.
Let me go ahead. Greeting everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. I'm not going to talk about the Congo piece or whatever a lot because I'm kind of scared to put in. I kind of feel like what happened there is kind of window dressing. Of course, there's some geopolitical interest when it comes to America. Even after the peace accord or whatever, whatever they signed, they didn't shake hand or whatever, and the fighting resumed the next day. So it's very fragile. I don't know where that's going to go. I don't want to waste my time. How many minutes do you have?
Well, go ahead. Keep going.
So I'm just surprised, Dr. Rudolph. You are not talking about what I consider to be essential, essential threat to Nigeria. The release of the 23, Boko Haram. This is it's a problem in Nigeria. That should have been. I thought that would have been the main topic because that's a big expose by General Kathy. Danju McCarthy that was released by our report. Aren't you aware of the way you're looking?
No, I don't know what you're talking about. What happened?
I'm talking about the release of the 23 sponsor of Boko Haram in Nigeria. It was just released yesterday by Sahara report. And the general that worked for it, the general that exposed, I think it's OSW, he was in charge during Buhari time. They didn't allow him, even Buhari, they give the list to Buhari. Buhari said, no, I'm the one in charge. And even at all, so the man was there for 6 months and released. After he came out, he wrote to our present president, Go and read it. I don't know why. I believe some people here are aware of it. Anyway, they gave he gave the he write to Tinubu about what actually happened to help him and everything. Tinubu kept mum, and this was in 2023, in June 2023, when Tinubu just faced him in. So the point I'm trying to make, all these things they're talking about, it's kind of window dressing. It's not going to happen until they can recruit 100, people in the military. It's not going to happen until you get the sponsor of Boko Haram. What they're doing right now is just a sentence. The name just came out, that's the guy that was in charge of food. Go and read Sahara report. That has been the talking point in Nigeria, but I'm sorry, not surprised, you're not talking about it. But anyway, maybe we can talk about it later when you hear so much about it. So, well, having said that,
what are the names? Do you know any name on the list?
Yeah. I think hold on. I have the names. Okay, to begin with, Malami wasn't really mentioned. Malami was direct, was indirect mentioned. Emefiele was one of them. What's his name? What's the name of that former defense chief? Brutali, or whatever they call him. What's the name of that guy?
Buratai.
Buratai. He was there too. Not necessarily in the list of the 23. They are indirectly, because they didn't link them, but they're indirectly sponsored. The guy said everything. And Buhari was aware of this. That's why when I came here, I told you that Buhari is a silent genocider. He knew exactly what happened. And Tinubu right now, even after he died, Tinubu knows everything going on right now. He doesn't want to do anything. Maybe for political capital, that's where we are right now. But I'm not going to talk about it because that may be the next topic, maybe next week. When you got the whole information, we can come and analyze it. So let me finish my topic. I wanted to advise my brother that what he said about, I'm not a supporter of Okorema, okay? But the conference that will happen yesterday is good for the Imo. Because if you know what's going on in Imo right now, it's big. Imo State might be the economical hub, in Nigeria in the next 10 to 15 years. They just established, ANO, it's in Ebema. It is the largest gas plant in Nigeria. It's in operation right now. So something good is coming. I mean, Okorema used the first time just to, try to get re-elected. But since he has been, since he has become a lame duck, governor, he's working well. He's doing well. Even at all, worry. I won't call it 24 electricity, but we have good electricity. My parents are there, so they can testify, but in the rural area, it's kind of difficult. So, but Okorema is doing well. Okay, forget about being what you call it. It's actually doing well. So I just want to let you know in reference to that.
All right, thank you. Okay.
Rudolph, one second, please. Rudolph, Mr. 1 second. I want to point out something. Based on our brother that make this point, Hope Uzodinma is doing well. Let me point out something. And today's date, mark today's date. And we come back here in the next 2-3 years and tell you this plan, first of all, it will not work. This Dangote coming to put so thing in Imo State, it will not work. Do you know why? The information we are getting, because we are the insider, we are not outsider. The information we are getting, and this is the right information. Hold on a second. I want to tell you something. Now, the person here want to install to be the next governor, because there will be no vote in Imo State. They are going to do their shambles to put another person. That person is going to continue and tell us Dangote is coming to do this, Dangote is coming to do that. The former governor, being Opus of them that goes out, have putting this in place. So let me tell you something. We have big and larger prominent people that will put to this system. We have it in Abia State now, giving us giving Abia State 24 hours electricity. Why not bring the same man to come and invest? We have a lot of people in Alibo. We will invest in this. But you are bringing Dangote to come and employ the Fulanis so that they will not be pushed out. They try to bring them in. This is how we analyze this, and we are going to review this in next 2-3 years for me to tell you what I'm telling is the right thing, because we know what is coming in Imo State. Thank you. Maybe I will explain this better.
I have name of the 23 sponsors.
No, that's okay. That's okay. Comparable facts. Okay. We'll talk about we have to move, guys. We have to move.
Yeah. But if you allow me, I just put in one word for.
No. No. Eccentric cast. Go ahead. Sorry. We've been keeping you all waiting for a long time.
Man, everybody want to put in one word.
One word, yeah. And
one word or two. I got to put in one word, yeah. That's funny. So here's the thing. I think what's going on in Nigeria is kind of similar to what happened in the United States of America, right? When there were economic problems in America during the Jim Crow era, right? They blamed the black people for it, and everyone hated black people, right? So it's always like that. Like the majority always got to find someone to scapegoat. You know, right now in Nigeria, it's the Fulanis. That's the biggest scapegoat. But the problem is really the economic problem. But the thing is, a lot of us lack critical analysis to actually look. I mean, it's pretty simple stuff, right? If you look at the economic situation in Nigeria, it's affecting everyone. Fulani, Hausa, whichever region you're from, you are being affected by the economic situation in the country. But the thing is, like, you know, we like to dispose our anger, right? Because we cannot reach the authority, so we dispose it on the ordinary people, right? You know, people talk about, cattle herders, whatever, you know, like what the hell? They are working class people like you. You know what I'm saying? Why are they the problem? You know, like you got the elite class whose policies are creating the problem in Nigeria. You know, like they remove all the social programs that were supposed to be supposed to help ordinary people in a situation like this. They remove all the social programs. You know what I mean? That's the core issue right there. Now instead of blaming a whole ethnic group of people, you know, it's the same thing. Like it's the same thing the fascist people do. Fascists do it. In Germany, they did the same thing. When Germany was going through economic problems, they blamed African Germans. As a matter of fact, they were the first victims of the Nazis before they focused on the Jews, right? The African Germans, most of them were castrated, right? You know, they were sterilized. They were the first victims. They were the first people that were put in a concentration camp. Look it up on your internet. Now you see that, and yeah, you know, humans do that a lot. You know what I'm saying? And it's not unique. It's not a unique thing. You know, when white people do it, like currently, right now, with the economic situation in America, the alt-right and the fascist right are blaming Africans. They are blaming the immigrants. First it was like the immigrants from the South America. Now it's the Africans. You know, he's focusing on the Somalians, right? It's going to go around. It's going to go around. After they're done with all the minorities, it's going to be black people. After that, they're going to find another minority to focus on. You know, this is, I mean, it is not even complex. It's not a complex issue right here. You know, it's economic problem. Once you deal with that economic issue, you've solved all the problems because they're all connected to that, right? They're all connected, right? And the person that was saying that Europeans should come in and colonize us, I mean, that's crazy, right? Because Europeans are the ones that created a problem in the Sahel region by deposing Gaddafi. It was the deposition of Gaddafi. Actually, they murdered Gaddafi, a foreign leader, a leader of a foreign country, a sovereign country, right? Remember, the Europeans are the ones that created the United Nations to protect themselves, you know, from the likes of Hitler, right? But they're still behaving like Hitler. You know, they formed their NATO and bully countries in the global South, right? They are behaving like Hitler. You know what I'm saying? They deposed Gaddafi, and all the arms in that region flew into the terrorists in the Sahel region. And guess what? The North, it's part of the Sahel region. Believe it or not, it's all connected, right? So these guys are coming in, you know, wrecking havoc over there. And of course, it's the mineral thing. You know, they are looking for natural resources and whatnot. But it's, you know, the same people that create the problem are the people you wanting to come in and solve the problem. Are we crazy? Are we insane? And then the thing is, like, we are in a global village right now. You know, everything we do is on the internet, right? When a minister says, "Hey, white people Europeans should come in and colonize us," if you go to Twitter, all the alt-right lunatics on the internet, they're looking at it like, yeah, you know, this is proving our point. Black people cannot even rule themselves, you know, because they already have a stereotype about you. But all you do is like you act in your label. And people do that. So I'm saying it's something that's known in sociology, right? When people label you, you always want to act your label. And that's what we do. You know, we come in, you know, some of us, you know, we align with them, you know, trying to pretending like we are a little, you know, they're not talking about us. You know, we align with them, our ideologies. Someone like KJ, his ideology aligns with the alt-right. Sometimes I like just give him a foreign accent, change his face white, and he would sound like David Duke. Like it's I don't get it. I don't get it. And I like literally I can say what he believes, who he hates, based on what he talks about. His ilk hates black people fast. He aligns himself with the alt-right. He aligns himself with Donald Trump. You know, he's a Bible scholar. Like you know, this whole stereotype of people that think like, you know, that have a fascist thinking. Like it's horrible. You know what I'm saying? Like it's about time we realize we are united. If we can't find anything that unite us in our region, in Nigeria, we are united by our skin color. That's how they see us, as black. They don't care. They don't care who's Fulani, who's Igbo, who's Yoruba. They don't care. If you're in America, you're black. Remember the kid, his car broke down. He went in a neighborhood and knocked on the door, asking them to call the police. The lady called the cops. Cops showed up and shot the guy. He was Nigerian, right? Well, guess what? He's black. That's what the lady thought he was about to rob her. That's the stereotype that we have, believe it or not. You know, all this internal, all this separations. And let's be honest here, in Igbo land, we are separated, you know? Like, Ungwa people call you Ohoho. Ohoho means a foreigner. It's the same populous state. An Ungwa person will call you Ohoho because you live in a city that's built in their area. You know what I'm saying? So there's division even within the microcosm of, you know, there's division even within ourselves in the Igbo land. It's not like we're united. You know, we're trying to unite ourselves by hating other people. That's what fascist people do, right? That's what fascists do. That's what united the Germans. Their hatred towards the minorities. That's what united them. And the fascists always take advantage of that. Trump takes advantage of that. He does that too. You know, he will bring in someone to hate, and then he takes it to unite people. But the thing is, like, if you look at the issue critically, you know that all the economic policies are affecting the common people. But we dispose our anger on the helpless people, because that's easy instead of pointing at the leadership. You know what I'm saying? It's like when you go to work and get yelled at by your boss, you come home and start ordering your wife around, like, oh, you didn't cook food, or you didn't make do this, boom, boom, boom. You know, that's displacement of anger. We do that. But we just have to be conscious of that. We have to be conscious of it. Just like how, you know, there are things that we do subconsciously. That's what makes a civilized person, period. To be honest with you, it's being aware, you know, being aware of your you know, of internal biases that we have, and the things that, you know what I mean, things that we do unconsciously, right? Like, you know, take for instance, you know, something called territorial psychology. You know, like in your work area, you eat in the same side of the break room. If you think about it, you know what I'm saying? Those are internal things that we gotta be conscious of. You know, when we do things like when we listen, when you hear that voice that tells you, hey, you gotta blame a whole ethnic group, just pause, just calm down. It's the brain being lazy, because the brain likes to be lazy because it takes energy for your brain to actually process things critically. Think about it. If you're not used to like reading science texts, pick up a book on, like, let's say pick up a book on a complex geometry or something. You fall asleep because the brain likes lazy stuff. You know, it wants to read McQueen. It doesn't like complex things. So when your brain goes, it's the whole people. No, relax. They are critical. There's a way to critically analyze that situation. You know what I mean? That's where your consciousness takes over. You know, the animal generalizes, you know, but the civilized part of you has to like cut it out and try to critically analyze that, right? You can find logical reasons why you should do that, to be honest. You can find logical reasons because, like, as a black person in America, you know, like, let's be honest here, a lot of us can't travel in a lot of places in Europe. Most of us have travel phobia because we know we get treated like shit when we treated like crap when we move around.
Hello, that is wrong. I live in Europe. I'm a black man. I'm a Nigerian. I'm an Igbo man. I live in Europe. I've lived in many European countries. That's why you live in Europe.
Like, there are a lot of places you can't go in Europe, dude.
You're a liar. That's not true. I live in Germany. That's not true.
That's why you live in Germany.
Come on, please.
It's Germany. It's just Germany.
I live in Germany. I've been here for 35 years, and what you're talking about is wrong.
Only Germany. Yeah, you live in Germany. I'm just telling you that.
I've lived in England. I've lived in Holland. I live in Poland. I've lived in Switzerland.
What are you talking about? You are shifting the goalposts. You're trying to make that.
No, because you lied. That's why I came here. You lied. You lied.
But
That's why I came here.
That's not
I
the
believe
point.
You lied. That's why I came here. You lied.
Calm down, dude. Calm down.
Okay.
You might have a high blood pressure. Calm down. You might
Please,
just stop
I
eating a lot
hope
of salt.
you give me a chance to respond.
Come on, you're a liar.
I'm not done. Let me round up. Let me round up. I'm gonna round up like this, right? What I'm saying is that it's the prejudices
Come
that
here, lie.
It's not prejudices.
Have you been to Europe?
This guy needs to cut down on the salt, man. I'm telling you, cut down on the salt. Cut down on your salt intakes. You know those prejudices. I believe in. I look at the world positively, right? I look at the future positively. I believe that in the future, the positive future, all those vices are gonna go. You and I will be able to travel wherever the hell we want to go, regardless of our skin color, without people touching you and trying to rob off your skin. This guy's talking about Europe. There are parts of Europe you can't even go to, man. Go to East Europe. There's some part of East Europe you cannot go there. There are sundown towns in America, sundown towns in Texas. You cannot go there at 5 p.m. Even 3 p.m. right now. You can't go there because it gets dark out there. Sundown town. They'll go around and announce Negroes go home. You cannot go there. So you can just yappity yap all that crap. This is a fact. Anyways, I'm done. Thank you, Dr. Damages. Thanks.
Wow. Dr. Damages, I hope you give me the time to respond.
But I got stuck on what Ngwa people were. It's something you said they call other people. I've never had that before. I was just
that's what they call. Yes, ask anyone that lives in
my brother. You don't have a good understanding of Igbo language.
No, not at all.
Ndiohu simply means those people. It is a term used. Excuse me, let me talk. You spoke for more than 5 minutes.
That's not their dialect. They don't say Ndiohu.
How long do you live in Abia State? I'm from Abia State.
Look at that.
I'm from Abia State.
He's correct in that pronoun. Ndiohu is correct. Yeah, it's correct. It's correct.
All right, KJ, let's hear you.
Ndiohu, simply for my own dialect, simply means those people. If there are people coming into your community, if there are people you don't know, you can refer to them as Ndiohu. Those people. That's the right word. That is the Igbo.
There's another word. Ndiohu.
Hold on, brother. Calm down. I think he talked about me greatly, so let me talk. Now, in Igbo dialect, every Igbo dialect have a way they refer to people who are not from their community. I'll give an example. People from Nsukka, we call them Ndewawa. People from Owerri will have a name for them. People from my place, they even have a name for them. So when you refer these things, you are the ones who go out and give Igbo language the interpretation that we are never indeed anywhere to be justified. The same way people went up to say Igbo means that everybody acts on his own. No, simply means that Igbos do not have one person who they listen to. Our king is God. And so everybody in their community have a set of people that regulate what goes on in that community, and they are elected. Anyway, I don't want to go into that because I'm not here to give Igbo lecture. I just want to let you know that, my brother, you have, I'm trying not to use the kind of terms that you use because I'm not, I properly brought up Igbo guy. Okay, you can decide to pander to any person or set of persons or tribe that you want. It's okay. But don't generalize it to look as that is the Igbo worldview. That is not our worldview. The Igbos, let me even tell you something, Dr. Rudolph. Recently, I was reading a book that said the Igbos have dwelled in the Southeast for in fact, before the beginning of Abraham. I'm still trying to research to find out whether that is really true. But the guy gave a very, very outlaid information on how that is. Having said that, there was a sculpture was discovered in Igbo land, which was dated about 40,000 years ago. So if that is the truth, it means that that location is being where the Igbos have dwelt. No matter what you call them, they have been going and coming. That is a different journey, that discussion. But I want to let you know, eccentricals, you seem to be a Holy Spirit, because only the Holy Spirit knows what a man is thinking. I can tell you what exactly the person is thinking at the time. Well, I didn't read about you in the Bible. I'd rather see eccentricals anyway. So your assumptions, in fact, let me go further to say, philosophy said assumption is the what? Is I've lost this now. But your assumptions are totally wrong. Okay? You're assuming things that
and giving yourself authority that you don't possess. All right? The truth has remained. You do not know Nigerian history. You may have been told about it. You may want to pander to other people, but we who have lived in Nigeria, I, particular Igbo, mother, father, have lived in the north. I have worked in the north for more than 25 years. And I work in majority of the places that they are talking about. You don't know the custom or the tradition better than me. Okay? So whatever your insinuations are, okay, assumption is the lowest form of intelligence. Your intelligence or assumption means nothing. It doesn't equate to becoming what it is on the ground. So you can go ahead. We have many of you in Igbo land. Those are the ones who keep saying a lot of things about the Igbos. At the end, all in the coming days ahead. Okay? You'll be ashamed of what position you have taken in the days ahead, because those things will be played right at your face. All right? And let me even tell you finally, eventually, when it comes to all said and done, they will not tell that you are the one who has stood in their side. Okay? So I know that very well. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
All right. That's been a very interesting conversation. There are more people coming in, but at this point, we are going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to talk about the new ministers, the new ambassadors, what you make of that, and then we take the rants, and I will take my leave. Thank you all. Let's take a break. We'll be right back.
on Thursday.
You start working Thursday?
Mm-hmm.
Who approaches you to work with him? Would you?
Huh?
It will never happen.
Okay, which one?
Well, oh yeah, about that.
Which of the scenarios? Him approaching you or you accepting to work with him?
Oh my gosh, I don't want to betray privilege. Somebody from Bola Tinubu's camp has already reached out to me, and I told the person that, look, it cannot happen. I can't do it. It's just against my principles. I'm not. Some people can do that. It's not in my DNA. I can't do it. It's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. I wish Bola Tinubu well if he eventually is sworn in and then the courts uphold his victory. But I can never work with him.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for spending your evening with us. There's someone who has this.
Yeah.
Can you? I don't know who that is. I'm trying to find out. Can you turn off your radio? All right. So thank you so much for joining us. Tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we are going to have Fela's son, Seun Kuti, joining us to talk about carrying on the legacy of Fela, politics, activism in Nigeria, a country that has refused to change, continues to baffle most people. Tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. Nigerian time, that will be 12:30 p.m. here in New York City. So if you can join us, that will be wonderful. All right. So at this point,
Dr. Damage, you are very big, man. How did you get Ransom Kuti to come to this platform? Hey, you are good, man. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. So for now, I want us to quickly touch on two things together. You can take any part of that conversation. One is the firing of the Minister for Defense. Please, can you mute yourself, everybody, unless you are called to speak? I don't know where the sound is coming from. So the firing of the Minister of Defense, they gave the reason that it was on health grounds. You know, we now know that's the way they roll in Tinubu's Aso Rock. If they want to fire you, they say that you're on health grounds, you are being asked to leave. And then replacing him with Christopher Musa, who has been an advocate of a stronger approach to insecurity in Nigeria. People are saying that it's as a result of pressure from the United States. So we're going to talk about that. And then the ambassadors, 2.5 years that it took the president to appoint ambassadors. And some of the names we got were people like Fani Kayode, Reno Mokri, and people are beginning to wonder, why did it take 2.5 years to find these people? They've always been there. All right, it's up to you guys to discuss them in any way you want, but I'll give you a chance. I'll give everybody 5 minutes to pick. You can talk about all of them, but within the 5 minutes, so that we can go and rant. Let me start with, let me see, there's someone I've not heard from in a long time. Not those are interjected. Let me start with Anna Electrical. Welcome. I'll mute yourself, Anna Electrical.
Hey, Rudolph and everybody on the panel. Good afternoon from Texas.
Nice.
Nigeria is an interesting place right now. And it's unfortunate that a lot that is happening at the home front are basically on the negative. And that should give every Nigerian concern. And it would be very proper and good that we make contributions towards seeing changes, put pressure where we can, and to see if we can have a better country than what we have today. I want to believe that if every one of us is asked a question, the Nigeria of today, is it the Nigeria of your dreams? I doubt if anybody will say yes, except maybe if you have been allocated an oil well by Tinubu or you're one of the beneficiaries of some of those big projects they have, especially the ones that don't have a bid, like the third, like the coastal road. You know, it's an open check. Generally, the problem we have in Nigeria is the same problem we have in all African countries. And the truth of the matter is that the problem is ourselves. I want to appeal to every African. Let us look inwards and begin to address the issues and problems we created. Even if it is the colonial masters that have created the problems, let us solve them. It is our homelands. It is on us. And when we have a need or where we can have incapacities, then we seek help. Let us be honest enough to seek help when the help can. It is not enough to go and borrow money from China, borrow money from World Bank. All you want is to get money to embezzle, but not to seek for solutions, help for solutions that can solve our problems. We are ravaged by several tensions. Nigeria is facing it, Congo is facing it. Just opposite. Use Nigeria as an example to understand what is going on in Congo. That's exactly what it is. It's just the difference is location. One group is dominating the other group, and the group that is being dominated say no, I no go agree. It's just what is happening. And this is dishonesty on our people not to understand that it is not appropriate and it is not human to subdue and subjugate your fellow human. If we blame the white people, they colonized us, they subjugate us, they mistreat us, why then do we do the same thing? We complain about them with ourselves. That's on the end. Now, the ministerial list.
Ambassadors.
The ambassadors, sorry. Yeah, on the ambassadors. Is this happening to see that the best we can select to represent us in foreign countries are the characters Tinubu has presented? So if Tinubu could submit this list, contemplate it, or his advisors will contemplate this list, Rino Mokri, Femi Fani-Kayode, Yakubu Mahmoud, Okezi Ikpeazu, Ogwani, Grace Brent, the NIA man, Wale, whatever his name is, the one that had so much money was found in his apartment at in Lagos. Now, these are records that are, the antecedents are known. When you Googled or fast check these names, run a check on these names, all these things about them, negative things about them will show up. Make a search on Rino Mokri and see what internet has about him. So now tell me how this man was standing before any country, before the president of any country, to defend you. How would they see you? How would they see you as the person Rino Mokri is representing as its ambassador? Femi Fani-Kayode, the same. Does it mean that there is no honest or more upright people from Ishekiri, where Reno is from, or Niger Delta as a whole, that can represent the interest of Niger Delta people other than Rino Mokri? So that tells a whole lot about who the president we have is. That tells you that if this man could bring this list as who will represent him as the ambassador of Nigeria in other countries, that means he has no future for Nigeria has no future under him as in leadership. So it's good that we begin to look inwards and see what we can do, and let us be intentional about it. It's not about where he comes from or where he doesn't come from, but will he lead your country to a better position?
All right, thank you. Thank you, Anna-Elechukwu. Tony, welcome to the show. I just want to let you know, Anna-Elechukwu mentioned Reno and Femi. There was a dead man, Adamu Gaba, who was also appointed, named as a potential ambassador. So when you're talking about check, obviously nobody called him to see how he's doing and whether he's willing to go to Afghanistan to represent Nigeria. Go ahead, Tony.
Greetings, Dr. Damages. Greetings, everyone, and those who are listening. Ambassadorial list. I think, first of all, from the little I know, this list is not entirely drawn by the president. That's not usually how it goes. There are other people who have input. Some state governors and so on also send people a list of people that they want to be considered for ambassadorial position. And I think at some point, someone now makes a selection and takes out from the list, you know. But yes, if you look at the entire list, there are career diplomats in there, and there are non-career diplomats. And I think that's partly what Anile has concentrated upon. Yes, it's true that there are some characters there that appear to be rewarded for periods of insanity that they had engaged themselves in trying to defend a government that is totally bereft of any modicum of decency. If you look at the list, you will see some people who have beaten their mothers, beat up their mother. You will see some people who have been on drugs and some have been rehabilitated. You have seen some people who have been very, very, what is the, you know, they have not conducted themselves in a way that, you know, you could say would represent a country, the way they speak, the way they talk. You see some who appear to be compensated for turning off beavers. And so they are trying to say to the one who succeeded him, if you behave well, then this kind of reward will come to you. So, but we must also not forget that there are one or two people there who are also, who we can look and say, yes, this befits the character of people who should be representing us.
Who can you mention them, because we always remember the bad ones? Mention the good ones.
I know somebody who is a retired DSS director general. He has some experience, and Colonel Kayode, for instance, I know him. I know him personally. I think he has some work experience, even though he's not a career diplomat.
But what makes him good to be an ambassador, a retired SDSS director? Will you want him to be the ambassador of the country where you are? Nigeria's ambassador.
I don't know where he's going to be, where he would be assigned to. But I think that if you look at what is happening in Nigeria now, we need people who are experienced, who have gone through a process, who also have some security background. Nigeria is going through a very, very bad time, you know, insecurity all over the place. So if you want to have people who are going to speak to the government and represent the government in a way that will show the good side of Nigeria, you need some of those people who have had very, very distinguished career and who can speak without blemish, not the sycophants, some of them that you find there in the list. I also know that there are some career diplomats who are there, and I think this type of job should mainly be like maybe 90% or 80% career diplomats who know what to do, know what to speak. But all said and done, I am disappointed that after more than 2 years of not having people to man our embassies, some of those embassies are totally in bad shape. They can't pay salaries. They don't even know what to do when the issues, to defend the country. You need, at this stage, you need people who are seasoned. You need people who can sit down and discuss with their foreign counterparts and portray Nigeria in a light that is befitting for what Nigeria is. Not some of those people that you see there who are just being patronized for speaking something that the government wants them to speak and not necessarily what is right or true. Let me stop there.
All right. Thank you, Tony. Dexter, we go to you. And Please, for those I'm taking out, once you speak, I take you out because we want to make room for new people. There are a lot of people who are waiting to join. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. Regarding the list, well, I think it's just a settlement list. It just shows you how far, like the truth is that you wonder when are we going to, is it ever going to get better, with this kind of psychopathy? Because obviously you can see that's just a settlement list, and to think that is to tell you where this administration has put Nigeria. Like, it's not actually about the national, they keep saying, oh, don't talk about the country, only say good things about the country. But we can see that they themselves are not even interested in the good of the country. Because it is just a settlement, it's just basically a settlement list. And obviously, this list was drawn up by, it's not drawn up by, it's people, by the cronies of the president. It is sad for everybody. I think it should be a time of mourning for Nigerians. I mean, one of the characters there went out and 2022 called the president all kinds of names, saying all kinds of rubbish about him. Then all of a sudden turns back. And that is the best that we can choose. Then it also tells us as a people, because obviously one of the things that happens in Nigeria is the Nigerian people take anything. They take anything. We take all kinds of rubbish. And that is why this report, because what is happening is that these guys are doing that, they know, don't worry about who. It's cruise now. Don't worry. After 1 week, 2 weeks, everything will die down. These people go, it's business as usual. And that is the reason why we are where we are. So until the people of Nigeria start saying no, because look, being the president of Nigeria, you're not doing the people it's not a privilege. You're there to serve them. You're not actually doing them a favor. So it's not for you to just bring all kind of characters that we don't know. Yeah, you have people who are career diplomats. You don't care about them. You have that list is made up of old people. The country is supposed to be for the future generation, not the old people. People that some of them will not even know how to use modern day technology. But that is what we have, and we will do nothing. We will not bring. The truth about it, if somebody says, "Oh, bring the country to a standstill," so that the right thing will be done. Oh, somebody will say, "Oh no, don't do that." Oh, don't do that. It will be seen from tribal lines. It will be seen from tribal lines. But we must decide. When we choose to be like that, then maybe we don't deserve development. Maybe what we deserve is to be primordial. Maybe that's what we actually deserve, and maybe we should start looking at it from that light. Maybe, yes, some of us want us to be developed, but maybe we don't really deserve it. We don't really, I was just reading recently, a doctor that was sent to prison in the first court, in the court of first instance. The appeal court has released him. And somebody called it out, saying that whichever judge released him should be ashamed. Now somebody has brought tribal thought into it. Thank you.
Can we see the baby? Oh, okay, he's done. All right, I like babies. Okay, can I? Yeah, next.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. So sorry that I came late. The topic is about the ambassadorial list, right?
Yes, that is.
I don't know if you guys have discussed about these Arabs in Africa. Those Arabs that claim that those black people that claim that they are Arabs in Minnesota. You know what I mean?
Oh, it means Somalis.
Yeah. So, they say that they are not Africans, they are Arabs. So I don't know if any African will be fighting for this kind of people. But let's stick to the topic, which is the ambassadorial list, right? I don't know why people think that anything good will come out of the Nazareth. Here, I mean Nigeria. When you elect a leader, you choose the leader by yourself. Now you have every right, every moral right to expect something good from that leadership. But when you don't elect a leader, when the vote or when the election was rigged, and a criminal, a drug baron, was forced on you. I don't know why you should ever expect anything good. You see, that is why I always tell people, always think deep before you make maybe utterances or make choices. On the first day, day one, I said nothing good will come out from this government. Nothing good, nothing. Not one, nothing will come out of this government, because it is a government built on deception, lies, and rigging. So you don't expect anything good to come from it. Somebody was saying that it's just a way of saying thank you to their attack dogs. Of course, we know. I have to say thank you to the likes of Mockery for attacking the good good citizens of the country, those that actually meant well for the country. You have to say thank you to somebody like Ojus Okalo by nominating his daughter. Obviously he cannot take
Wait, his daughter was nominated?
Yes, his daughter. Do you understand? So you have to say thank you to some people like the Fulani, Janjaweed, for nominating a dead man. Do you understand? You have to say thank you to Yakubu Mahmoud, for joining forces and making sure that the election was rigged. See, I don't know why you guys are giving yourself headache. That is why if I want to talk about politics, I laugh. I go to bed and I sleep perfectly because I already predicted the outcome. The outcome is, if you are a dishonest person, a liar, I cannot expect anything good from you. You are as good as not existing. Do you understand? Just like when somebody comes here and try to malign the Igbo people, and some of you are wondering, is he Igbo? Why is he saying this? And he tried to manage to Google one Igbo language on Google, and Google help him to pronounce it. He comes up here and makes some utterances, and you are worrying yourself. Some of these people are not Igbo. Some of these people are a product of, I don't want to say some words here. And they say my father is Igbo. That kind of a thing. Well, in actual sense, if DNA is being performed, actually he's not Igbo. But the thing is, for the ambassadorial list, it is what it is. And the question you should be asking yourself is, what is the economic importance? Or maybe not just economic importance. What is the importance, generally? The importance of having these embassies. If you think I'm lying, pick up your call. Eliminate, exclude US, Canada, UK from your list. Call any country from the Arab country, Asia. Call the embassies, the Nigerian embassies in Asia or Middle East. Call any of the embassies to see if anybody will ever pick your call. The phone number is not even existing. Fake phone numbers. That is the kind of system you have. They just create an office, a portfolio, filled in their attack dogs there that will be working for them, the likes of BK Dabri, all those uncoordinated shawos that manage to see themselves in leadership position, that always attack an ethnic group. But when it is our own ethnic group, should be mute and silent like a deaf and dumb person. But when it is Igbo, Igbo people that, Igbo people that. And these are the kind of people that will be rewarded at the end of the day as ministers, ambassadors. And you, an Igbo man or a woman, will come out here and say one Nigeria. I don't want to say Otulobogwegi, but the thing is, you need to learn. You need to learn the Nigerian politics first. You need to understand yourself before you can even speak about one Nigeria. One Nigeria with you and who? I was telling somebody yesterday that if you actually want the likes of Kene to start talking about one Nigeria, you have to make sure that there is peace and progress in Nigeria. And the only way to bring about peace and progress in Nigeria is to pursue Fulani completely from Nigeria. From leadership position, governorship, down to the military, remove Fulani and send them back to wherever they're coming from. After all, they are not Nigerians. This is the only way you usher in some relative peace and progress in Nigeria. Other than that, you're wasting your time. The country has been captured by these people. You cannot do anything. No amount of protest is going to change it. The only way to change it is do me, I do you. Those things that rattle the government, give it to them. If it is calling for secession that rattles them, give it to them in double dose. That's the only way they will leave you alone. Other than that, you're wasting your time.
All right, thank you, Kenneth. Let me just say, for those watching, please like the video, share. It helps to get this conversation we're having. Even those in the panel, get this conversation we're having to get to other people, which is what we want. Righteous Man, welcome to the show. You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, good evening, Dr. and all the panelists and those that are in the comment section. My greetings from Lagos, Nigeria. The experience here is not too good. In fact, I was on my way heading to East this evening, but the motor I paid for, and when I got to their park, I was told that they have postponed today's journey, that the signal they got on the way was very bad and they can't allow their driver to be on the way. Last time I traveled, I moved from Owerri to Lagos by night and it was beautiful, but I said, okay, let me give it a try today again. And they said, no, by tomorrow they will, either we collect your money you paid back or you wait till tomorrow. So that's the situation of things right now, though I don't know whether that is a general outcome of people who move on night transport today, but this particular transport company refused their drivers to move this night. So, and there are some videos trending online where those who moved during the week were hijacked on the way, whether their driver shot dead and the rest of it. Somebody sent me that video today. So it's very terrible. What we're facing here in Nigeria is very, very terrible, you know. Quite unfortunate what is going on in a beautiful country that should be the envy of the whole world. Back to the issue on ground, you see, I will sound a little bit different from what I normally present. Because sometimes we have to sit down and make some calculations. As human beings, you calculate and check whether you're making progress or you're not making progress. But if you want to live in denial, assuming or pretending that all is well, when the whole world is saying that all is not well with you, the truth is that I shouldn't blame Donald Trump, who looked at everything that is happening in this country and said, that disgraceful country. I mean, nobody should blame him because he has the statistics and the data and information about this country more than us that are Nigerians. For the war ended 1970. I think it should be 50-something years now, 55 years thereabout. And two dominant tribes or two dominant regions in Nigeria have been piloting the affairs of this country since 1970 till today. And we could see their leadership where it has taken Nigeria to. These two dominant tribes or regions in Nigeria claim that they hold power, they are more educated, more intelligent, they occupy the best position militarily, administrative wise, they are the best. They have ruled Nigeria and managed the affairs of this country for 55 years, and Nigeria is gone. Gone. Nigeria is gone. And these two tribes cannot sit down and say, no, The rest of the regions and tribes in this country have left the leadership of this country and the management of this country in our hands. And we have managed it for 55 years. Okay, let us make a change. Yet, these two particular region and tribe still want to continue in leadership of this country. Look at Naira today. How much was Mercedes-Benz? We're buying it at 60,000, 70,000. How much is it today? Sienna vehicle that I was bringing from the US here, selling at Beggar. After clearing and everything, I will sell at 1,250,000. Sienna today, 0708, is between 11 million to 12 million against 1.2 million. And these people have not thought it wise that they need to step down and give a break. They have ruled Nigeria. They have messed up this country. And it pains me because I love this country. And I know the sacrifices I've made for this country. It pains me so much. These people should sit down and let another tribe pilot the affairs of this country and let us see how it will go. They claim they're more educated, more intelligent. Their education and intelligence have never led Nigeria to any good thing, any good position. Insecurity everywhere. Look at the ambassadorial appointments and nomination. Is it not a mockery? Does it depict, does it show the credibility of the Nigerian institution and leadership recruitment? Does it? You picked Agberos and make them ambassadors to represent the most populous black nation on earth. People that have questionable characters. And tomorrow you say, they understand politics more than the Southeast. For 55 years, you understood politics more than the Southeast, and you have ruled this country, managed the affairs of this country, and today we are begging. No country wants to receive. Travel to Benin Republic here, the moment they see that you are from Nigeria, the way they will treat you, in fact, you will regret ever presenting the green passport. Just Benin here, Semen. It is quite unfortunate. I'm not actually happy. We are in the period of Christmas. Nothing is happening. Go everywhere is dry. And these people are rolling out buses and hillosses for campaign for 2027 when the citizens are dying in hunger, insecurity. I mean, I don't know. It is well. Thank you, Rudolph.
Thank you, righteous man. We haven't started ranting, but it looks like you started ahead of others. Ike, welcome to the show.
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
Good evening, good morning, everybody. My brother, righteous man, why are you still going night bus, my brother? Do you think it's safer for you to travel by night than morning?
Dr. Damages, you have not even given opportunity to others have, you know.
Oh, yeah, so I'm so sorry, concerns.
You used to forget, I don't know.
Yeah, I think, I'm sorry, I'll come
Most
to you.
more than 2 times, I've not even said anything.
I'll come to you next. Go ahead, Ike.
No, I was asking my brother, righteous man, why is he taking night bus? Because you talked about night bus. Is he safer in Nigeria than morning bus, my brother? Is he?
Yes, night bus is safer because if you are traveling during the day between Benin to Asaba, you may spend 4 or 5 hours there. The bypass road is at the worst state right now as I'm talking to you. Some people are spending 2 days on the road traveling to the east. So during the night, the traffic eases. So that's why most people today, luxury buses are going in the night.
But what of security?
The traffic eases. So that's why most people today, luxury buses are going in the night. Yeah, but the security, I took night bus when I was returning from Owerri to Lagos, and there was no problem. But today it was a different signal that we are getting, and you know, it's just terrible.
Okay, thank you. May the Lord keep our Nigerian brothers and sisters in Nigeria, because if somebody travels in the day and somebody is kidnapped, and people can be able also travel in the night. So it's really what it is. But I pray that Nigeria will protect as many people that are traveling by the road, whether in the morning or in the night. I pray that Nigeria. Well, Dr. Damages, I think whether in the morning or in the night, Nigeria is just a joke, you know. I mean, everybody have said most of the things that I would have loved to say, but let me just talk about the issue of the ambassadors, right? I I just like Ekene said, like Brother Ekene said about Nigerian embassies around the world. I must tell you, I don't know all of us here, but I tell you that I think my greatest hobby in life is traveling. I've traveled so many parts of the world. And what Brother Ekene is telling you is true. My hobby is traveling. And when you travel, you will discover what Brother Kenneth is saying. Even the American story, the New York, even you live in New York, even your embassy, is it consulate you have in New York or is it the embassy you have in New York? Even the one they have here in New York. You know, so it's funny. But what it shows is that how deep down Nigeria has fallen. The country is already inside the grave. They have covered it with red sand. Now they are covering it with stone. They have covered Nigeria with stone on the grave. That is the level we have gone. And you as a Nigerian, Dr. Damages, you are an academician who travels or give lectures or maybe through online or you travel to give lectures to students. How do you feel when you tell people that you're Nigerian and let's say, for example, they send Donald Moghery to New York as your ambassador in America, and you go to somewhere, you say you travel somewhere, they say who is the ambassador? You say it's Donald Moghery, or you say it's the those ones that you say okay, the former governor of Enugu State, Ugwuanyi, or you say that is Azu, the former governor of Abia State, is your ambassador. It is what it is. Nigeria is, all these new things, all these few events that we saw for the past 2-3 weeks now were just a tweet of Donald Trump that have pushed this government to a certain place where they are trying to, is it 5 minutes already? Okay. Yeah, I think let's keep watching.
All right. Thank you, Ike. Concerns, you're next. I'm sorry about that. Unmute yourself, Concerns.
I will keep my own watch also to see whether when I reach 5 minutes.
You don't trust me.
Here.
You don't trust
Dr.
me.
Damages, thank you for the opportunity and thank you all the whole panelists. First of all, I want to concur with what Ekene said earlier. Ekene said you can't allow such a person to rule you and expect good thing. It's only that high BP will continue to destroy people. When they continue to talk, see what is happening in Nigeria today, and they start looking whether good thing can come from Nigeria. There's not good thing that will come from Nigeria. We already said it many times. You see, the man is very trickish. First, he have to give up, settle his people, the Yorubas, so that they cannot protest, because they are the one who are so vocal, who know how to protest. Now he settled them. Now from there he can do whatever he like, using everybody like a rag. Then he left the Fulanis to continue to do their terrorism. That's wickedness. You know that these people are terrorists. You put terrorists into your government. So people can die. Yeah, that don't care. Let them die. I continue to rule. You see, that man is very, very wicked. You see, when Donald Trump said what he said, I don't want to talk about the ambassador so much. When Donald Trump said what he said, I know what they did. This kidnapping they made on the Muslim school girls, I think they staged it. They staged it to look like it's not only Christians are being kidnapped, it's also Muslims are being kidnapped. Because for long, have you seen Muslims in such a manner in a school like this being kidnapped? Nothing happened to them. Within some few days, they bring them back. That will show you how wicked these people are. to study it, to see that no, we are this is the something is happening everywhere. It's happening everywhere. Today, Kuka and all the rest, Kuka that you so people respect, because I stopped respecting that man the day he was making bad day last 2 years when this Tinubu and I think the vice president, they went and gave him gift. From there he changed complete. When Buhari was there, he was talking, but immediately they gave him that gift. When he did his bad day, he changed complete. So that's how the kind of country we have. Today, this man have destroyed. I pity for the people of South, because all the results from Nigeria, most of the from Nigeria come from the South. But they just destroy that place. The first state is in Kwankwan, and the seaport in this thing, Wari, and all they cannot work. Lagos is people in the southwesterners don't want that seaport to work, so that they will lose. So that's the kind of country we have. It's wickedness everywhere, injustice. Nothing is going on. The new defense minister, this defense minister was there. Wasn't he there last 2 years and last 3 years? All the whole nonsense were happening. What did he do? He didn't do anything. Is it not that he's going to do something? He will not. It will be seen the same story. Now they are the one controlling the financiers. Let us see how many financiers will be put into book. Well, let us see who will go to court. Who would they go to on trial? He can never do anything. You see the same story. They are going to continue. You see the country. But I see what this man said. What is that? This prime minister, the former prime minister from Britain. He came and said Nigeria is in too much security is in Nigeria. And in Arise News, that's the only thing Abati we see. Abati say yes, he conquer with the man. That everywhere is peaceful. That the security in Nigeria is very good. Let that man, because the man wanted to bulletproof all security are with him. Today, Abati, whatever Abati only says is only. I don't want to talk about the genocide in Nigeria. There's a genocide against the Christians. There's people are dying in Nigeria. Only his focus is that he wants to support our Tinubu. Or whatever Tinubu does is good for Abati. And whatever Tinubu does is good for that Arise. Most of the Arise News, this thing, I think they are propaganda now. That Arise News are propaganda. Last week, what that lady waking what's that this thing they did what trending today? That lady went up and bring a story of a random lady who was talking about Nandekano. A random lady who was destroying Nandekano. That was what that lady can bring out. But all the whole people, even the lawyers who are saying that this judge was bad and this judge, they don't want those people. Whenever the people are saying that the judgment was bad, you see, the right news will tell them, okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. They will stop it. So they have become Arise News have become have become a propaganda of the government. The other, you see, there's Arise News. They are the one that used to wear this every time. There was one day he was interviewing one guy, and that guy was a radical. He was he was interviewing him immediately. Their judgment, and that guy was telling him this is not the right judgment. This is that. You know what? That interview is supposed to be 30 minutes. But that guy stopped me at 15 minutes because the guy was telling that man the truth. Then he stopped him. So I think we people supposed to be that even since for a week now. For a week now, almost 2 weeks now. Rufai is not in. No, Rufai been on leave. You can see that place, that Arise News and so it's no more this anymore. It's like a child playing these days. They don't bring out any good thing anymore. The analysts have been in shambles. They don't talk anything good anymore. So my own thing is this. I'm very, very some people believe they love Nigeria, but I don't think those people love Nigeria. Because if you love Nigeria, you must know that the country is already dead. It's completely dead. Honestly speaking, I'm looking for a day that place going to fire. If everybody want to, even me, including everybody want to die, let us die, because that country is supposed to be one of the best countries in the world. With the kind of people that God created in that country, oh yeah, with the kind of people God created in that country, but now today is in shambles. Thank you, Dr. Damages.
Yeah, thank you so much, Concerns. We're not going to die, and you're not going to die in Europe when Nigeria is on fire. Dr. C, you're next. I'll get everybody. I know there are people who've been waiting for a long time. I'm so sorry. We have to round up on this and rant and go home. Let's see. Dr. C, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. And I think I appreciate everybody here. I just want to piggyback a little bit on what Kenneth said about, the kind of expectations we place on this president. And there was this popular saying about, don't blame the clown for being a clown. Blame those that continue to go to the circus. So we already know what this president is all about. And I think it's wishful thinking, placing some kind of expectation on him. But I also wanted to touch again on some of the things that Kene raised. During in the 1966, when the seven majors carried out the military coup that ultimately precipitated the Civil War, it was only seven young, ambitious officers. Six of them were Igbos. One of them was Yoruba. Now, when they carried out this coup, of course, there was no meeting in Enugu or Aba in anywhere where all Igbos gathered and say, hey, let's go and carry out this coup and kill the leaders of the then northern Nigeria and the southwest. But of course, that's not what happened. At the end of the day, when they were done with that coup, it was labeled an Igbo coup. And what happened? The mob descended on all Igbos, started killing people in Kano, Kaduna, and all those places, not minding the fact that some of those people being killed don't even know anything about the coup plotters, don't know anything about the coup. They had it just like everybody else. But we're all paid, and the effect of it we're also suffering today. Now, fast forward now, there's a lot of Fulanese, okay? Whether some who were born in Nigeria, some the claim came from the abroad, who, through the activities, they're marching, slaughtering people, driving them away from their homes. But again, it's not every Fulani. There was no consensus where Fulanis gathered somewhere and said, hey, let's go and take over the whole country. And not that let's go and start killing everybody in Nigeria. Even if a good number of them did that, we know that it was not a consensus of opinion of every Fulanis. And so, Kene, when you say something like the only way we can have peace in Nigeria is driving away all the Fulanis, then you're just making the same mistake that those people that killed our people during the war did exactly the same. So I guess the point I'm trying to make is that punishing all for the sins of a few, it's never justice. Scapegoating and profiling has never helped. The same way that we're here in this country, and then there are some white folks who just the mere fact that you're Black, they've already condemned you and labeled you. But we know that all Black people are not the same, neither are all white people. So I just wanted to make that point. Then the other thing is, for us, and then I'm talking about the Igbos now, we can agree and disagree on a whole lot of issues. But one thing we should not do is starting to question anybody's Igbo-ness just because we don't like their viewpoints or the way they come about issues. Because I can tell you that if you bring 4, 5, 6 people together in a room, they're all going to have different kind of opinion. It does not mean that, one is more Igbo than the other, one is less Igbo than the other. But unfortunately, our people are always fond of doing that, Okay, now that's by the way. Just now going back to the appointment made by Tinubu in terms of the new defense minister. Since that appointment, I think there's been a lot of red carpets being rolled. Everybody is happy. I think it's a good thing because, for one, we have a career military officer now, retired, who is basically a square peg in a square hole, unlike the current Minister of State, Matawale, who, from what we understand, his own credential is just a school teacher, So, for one, at least that's a square peg in a square hole. But then, am I so impressed? Am I so convinced that something good is going to come out of this? Well, maybe more like, skepticism. And because this is a president who inherited a country that is down on his knee in the economy and buffeted in all fronts by an alphabet soup of terror groups throughout the country. But then his first appointment was to make somebody whose hand is severely tainted by, conniving with terrorists and bandits, made him the Minister of State for Defense. And then he turned around, and the guy he wants to control a big part of the economy, it's a guy, Atiku Bagudu, who is famous for being the guy who helped Abacha move billions of dollars out of the Nigerian treasury. And so it's like this president's hiring heuristics has to do with favoring those who are career criminals or those who are severely compromised. Whether you talk about, the way he moved every obstacle to make sure that Mr. Akpabio became the Senate president, to even hiring his kitchen staff at the Aso Rock, being that the guy who is now the chief of staff was a guy who was disbarred from Georgia law for defrauding his client. So when you look at all this, and then you just juxtapose it against the idea that the fact that this is a president that gets all security informations. That is to say that he knew everything about Matt Hawley before he hired him. That is to say he knew everything about Akpado. That is to say, almost all about every other person. Yet, out of, as estimated, 230 people, these compromised individuals were the one that the president decides that is going to hang over all these very, very sensitive positions. So, like I said, it's difficult to wake a man who is pretending to be asleep. He knows exactly what he's doing. And we can all say that topping his priorities is the politics of survival and whatever that means to him. It has nothing to do with, fighting terrorism. Otherwise, I think the first thing we have to start from, if the interview that the other guy alluded to was this guy called retired General Kefi, who was given a position to oversee tracking those sponsors of terror during Buhari's regime. They ended up arresting 20 individuals, and put them in some of custody as they carry out further investigations. But from what he described, through the action of Malami and the rest of them, they basically came one day and got him arrested, and put him in jail for like 64 days. When they came to rescue him, they just handed him his dismissal paper from the army. This was a general who held positions like general officer commanding a division, but he was just summarily dismissed without offering any iota of explanation why that was the case. But we all know what happened. We all know that there are very, very big politically exposed people who are behind this terrorism and banditry. And the president and his cabinet knows it because they have all the security reports. But are they going to do the right thing? I don't know. So, but until we start seeing arrests being made in those who support terror by financing it, then all we are doing at this point is basically treating a headache in a man who has brain cancer while letting the cancer itself fester. So basically, we just put in a damper on it, and even as we let it just go unchecked. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
All right. Thank you, OC, for that.
Can you give me 30 seconds to clear my name because I've been called out on several things? Just 30 seconds.
Hold on. Let me just say something. What OC did is what I actually I want to encourage here, because if the moderator is the only one that does that, it will look as if the moderator is picking on some people and not picking on some people. OC, I thank you for challenging what Kene said.
And that is the reason why I should clear my name, because I think there is a misunderstanding here. With all due respect to Ogosi, when some of us make this kind of utterances, I was expecting a Fulani guy to jump in and ask, why will I say that about his people, right? But in absence of Fulani guys, then I expect you to ask, why did you say this, right? Now, my reason is very simple. And you try to make comparison with what transpired during the Biafran-Nigerian war, right? Then it is an open truth that the coup wasn't an Igbo coup, but it was all, against the Igbo, calling it Igbo coup. And none, I'm not talking about the populace, I'm talking about the Fulani leaders, those that could say something in Nigeria and it to take some effect, right? None of them come out and condemn that and say the truth that this is not an Igbo coup. They all kept quiet, and a genocide was meted on Igbo people. It was just of recent that the likes of IBB now start coming out to say, oh, it wasn't actually an Igbo coup. No, a lot of lives have been wasted because of you are, staying mute. Now, when it comes to this, we've had Fulani people, majority of them, slaughtering people, buying people in the north. And none of their leaders come out to condemn their actions. They all kept quiet. Now, compare it to what happened during the Nigerian Biafran War. The likes of Agu Ironsi was trying to intervene and stop all those, civil unrest. But at the end of it, what did he get? They buyed him too. Now, none of their leaders come out and say, no, this is, yes, it's coming from our people. We're not in support of that. But if you dare ever take any action to either arrest them, they will come out and say, oh, you are buying our people. The likes of El Rufai and even Buhari say that any attack on the terrorists is an attack on our people. So they are supporting the terrorism being perpetrated by their people against Nigerians. So that is why I'm making that utterance. That is why I'm making it, and I can defend it anyway. So I don't expect anybody to condemn what I say. Rather ask, why did I say that? And I will give you as simple as this very simple logic. And again, you talk about them being scapegoating those that have different opinion. We don't do that on this platform. I, for one, am one that don't encourage such attack on anyone that have a differing opinion, because I've been a victim here. I've been a victim of attack from all angles. But the thing is when somebody consistently attacks his own supposed people, and on the most part, he's always wrong. He always come out with half information to attack his own people. Even when his own people are the victim, he still attacks them. What do you expect me to say? It's common understanding. What do you expect me to say? Your people are being beaten. They are crying. You still come out and condemn them and join the bullies to insult your people. And that is why we call those people a slave. Do you understand? So that's why we question their true paternity. So it's not really my fault.
Yo, Rudolph.
Thank you.
It's gonna be my turn though. I'll be hammered over here. Can I have my turn? I gotta feed my son. He's hungry. Let me take my turn and then leave.
All right, Kenneth, thank you. Let me just point. I wanted to say something before. On this platform, we have a challenge, and it's unique, and that is that we want everybody to air their view. Okay. The challenge we have is that if we have to pause every conversation after each person speaks, then it destroys the flow, because we have to challenge the person, and the person will now demand for the right to respond to what you said. Like what happened now? This could have been a moderator doing what OC did, and then the person will now say, I want to, but it doesn't mean that we allow. But there are some people we factored in that if Pansat is speaking here, he's going to say some things that I think normal people will know that we factored it in. But if we have to do that, because like one of the things that Kenneth said that I was concerned about was when he was talking about the Somalis, he immediately used the generalization and said that they don't believe the Africans. Well, maybe some of them may not, but it doesn't mean that all of them. We don't, that's my issue always when you put a label on everybody, because there are people within that group. There are some Igbo people who have views that are totally different from yours, and they are still Igbo people. So that's always the point. And I think that if you permit what is wrong, what the president is doing to the Somalis, it will eventually get to you, because for the Americans who are losing their mind, who are looking for who to blame, they don't know the difference between you and a Somali. You are all bloody Africans. In fact, any black person is a black person. So that's
Now,
always the issue.
if you know any Somalian, ask them to come here that somebody alleged that they are rejecting their Africanism. They should come here and defend and tell us that they are Africans. We want to have conversation with these people. We cannot just be we Nigerians. Let them come. Let's talk.
All right.
We are all being, bullied here.
All right. Thank you so much. I just wanted to point that out. But Osi, thank you so much. Let's move on and quickly get to eccentric.
Paul.
Oh, Paul. Yeah, Paul. I know I brought you up before. Paul will be next. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Eccentricus.
All right. Okay, so what's his name? KJ, right? I'm gonna clarify I'm gonna disprove KJ in very few words, right? Foreigners in Igbo means Ndimbozo, right? Ndimbozo, and a foreigner is Onyembozo, right? That's what it is. It's simple. Ahoho, Ndioho, like he said, Ndioho. It kind of tells me something about where he came from. Ndioho. He said Ndioho as foreigner. Ndioho is those people. That's what it is. That's the English translation. Simple. Those people. Ndioho. Ndioho is different. It's totally different, right? It's different ethnic groups in Igbo land. I mean, different. I would say subgroups, right? They have names for other people. You know what I mean? It's something that's known. So I'm not going to waste my time on that. Anyways, in terms of the ambassadorial list, right? This is, this type of political system that we have, right? It creates this type of a fraternity, right? It's a club, right? And you're not part of that club. Those people are the problem, right? Tinubu, all he did was he hired the people in his political party. The people that he goes to club with. I'm pretty sure when he goes out, when they go to their parties, where they get all the, all the young women, all that stuff. Those are the people that are invited, and they talk like these are normal people like us. They talk like we do. They sound different from them. We look at them like they're some kind of aliens. Politicians are like us. Like they think the way we think. Actually, they think the way we think. It's a club. This is their own internal nepotism. That's what you're seeing. It's their own internal nepotism, and we all do nepotisms. Let's be honest here. You will have your brother hired at your job quickly. Like if you have the opportunity, you have him hired at your job over somebody else. You know what I mean? That's internal nepotism, right? That system is a problem. You know what I mean? In order for you to fix that problem, you have to fix the system. If you're complaining about all the elements of that system, you're not going to solve the core issue. You're only pointing out, what comes with that problem. You're complaining about the functions, the outputs of the function. You're not complaining about the core issue. You know what I'm saying? That's what we need to do. If we fix the political system, all that problem will be gone. You know what I mean? We just got to debate on that. Debate on the proper system that would eliminate all these problems. Problem that, this political fraternity thing that's going on. Anyways, another thing I have to talk about is when I dissuade people from generalizing, right? I'm coming from a class solidarity point of view, right? My political leaning is socialism, right? I'm not a Democrat, I'm not a Republican. I lean socialist, right? Democrats can feel the socialist leader, like the mayor of Seattle, right? She kind of leans socialist. So so that is our political leaning. So I look at things from class solidarity point of view. You know what I mean? That's why I look at Fulanese, right? Ordinary Fulani people as part of my class. I have class solidarity with them. Their elites might be doing some crazy, there are crazy people in their culture, just like there are in other cultures, right? We're not going to generalize all of them and call them bad names and just put them in this generalized point of view. And the thing is, let's be honest here. What we are doing is creating a fertile ground for a fascist to emerge. And I would not be shocked if Nigeria elects a fascist that's going to come in and go, hey, I know the problem. It's the Fulani's the problem. Give me your vote. I'm going to deal with this problem. That's how you elect fascists. That's how Trump came around, right? Trump is kind of like fascist-like, right? But look at the history of fascists, how fascists emerge. It's usually when there is an economic problem, you know what I mean? Economic depression, like in Germany. They came in and they blame all the smaller ethnic groups. They blame the Jews, the East Europeans. They blame the black Germans. We are laying the fertile ground for fascists to emerge. And listen, when it happens, you know what I mean? I'm blaming y'all. I'm blaming all y'all that comes out here.
Hold on, Eccentric.
Yeah, go ahead.
Before you go, I just want to, when you were talking before, I didn't, I don't have a lot of energy to interrupt people a lot today. But you said, I was thinking in my mind, I hear you, but people are dying. What should be done? You're not, this thing you're saying is economic issue. I understand that.
Sure.
We have to stop people from dying. What are you going to do about if you care enough that people are misunderstanding this? What are you doing to stop people from dying? Because if you don't stop people from dying, people will keep going to the extreme in their interpretation because they want to be alive.
Right.
So that's my question for you when I hear you say that, or when I hear other people say that. That is, I understand that logic, that comparing that argument, that if the economy is good, if people are employed. In fact, I had this theory that all these terrorists, these people you see in the bushes, if you take them to America on a visit for 2 weeks, show them around, maybe when they get back home, they will say, you know what, I think we have a better path. Maybe they don't know there is. But what I'm saying is, in the meantime, what are you going to do? Because if you don't do anything, if you keep making the argument that it's economic issue, leading to this, more people are going to be dying and more people will be taking extreme position, and what you're afraid of will happen.
Right. Well, here's the thing, right? Like I said, it's the economic part. The economic part of this cannot be overemphasized, right? But how do you prevent the issue that's already on ground? People are dying. That's right. But look, I've watched a documentary on the Boko Haram, right? These are normal people that live in their own communities. They will come in the community and get members, right? Most of the people that are joining them are poor, are like very poor people, very poor, like the lowest class in the country. They are not taking. You don't see Boko Haram members, the elite class joining Boko Haram. Being in the forest with guns. It's the poor people, right? You know what I mean? It's the poor people. We creating that fertile ground for that to flourish. In order for you to deal with the problem, you got to deal with the issue of inequality. You know what I mean? Income inequality. You have to deal with the issue. Education, of course. You have to educate the people. You know what I'm saying? You have to educate the people. Like most poor people, right? Here's the thing. And if you look at the Nnamdi Kano's group, right? Most of the members, like when you see them, I'm like, I recognize these people. These are dropouts. These are people that drop out from secondary school. They feel like they have no meaning. Their life has no meaning. This is their way of giving their life meaning. And you got to understand one thing about this type of people and like people that do like mass shootings in America. They all look for names. They want to be heard. They want to be seen. This is their way of wanting to be seen and wanting to be heard. And like these groups, the terrorists, the Boko Haram, they love this publicity. They love the publicity. Because they want to be heard. They feel like they're not being heard. No one knows who we are. But look, we are doing something egregious and we're being heard. And what they're doing is also fascism. It has element of fascism to it, right? That's why we need to educate our people on fascism and how to recognize fascism and fight against it. We don't have that. We don't have that training in Nigeria. Nigeria schools doesn't teach you how to identify fascists. What things that leads to fascism, right? You know what I mean? And democracy capitalism creating this type of problem all the time. I mean, democracy creates this type of problem all the time. If you look at many countries, right, where they have groups like the Boko Haram, people that terrorize all the people, it's always in the capitalist system, right? It's always in a system where there's massive inequality. If you go to Lagos State, right, Lagos is like divided into there's Lagos Island. And people live like they are it's like New York City. And then you got the main core Lagos. The people they don't even have good roads. They don't even make enough money, right? That right there, you know what I mean? You create a fertile ground for insurgency, for that type of group to emerge. So if you address the economic problem first, you have to address it. Like, we cannot neglect this. Like in Mexico was having this similar problem, but it was, the drug dealers and all that. What did they do? They elected a leader who has a socialist program that's people focused. And what he did was he did things for the people. And look, before I forgot his name. I forgot the name of previous president, before the president before him, right? There were massive killing. There were rampant killing everywhere. There were videos of it. Thousands of people were killed in Mexico. They brutal killing. They put on camera to cut their head off. You know what I'm saying? And then he came in. What he did was he addressed the economic problem. That's what he did. That's what he focused on. Address the economic issue. You know what I mean? Like we can go in. Let's just say Nigeria just purchased like millions of drones, 100,000 drones, and just fly them in the forest and kill everything there. You've killed those people, right? Cool, but you never address the problem. Guess what? In the near future, another group is going to arise again because the situation that created it hasn't been addressed, which is the economic situation. Yeah.
All right, we have to go. Thank you so much.
Sure.
We'll have this targeted conversation in depth one day, hopefully. We keep promising. Paul, go ahead. You're next.
Thank you, Doctor. My greatest worry for Nigeria. I watch the news. I watch different interviews. The way everybody praise this chief of defense staff, it gets me worried. What kind of people are we? This man get to the highest level of military before they let him go and now bring him back. What is his antecedent? What is his record? What is his record? What did he achieve? You understand? If there's anything I will see from that man, he's supposed to just be the communication person that speaks for the military. Maybe when they bring you for interview, you speak well. That's it. What is his antecedent? He was the chief of army staff. You understand why he was the chief of army staff before he get to all this level from all the head of battalion, this battalion, this battalion. We've been having this problem since 2009. And the problem keep escalating. And he was there. You understand? So what did he achieve that you say somebody achieved something? Today, if the Yoruba people pride themselves very well with education, if the Igbo people pride themselves with education, today you will hear the lives of Okpara and you will hear the lives of Awolowo. You hear somebody like Jakonde and you see their work on ground. What is his work? You understand? Did it bring anything? You say, oh, these are drones, these are intelligent. This is a man that wasn't interviewing Al Jazeera, one of his biggest interview and everything. He is still talking like you and I. You understand? Speculation. You understand? We're supposed to get an inside information at the height of military. You know, and one thing I like with America, live in America, you see top people in government, when they let them go, when you grant them interview, they'll tell you so many things. This is person who in government didn't say anything. After government didn't say anything, didn't even say how people try to oppress him, bring him down, and everything. He didn't say nothing. So where is all this thing that they're talking like, oh, we are happy that they bring this man, that they bring this man. What did this achieve? What is his antecedents? I can't find anything. You understand? And it gets me worried. What kind of people are we? The way we do things, the way we lift people above board. You understand? And these are the things. They just call people when you leave position. You see the media houses. They'll go bring you elder statesman, former governor, former this, former that, former president, Obasanjo during his own time. What did Obasanjo achieve? You understand? He himself to perform what we call genocide. You understand? These are the things, and these are the people we bring and everything. We will not grow as a people. You understand? If we cannot shame people when people do wrong. I was watching some movie actress the other day that they shame her online in Kechi Blessing. And she come out and say, oh, the girl that brought my pictures, my this, my that, I did this, I punished the guy, and the girl begged me. If somebody defame you and everything, then the person go privately and beg you, and you come in public and say that I punished the person, that don't work. Don't press for $5 million. Don't press for 5 billion naira. Just ask the person to give you 1 naira. But let the person go in public and apologize. You set what we call deterrent for other people to learn from. But if you didn't do that and everything, I don't see anything change. Well, like my brother Ikede will say, I don't expect anything good that will come from Tinubu. Doctor, the most easiest thing in embassies, we all live abroad. The most easiest thing in embassies is to go to your country's embassy to go ask for some small little thing, like renew your passport, to go ask for some small paper. I want to get some inquiry about my kids and everything. Do we get that? I've been to Washington, D.C., I've been to New York, and every other thing. In fact, I've traveled with my Nigerian passport twice, expired. I can't even renew it. You understand? Did NIN, they said it's fake. These are all the funny things. You understand? So when people keep talking that, oh, these are career ambassadors, doctor, everybody that come here and everywhere that say career ambassador, you ask one name, you ask one question. Tell me the person's name, career ambassador name. They don't even know. You understand? Because people just bring certificate, like all of us carry certificates because we are certificate nations. And every other thing, they say, oh, it's career ambassador. These are all the people. I was in New York, Nigerian embassy in New York. The Muslim people will understand better. They still have kettle where people used to watch their private party there in the restroom. You understand? I went to DC, I see the same thing. I was just laughing. When foreigners come there, they wonder, how do you bring a kettle in the bathroom? God, there are better ways to do things and every other thing. These people can manage themselves very well. We see the embassies, you see Mexican food truck outside where you go do photocopy of paper. Then they'll tell you that one person get to the level of a director and they now make him ambassador. They'll say it's career ambassador. What kind of career? So we are still lying to ourselves. We lie to ourselves, you know. We like to pride ourselves. And we are happy people. Good for us. I like that. But saying all this career, until people perform, that we can see them, that they perform, then we praise them. That's where I want to believe. For example, you talk somebody like Kanu Nwankwo. We see what Kanu Nwankwo did in 1996 in Atlanta. We see how Kanu Nwankwo perform when it comes to football. We see the things he did when he went to Arsenal, even with his health challenge and everything. You can see his record. You understand? You can see Rashidi Yekini record. You can attest to that. You can see Henry Nwosu record. We see the things that they do. Peter Rofai, we can see their record. We can see Jack Onde record. We can talk about Okpara. These other people, you can't talk about them. They just clone the media. You understand? Like the so-called Reno Omokiri, the so-called Daniel Boala. You understand? They move from one media house to media house to media house. So they come to your front, your face all the time and everything. They just become unimagined talk shop people and everything. Then people say, oh, this are what have they achieved in their private life, in public life? What have they achieved? Oh, this man, God, I don't even know what to say. But all I know, if this man cannot understand what is drone, what is intelligent, how do you use intelligence? How do you do things like this? How do you do that? Doctor, to fight Nigeria is easy. For example, how come Tinubu, you understand, they will tell us, Nigerian government will tell us, Buhari tell us the same thing, that these people that are coming, these Niger people that are coming, these Fulani people, they are coming from Chad, they are coming from Niger, they are coming from here. How many minutes will you threaten their own president that you're going to do regime change like Trump is doing here? That they on their own will not even allow their people to go even near the border to leave their country to Nigeria. How many minutes will you do that? Did they do it? No. There's a president in Mexico called Claudia Sheinbaum. When Trump accused the woman over this drug thing, the woman said, do you know why the cartel is strong? Every weapon they carry, they're all American weapon. It is the weapon that makes them strong. You understand? When you stop them from getting the weapon, it is easy for me to deal with them. So they do what I call trade by barter. They take weapon, they give your people drugs, and they kill your people. And their weapon also kill my people. You understand? The guns make people get scared. People cannot raise their girl child around Sinaloa, places like that, where they do all this drug, because the cartel can take people's family from them. The parents can't do nothing. It is because of your weapon. And when they give your people, the Americans also drug, he also kill your people. So stop the inflow of weapons, then I can deal with the people who are doing drugs. Because now it is easy for me to deal with the people. Is Buhari doing that? Is the military people that will say this Musa worked 30 years in the military, get to the level of chief of army staff. He is not some captain that they just appoint as defense minister. Chief of army staff. What is his antecedent? No documentary, nothing, no history, no nothing. At least we can even talk about somebody like Buhari during the Metasini in the 80s. That Buhari fight during the Metasini. What will you say about this one? Doctor, that's my take for that. Nigeria are still joke. I'm telling you, when I go Nigeria, I just enjoy all those people where no book passed me back in the days. Now I get money past them. I just be intimidating them. That's how Nigeria is fun. Period. I'm telling you.
All right. Thank you, Paul. We have to reduce the time because we have to go. It's over almost 4 hours. Comparable facts. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to comment something about Eccentric, what he said, but he's not here. He probably listened. I'm only going to make a comment for 30 minutes reference to that. I think he came here, he bring it on the. I'm not questioning his Igbo-ness or whatever. I agree with something that he said. He made it sound like it's about tribalism. That's the problem we have in Nigeria. No, that's not. I think the more problem we have is politics. I mean, insecurity, hardship, tribalism kind of amplify the situation we have in Nigeria. So it's not about tribalism like you make it to, so it's more than that. It's only politics view. And I wanted to talk something about what Sowolu is doing, Lagos State Governor. I don't know if you heard about what he said, about decongesting the port in Canal Land. And he said, that's not under my watch. That's not going to happen. He's not going to let the port being discongested, like moving in Warri or moving in the east. He's not going to let it happen. He said they should try to decongest it instead of trying to move it. So I don't know what politics is trying to do, because he says it's going to take economic benefit. How about the people who don't have economic benefit? And he's not thinking about, if decongesting it is going to help, it's going to help Lagos State. But he said that's not going to, I mean, it was just something that happened last week. I don't know if people are aware of it. So I find that to be very critical coming from him, I don't know why Nigeria will let that happen. So let me go to the present topic. We're talking about the ambassadorial list. I believe it's the president's prerogative to nominate whoever he wants to nominate. But you need to look at it, in a different angle. Having said that, because I mean, people are many as political favorism, some of them controversial, some of them imbalanced in that regard. I think late November was 30, it was 17 non-career and 15 career diplomats. But early December has been revised 34 career, career diplomat and 34 non-career diplomat. That's the last part that was revised early November. But it's not just about whomever the president nominate. You need to look at the Nigeria, because the people you nominate represent Nigeria. That's what you have to look for, and two of them, in my own opinion, are very controversial, in that regard. I mean, Reno Mokori is number one. FFA, I mean, the man, FFA, the way he talk. I don't know if you're aware of what he said in Calabar. I think it was 2020, somebody was, a journalist, was asking a question. If somebody, was controlling his talk, and he said the man should shut up, but the man stupid. That's the way he behaved, even the present controversy going on right now about the Christian genocide, he has come out and said there's no Christian genocide going on. People that are saying that are being misguided. So his utterances, it's not good for Nigeria. I mean, anybody not just nominating them is the problem. You have to represent Nigeria. So that has to be taken into factor. But in my own opinion, the Congress, it's like rubber stamp, to the executive. So I think everybody there is going to confirm, regardless of their background or controversy, to represent the image of Nigeria. I mean, that's the way I see it. So I don't have that much to say in that reference. Thank you.
All right, thank you. But just to inform everybody, ambassadors, someone defined them as people who lie for their country. So those guys actually will do the job very well.
Did you say who lie?
Mm-hmm. That's the job of an ambassador, to be able to lie for your country.
But they have to represent, don't they have to represent them with some integrity, it just to lie?
CM, go ahead.
They speak very well.
Comparable facts, forget it. I'm not the one that said it. CM, go ahead.
And do you believe that?
Yeah, of course. Your first job is to lie for your country. Go ahead, CM.
Okay, thank you very much, Rudolph. I greet everybody. Some of you must have guessed right. I'm a guest of the US President Donald Trump. I've just been moving up, I was received at JFK, from there to Atlanta, to New Jersey, now in Michigan. So
how long
Trump knows I'm here.
How long have you been?
I've been here for about, give or take, 3 weeks.
Okay.
3 weeks. So I've just been sampling what America is like. Yeah. Well, some people may consider me as the ambassador designate to US, but that's not true. So that's not true. I did not apply, so nobody should give me the job. Anyway, talking of ambassadors list, that is the highest joke. That is the highest, the lowest level Nigeria could come to. For when you see names like Reno Mokri, this country, as an ambassador. Well, you may think that in retrospect, it pays to attack P2B. Who knows? He may earn you ambassadorial slot because Reno Mokri made his career attacking P2B at every turn. So I'm not surprised he's being rewarded, but from feelers I'm getting, I may be wrong. They said he's not going to be screened. He's not going to pass. The National Assembly won't. They won't screen him. I was thought that they won't confirm him, but I don't know. Apart from that, there are others. If you don't attack P2B, you have to disagree with Nnamdi Kanu and condemn Nnamdi Kanu. It may earn your daughter an ambassadorial slot, like Ojus Okalo has proven, or you attack Israel and they attack US at the same time. So Tinubu may listen to you. But in all this, where does he leave Nigeria? I think that is the question people should be asking. Where do we go from here? It's a shame of a nation that a country of over 2 million people brimming with talents all over the world, both at home and abroad, we couldn't get people that we can say this person is up to the job. We are now rewarding charlatans, urchins, those that believe in what they call stomach infrastructure to be ambassadors. It's a shame of a nation anyway. So to me, maybe it's just that it's a testament to the caliber, the ability of Tinubu to even handle statecraft. It's a shame. Tinubu is grossly incompetent. Ordinarily, he should have resigned. Is it the insecurity you want to talk about or his choice of ambassadors? The guy is just a joker. It's a waste of space. If you permit me, it's the worst president ever to occupy Aso Rock is Tinubu. He knows nothing. He hasn't got anything to offer. In every sphere of human activity, the primary aim of government is to defend the people, their welfare and their security. Tinubu has failed woefully. He doesn't even know the name to put forward. Look at the person he nominated as former secretary. Is it not Secretary of State for Defense? School certificate, or is it the Defense Secretary said before? School certificate only, which means such a man has never been exposed to the rigors of critical thinking, let alone critical analysis. That is to say, he hasn't got a postgraduate qualification, and yet he's occupying such a post. So that tells you that for Tinubu forged certificate, so you might say in Nigeria it doesn't pay for somebody to be upright or to know exactly what you do with. So it's a shame. Nigeria is in shambles under Tinubu, and they continues to be. Which brings me, then what is the solution? Of course, like I said, I'm in the US, I don't know why Trump is wasting time. He should get kicking. Nigerians are waiting for Trump to come and save Nigeria. Forget about all this beer parlor gossip, sovereignty. They can't do it. We'll be Afghanistan, we'll be Libya, we'll be Sudan, we'll be Syria. It's all nonsense. No, who can save Nigeria from themselves? If not Trump, who? That is the question people should ask. If not Trump, if not America, who? Despite the fact that America has sent a warning of what they intend to do, yet Tinubu cannot rein in on the terrorists. Rather, they are even paying them. It's in cahoot, which is, which somebody can easily say that is one of the conditions or maybe the agreement he signed with them to be in cahoot with the terrorists, and they are decimating Nigeria. And yet you and you ask yourself, is Nigeria really governed at all? Who is in charge of Nigeria? This is the worst hour for Nigeria, as far as I know. So, to me, I think let's use avenues like this or platforms like this to tell people that Tinubu should resign. It's as simple as that, because nothing is happening. The more he continues there, the more Nigeria sinks deeper and deeper. But then let Trump come and rescue us. That's just what it is. You may say that is why I'm here. Yes, if I can draw support, let the thing happen. It's better to save human life than to play politics with it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Kieran. Looking at the comment section, I saw Pansat wants CM to take his time. But Pansat has no time. But Mazopar, have you weighed in on this? I'm totally lost.
No.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, about something the ambassadorial nominees or appointees. It's very, 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 very sad. After how many years? 3 years of waiting and waiting and waiting. And what we got are these characters. Anyway, most of us have spoken about them. There's no need of repeating what other people have said. But what is a very shameful, shameful scenario that we're into in Nigeria, and I don't see the way out. Come 2027 or 2031, I don't see a way out. These people have captured Nigeria. They have captured Nigeria. Nigeria is a captured state, and before you could, take away Nigeria from their hands, it will be difficult, and I think it will be very, 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 very hard, because Nigeria is a captured state. You talk about Musa, General Musa, Christopher Musa. Whatever Tinubu does is politics. You guys, there are people who know him very well in Lagos. His former deputy governor, a lady called, I think, Bokno. Go and listen to this woman, because Tinubu dropped her, I think, 2 years. He worked with her 2 years and dropped her and picked another governor. And you know that throughout Tinubu as governor of Lagos State, I think he used about 3 deputy governors. Go and listen to what this woman is talking about, who Tinubu is. We don't know Tinubu. If you want to know him again, listen to Jimmy Disu of I think Niger Info, something like that. These are the people that know him. All he does is politics. He doesn't care about you, about Nigeria, about how poor Nigerians are living. Because honestly, Buhari was a saint compared to what is happening in Nigeria now. Buhari was a saint. Nobody you can't doubt it. Buhari was a saint. This man, I don't know where he's taking Nigeria to. Why do you know why he chose Christopher Musa after he sacked him, 4 weeks after he sacked him? It's about Kaduna election in 2027. Now, the governor of Kaduna is a Muslim and APC. So for him to get Christian Kadunas now to support in 2027 is making one of their own son, giving him that position, which is very, very, very potential in winning election, controlling the crowd, controlling the security in Nigeria. This guy, that's why they call him master strategist, but he is using it in a very wrong way, in a very crude way, to subjugate Nigerians, to put Nigerians into suffering. You guys, do you know what's happening in Nigeria at all? Do you call Nigeria? Do you call your people at home? Do you know how this guy has destroyed Nigeria? God have mercy. Let's be honest with ourselves. If nothing is done, that country might, I pray, but 2027 might even be too late. Finally, this young man, anyway, I don't, maybe rant, I'll talk about him. I mean, I think he has gone, but I'll talk about him. Thank you.
All right. I think we have one more person and then the rant, or two. KJ has not weighed in on this, and then two Nigerians, one brain cell. If there's anybody here I'm skipping, let me know. All right, two Nigerians, one brain cell.
I thought that came before him.
Yeah,
we heard
you have privileges. You have
privileges. How you doing, Ruda?
Good.
Okay, so what do you want us to complain about? The ambassadorial list, or
no, not complain. What is your take?
No, I'm just being facetious.
Okay. For instance, I wanted to know, for those who do not like mockery, mockery, if you were to be the ambassador in the country where you live, what is your concern?
Well, that was what I was gonna. Hold on 1 second, please. I'm sorry. Just want to charge this so it don't go dead. I'm sorry, holding up the show.
You don't have light in your house? Are you Nigerian?
Yeah, no light, Kenny. Kedu?
Good to see
you. Yeah, you too. So Rudolph, this is what I want to say, okay? And I know once I start talking, a lot of people are going to get angry, but I guess that's the price we got to pay if we really want to see Nigeria go great, and if we really have to, if we really want to speak truth to power. The reason I came on was I noticed most people that complain about the list complain about Renault, and they complain about FFK. And I'll say this. The last speaker that spoke out before me, I think it was CM, said, oh, well, you know, it's because if you want to prop yourself in politics, you got to attack Peter Obi. And that's what Renault basically did. Not true. Renault, when he was with GEJ, if you were online and you used to see how he used to act, he would attack. He was one of the proponents of tribal politics in Nigeria in the last 15 years. He would attack the North, attack Muslims, and guess what? His biggest supporters came from the Southeast because they were GEJ's biggest backers. So most Southeasterners, when you were online, you looked at the people that supported them. Yeah, most are primarily PDP supporters, but majorly from the Southeast. I mean, you could also always see from the names, you could always see it from their pages where they came from. It was easy to deduce these things. And when he was doing it, he was fine and dandy. And this is why I say the Southeast really needs to learn politics, because this is what Nigerians have figured out. And they do it online too. And with my experience of what happens online and how people get the attention of the government, I see at least one or two people that do the same thing. So they know there are certain Nigerians, or certain groups of Nigerians seem to be very emotional. They tend to be very sentimental. So when you say something, instead of looking at the logic of it or the evidence in it, boom, it just goes like a baby or a woman. Sentiments, emotional, quick. And this is how they frame their perspective. So when people like Renault were doing it, I don't know how active you were, because I'm not too much on Nigerian Twitter, but I see it. Like I'll really check and start, you know what I mean? I'm active enough to the point that I'm just in the background, just watching and looking at everybody. So if you knew people like Segalink, and you knew people like Demola Rwanda and this guy me
and Panther were talking about, the one that's a lawyer now, a supposed lawyer, Mr. AD, if you knew people like that, they knew how to pick on people's sentiments. And the same thing with FFK. FFK was cool until he started having problems with his Igbo wife. And then he started denigrating people like Ojukwu and talking about, why are you shaking your head? Why are you shaking your head? If I'm not saying anything right, feel free to call it out. So until he started denigrating people like Ojukwu and talking the most disrespectful stuff about Bianca, for years, they supported him. For years, when he would call Tinubu a drug dealer, call Buhari a terrorist, he was fine. But what they didn't recognize was this was their tactic to get attention of the government. The moment they got, it was obvious when they told them, like, listen, pipe down, you're going to get a post, we spoke to Baba or whatever. They switched, started talking all kinds of things about the Southeast, Nnamdi Kanu. Now you guys are seeing it, and then you're upset when you forget that you propped them up. You put them where they are. You're the ones that gave them that post. When the tribalism and the bigotry was in your favor, you guys loved it. Now they're rewarded for the evil that they projected in the land and on the country. You're there shaking your head and rubbing your face and looking in the ceiling upset. I'm not lying. Feel free to go and check it. And I know you know it. You know these things. So you guys propagate this evil, and then when the evil comes back and bites you, you start complaining about the bad government. Now you know that, oh, why did he give Reno a post? Why did he give FFK a post? He gave them a post, or gave them those posts because you guys wanted it, and you're getting the food that you cook. And don't get upset that now you don't like the taste. Swallow it and enjoy it, because that is what you asked for.
All right. Thank you, Tuna. Just one brain cell.
Rudolph.
Yeah.
Just 30 seconds. Then just pass an information, and then probably that may be it. Hand on heart. There is no ethnic group that Igbo will learn politics from, as far as Nigeria is concerned. That is the first thing. If you want me to learn from you, show me that you have benefited from politics, that your brand of politics have elevated you above the Igbo in every field of human activity. Then we copy from you. I'm only being logical. I'm throwing it as an open challenge. Any ethnic group that feels they know politics, that Ndi Igbo should come and learn from them. Let them point, itemize. These are what we've gained from politics more than Ndi Igbo. Of course, I learn from you. But until we get to that level, everything is just mere bunkum, just an idle talk, stunted growth. So some of these things, I don't want to engage in it. Those that are more knowledgeable than, if they are humble, I can teach them. But to come and somebody be telling Ndi Igbo to go and learn Nigerian politics, as epitomized by Tinubu, as epitomized by the Fulani, as the way it is, that is to give the Igbo the stress which they do not possess. That's by the way. Now, regarding Nnamdi Kanu, since he went to Sokoto prison, even if you do not believe in his gospel, everything has changed. But what I do not, if you're asking me, or you want me to say that somebody who wears Hamas uniform, that it affects his thought process, and you want me to ameliorate it, I don't think I can be able to do that. But it's a very big shame terrible shame that in this day and age, somebody is still looking at FFK, rain or mockery, that somebody like me, CM, should come and be discussing their pros and cons. Ndi Igbo helped FFK. FFK was, this pedestrian politics, pedestrian gossip. Ndi Igbo was, they were praising FFK when he was attacking the North. We see Jonathan. For God's sake, I thought some of us went to school. Is that what I should be coming here to debate? No, please. What I want somebody to tell me is that, Ndi Igbo, if you learn politics from me, you will be like me. Just come and say it. Then I can now start to take you serious. Otherwise, every other thing is just mere hogwash. Somebody want to hog the headline and then start to spew out monstrous rubbish and arrant nonsense. Please spare us that thought. Some of us attended kindergarten and we passed with distinction. Thank you.
30 seconds didn't pass. Rudolph, I'm not even going to fall like that. I know he's going to try to interrupt me. No. I'm going to let you go. I'm not talking to you. So, Rudolph, this is what I'm going to say. At no point, see, you guys are just bigots. Anyway, Rudolph, this is what I want to say. At no point did I mention any ethnic group. The video we can always rewind the video. I mentioned 2 individuals, but of course, as usual, they have to take it to ethnic route, so if that's how you guys are feeling, that's on you. I got nothing else to say.
But
if that's how you guys is meant out. No, was that the only thing I said? Was that the only thing I said, sentimental man? Was that the only thing I said? How was I going to make my point without mentioning the region? Of course, it's going to be a quiet place because you don't like what I'm saying.
This guy came here. This place has been a very quiet place.
Of course, it's quiet because it's an echo chamber. Of course, it's going to be quiet. It's a quiet place because you want to make it an echo chamber. You hate the truth, and I'm going to tell you the truth.
All right, thank you. Let's let AKJ speak. And then we'll.
All right. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, Rudolph. I will speak and I'll not take part in the round. I will leave. I also want. Yes, I won't. I want to start from where CM stopped. If anybody, be it on the panel or on the keyboard, can tell me any community in Nigeria or anywhere where Igbos have gone and taken over and dominated them and made themselves chief of those places and ran that place as their community, please tell me, and I will swear never to be Igbo even in the next 10 generation. That's 1. 2, if you can tell me any state in the country where you have more developed areas than the Southeast, let me know. Because you see, when we say this thing, we're not saying this thing because we are waiting for people. Let me tell you something. Any Igbo man, I'm speaking for myself, but maybe largely for a lot of us, we don't care who you make your ambassadors. What's our business? We are going to countries where I don't have ambassadors and we dwell and did our business. Are we waiting for the Nigerian government to give us a passage to places? No. But we are saying if you people want to make a nation, such individuals that you have taken shouldn't be the people will be taken because it represents who you are. You want to put your best foot forward. That's what he said. That's what we learned. You put your best foot forward. There are many people. If you wanted to select them from the southwest alone, you have more than enough people there. But you see, Rudolph, I also must commend President Tinubu. He's a very strategic man. It took him, he was thinking about this, and after 2 years, he came up with this very powerful list. So we are so excited about it. That's to show how he was able to manage Lagos and build Lagos. Because if this is the way he went about it, then that means that, these people, he knows what they are going to do. And that's it. And for those who are celebrating Christopher Musa, well, I know people who know, I don't know him directly, but I know people who know Christopher Musa. I want to say this thing. You see, what you're seeing is the oligarchies, like not oligarchies, complete political move. They want to check whatever America wants to do. So they are bringing in quotes, the talking points that America wants. A Christian Minister of Defense who is said to be against the move. But remember, this guy had interview. He couldn't even pronounce where the thing was. Instead, they're talking about IPOB. Okay? Now, we know, and from hindsight, if I discuss that issue, which we probably not discuss this week, but we know now that the list coming out has only been what I've been shouting about in the Southeast. We know now those who are behind it. We know now those who created all the non-state actors doing all the evil in the East.
Right on, right on, Papa.
You see, they're coming out. The chicken has come home to roost. Now, from now going forward, the more names and those actors, their names will come to play. The Tiger Base is the one we're looking at now. Maybe this week we're entering, Tiger Base will burst open. Then you will see what we have been crying about, and certain individuals who don't know their difference, their left from their right, come here and put all kinds of accusations against Ndibo. Let me tell you something. Somebody made a comment here, and because it's not here, I'm not going to call his name, that those people who are following Nnamdi Kanu are dropouts. Hello? Let me see you. You don't even know what's going on, my brother. If you say those who are Nnamdi Kanu supporters are dropouts, are you okay? Ha! Look, let me tell you something, whether you like it or not. As it stands today in Igbo land, and if you want to, doubt me, people like Danny Wanyanwu, you can meet them and ask. Danny Wanyanwu is on national television, being a politician himself, that Nnamdi Kanu is the only person who can call a meeting in the East and everybody will go. Even them with their money, they cannot rally what Nnamdi Kanu can rally. So all the people who are going to go to those conventions that he's calling dropouts, we must have a lot of dropouts in Igbo land, and we must have a lot of poor people in Igbo land. That's why they are very poor, and that's why they are following him. Come on, guys. Some of these things you should even process them before you say. When Nnamdi Kanu is speaking on that road, therefore he speaks. Does he speak Pidgin English? Does he speak Igbo? It's not well-researched topics he speaks about. How many of you have come out here to say what he said is not happening? Yesterday we had more than 5 trailers of people with bikes and young able men in Ibadan heading towards Lagos. My brother, una dream. That's why people would keep thinking it's not happening. It don't reach our doorstep. Read my lips. It don't reach our doorstep. It will reach you. It will reach me. Then the truth will come out. They don't enter Ibadan. From Ibadan to Lagos, how long? They don't enter rivers. Okay. So those who Igbo be your problem. You come to teach us politics. If one day you will teach us how to speak Igbo language. But we know that in the forefront for the liberation of Nigeria, the Igbo people were ahead. It was the Igbo people who fought alongside with other people, but they were ahead. Now we don't know politics because we don't lie. We don't agree whether whatever you are doing is not correct, or we don't agree with the path that you have chosen to make us slaves, to reduce our area to become nothing. Okay? If you want to know how bad it is, you know that the governor of Lagos State was saying to bring seaports into Warri, into that it is not going to be allowed. My brother, let us wake up. You see, I have so many points I want to talk about, and then the economic factor. We keep saying economic factor, and that's this other guy who have gone out, and he's a socialist. I'm not a socialist. I don't think Igbos are socialists. Okay, nobody has ever told me that Igbo people who practice socialism. But however, you can choose your own brand of government. I mean, it's okay. I'm not a socialist. I'm a capitalist to the nature, to the fault. Okay, my own capitalism goes with human face. All right. And so, if you are a socialist, in other words, you are a leftist, I'm never going to be. And Igbos are not leftists either. But it's okay. You choose what you want. So what we are saying is that those ideas you are canvassing has never worked in Igbo land. Now somebody was saying that I said Igbos, it's simply that Igbos don't have king. But that's not what it means. Those who wrote, those people like this other guy who I was talking about, who came to discover River Niger, even though River Niger, people were already living around the banks of River Niger. That's what this guy is doing whenever he talks about Igbo land. I think he doesn't have enough understanding of Igbo land. And so he always sees us, from a foreign, perspective of things. Look, Igbos have always called it. Look, and I'll say this, I'll hush. Rudolph, my place to Chim's place is like an hour trek. You walk, and just about less than an hour. Okay? But even for my dialect and his dialect is different. There's a spin to their own dialect. And we also call them that, we use that spin to yab them. So does it mean that we look down on them? We are discriminating against them? These are people who our kindreds have lived for years, for thousands of years. That is simply, I'll give you an example. The T people, there's a set of T people who Steve is not as exactly as the more dominant Tiv language. They are called the Here people, but they are T people. They have a spin to it. Doesn't mean that because if you are Here, it doesn't mean you are Tiv. People should wake up and smell the coffee and understand what is going on. The truth of the matter is that we are losing the nation, whether you like it or not. And Christopher Musa is not going to change it, because you know what? The people who sabotaged the system while he was there are still there. They are still there. They are only masquerading to make American hand go down so that the impending doom against them will not come on. If not, Rudolph, answer me this question and I'll hush from there. Why is there is only one set of Nigerians and one part of Nigeria that is contesting and demonstrating outrightly that Donald Trump shouldn't come to Nigeria? Why is there just one set of region demonstrating? Are they telling us that they are the terrorists that he's coming for? Why is the IPOB they call terrorists not demonstrating that he shouldn't come? Why are they the ones welcoming the coming of America and looking forward to it? These are things that any reasonable minded person can go and sit down and think about it. But since thinking has become very, very expensive, I don't even think they can do that. But what is going to come up in this week, the revelation of what goes on in Tiger Base, will open up the rest of the space for people from the Southeast. I thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, KJ. We are about to rant, but we take a break. When we come back, we rant and then call it a day. Think about your best topic, and we are going to rank the best rants. So people in the comment section, people watching at home, it's an opportunity to weigh in and tell us the best. And starting next year, we have a gift for the best person that ranted at the end of the week. All right, let's take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Yeah. A dead man in a battlefield. That's what I am. A war ready himself. That's what I am. A man that never joke when it comes to battle. Impossible. The undefeated Gaul. Hi. Manezopo. Impossibility. The slayer of Theocolis. That's who I am. The destroyer. Adeguegu. Manezopo. The forces himself.
right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for staying with us. We've been here for 4 hours and 30 minutes and more. Thank you for being here. Just a reminder to those watching who are just joining us. Tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we are going to welcome Shehu Kuti, the son of Fela Kuti. He will talk about politics in Nigeria, being an activist, and his music. So we welcome him tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. Nigerian time, 12:30 p.m. here in New York. If you can join us, that would be wonderful. All right, we're going to rant. I will give everybody 3 minutes when I call on you. 3 minutes, you can rant on any subject. It doesn't have to be anything that we've been talking about today. Let me see where I will start. Let me start with concerns because I skipped you the last time. You start. You have 3 minutes. If you want to join us, I'm going to share the link for you to join and rant. If I took you out and I can't find you, please join us again. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Demeji, once more again, and thank you, all the panelists. I want to start with, like what I see, say what I can say before. Nothing will come out of this government. Earlier time, we said it that nothing will come out of this place. And for those who are about the Igbos and the Nandekano, sorry, man, what happened? Nandekano situation. You see, it's unfortunate that the terrorists are arresting terrorists. The chief terrorist is the former Attorney General. He was the one that considered the arrest of Nnamdi Kanu. But today, he's the main terrorist in Nigeria with his brothers. And those who are accusing Nnamdi Kanu of killing many people in the East, nobody started agitation that agitation will be less of blood or nobody will die in it. But the thing is that when the young man started it, he believed that he's doing a good thing for the East and for the Nigerian people also. Because for the East going, it will be better for the Nigerians so that they can have their own country. But then when he started this agitation, it was very, very peaceful. Before Buhari started clamping down on the Biafrans. And when all these things happened, then the guy was angry because of the way his people are being killed. And that is what he was fighting for. Before they start arming themselves. And even the international community was happy that they should arm themselves. They should not be complaining. When the DSS, the military, and all of them were killing them. And later on, what even escalated the whole problem, the whole thing is this, was when the Supreme Court decided to do their abracadabra, their abroness, and put Uzodinjo there. That was what caused the most problem. Then most of the people that died, and they're from Imo State, and they're from Olu, those people decided that man cannot rule them. That man is a criminal. And somebody coming forth cannot rule Imo State. And that's where the problem is. Even at a time, the military had to shoot people on the street, in the market. No, but today everything is Nnamdi Kanu. All the whole Fulani, all the whole things they were doing, the politicians were doing, most of the problem were about politicians. They were killing people. Both the former governor, Uzodinjo, and all of them, they were killing people. They were killing Igbo lights. And the Buhari went and contacted this guy, this useless guy from River State. They started killing Igbo people. No, today, Asari Dokubo. Today, nobody arrests Asari Dokubo. Everything that is done to the Igbo people, nobody arrests him. Nobody arrests Buhari, that terrorist. You see, so all the people that are blaming, and I'm very surprised that Arise News can bring out a random lady, a random useless lady, coming here to say, hey, Nnamdi Kanu cannot force her to become an Igbo, this, that. But that is a whole good, we recognize that as a good broadcasting station. But today it's a propaganda station. Because you can't bring a random person to come and start talking there. While they are lawyers, they are people who Igbo people respect. They are people, they are good lawyers you don't bring them, you just bring a random person. But all the people who are condemning this judgment, you don't bring them. Only bring the random person who don't know. And this man called Abati, only supporting this evil. Because of this is their agenda. And today, honestly, the country can never move forward. Because there is injustice everywhere. The Supreme Court is being heard by Tinubu. All of them are his mandate. The Assembly is on Tinubu's mandate. The judiciary is on Tinubu's mandate. Everything is on Tinubu's mandate. How can the country move forward? There's no happiness everywhere in the East. There's no happiness in South. South people are suffering. Tinubu and the Wike have destroyed the River State. And now, River people, all the River people money have been taken by Tinubu and the Wike. So tell me how the country can be peaceful? How can the country can be happy? Even in Yoruba land, these people are killing them. They are destroying Yoruba people because of Tinubu doesn't want to care anything about. Even if you're Yoruba, even if you're anybody, he want to care about. Let him continue to rule Nigeria, and those who are supporting them, I believe one day God will punish all of them, and God will start punishing them from now, because you can't allow such a person. You don't know who the man is coming, where the man is coming from. You don't know his family. You don't know anything about him. Why is this man that died? The former Lagos State governor, who died. The man said, if you allow Tinubu to rule you, you will suffer. You will suffer more than anything, and that is happening today. It's not good. He said this person is a chief, and when he enters there, he behaves more than a chief. The man complained. Yeah, the former River State governor, the former the Lagos State governor. He said it before he died. He said, "Don't allow this man to rule you. Anytime this man goes there to rule you, you people will suffer and suffer more than you are suffering now." And that is what you are seeing today. It's unfortunate for me, for some of the Yorubas or the left, on the right, on the east, on the middle, on the world, supporting this man because of what they can get. That shows them laziness. Because you can't support somebody who cannot help you. You can't support a criminal because he gives you a job. Anybody, people who do that, they are lazy. And they will suffer in future. Because what makes people is what you can be able to achieve by yourself. Not being a criminal, supporting a criminal. The more you support a criminal, that criminal is better than you. Thank you, Dr. Damages.
All right. Thank you,
God
Constance.
bless you. God bless you. And I let all of you. CM, it's good to see you today. Miss Opera and the others. God bless all of you.
Thank you. I will try to use my 3 minutes judiciously. Now, this is it. We have, okay, I'll start with the Arise TV, the one-sided hearing of the argument they had in Abuja. So this was a scenario where we have, I think, about 2 guys and 2 ladies, some for Nnamdi Kanu, while the other against Nnamdi Kanu. So, but Arise TV choose to just, because of their, their brown envelope TV station that's always against Igbo people, right? But that is it. So I would just want to correct that. Arise TV is not being honest. Arise TV is just being what it is, a deceptive TV station. Now, for those that that always ask Igbo people to learn about Nigerian politics, I think my brother at CM did a good justice to that. But I also want to add that the most educated region in the country cannot come to you to learn politics. Most developed region in the country, geopolitical region in the country, cannot come to you to learn politics. Rather, you come to us and learn everything life has to be offer. Now, we also have, I will maintain what I said earlier, that for you to have peace in Nigeria, you have to get rid of Fulani people in key positions in Nigeria. Why I say this is because in 2011, have you forgotten that on Christmas Day in one St. Teresa Catholic Church was bombed by one Kabiru Sokoto, a very notorious Boko Haram terrorist. This same Kabiru Sokoto was later seen in Shetima's house. Your current vice president about a terrorist that bombed a Catholic church, a Christian a religious house. Now, have you ever seen any of the governors from the north, especially those states where Boko Haram terrorists ravage? Have you ever seen any of their governors arrest any of them? No. Do you know that these terrorists come out in the public, in the state capital, or even cities to celebrate their leaders? And these so-called Fulani leaders, political leaders, do attend these celebrations. Whenever they are having wedding or marriages, they attend. Just of recent, one Hausa guy came out and condemned the activities of his senator. I've forgotten the name of that senator. That this senator are actually harboring Boko Haram terrorists in his house. The guy was arrested by the state governor. So that is why I am still insisting that these people are aiding and abetting terrorism in Nigeria. If you go to the military, they are the ones that give information to the Boko Haram terrorists whenever the Nigerian military is coming for an attack. They will sell out the military will be ambushed, and you know what the story will be at the end of the day. Have you also forgotten that these people, whenever they are being caught, the next thing is for their leaders, Fulani leaders, to arrange some kind of technical school or rehabilitation center and then say that they are repentant Boko Haram terrorists. And they will now absorb them into Nigerian army. And they give them gun to go and fight Boko Haram, their own brothers. Sheikh Gumi, his son, will very soon be a military leader in that country. Sheikh Gumi, the one that you and I know, that works for Boko Haram terrorists, his own son is in the academy now, right now. Very soon he will graduate and become a leader, a general. And you expect him to go against his father's wish? Fulani, they are the problem that we are having in Nigeria when it comes to insecurity. They are the problem. And that is why, for you to actually get to the root of this and solve it, you have to take them out from the military so that you will stop or deter them from giving information to the Boko Haram terrorists. You have to remove them from leadership, governorship position, senatorial position, so that they have power to trample upon whomever that want to expose the activities of Fulani terrorists. The likes of Shetima, you have to sack him from the Aso Rock, pack him out, let him go and identify his father's country, right? Now, this is the only way. But if you want to do any other thing, which I think is highly impossible for us to do, and because it's impossible for us to do, the only solution available to you and I right now is to divide the country. Let all man go in separate ways. Let them live and eat terrorism in their country, destroy themselves. Then we now, for example, the Southeast now, that are eager to develop our place, we'll go and develop our place. The Southwest, that are good in, causing problem, gossip and all that, they will go and be gossiping and do all those nonsense. They are the problem. We are not the problem. Yeah. So see.
I miss Pansat. Dexter, you're next. Now I miss Pansat.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. First of all, I want to give a shout out to this guy, Donaza, for rejecting the Tinubu approach. See what the government did was that the government did not even approach him. They just went to go and announce we are selecting some social media influencers that will work with us in educating Nigerians about the new tax laws. But they did not go and approach. They didn't write a letter to him, seek his consent, find out whether he is interested in it. So they went to go and publish his name. But he has done a video right now saying that no, it's not for taxes, that the government should tell the people the benefit of the tax. That's what, if they want him to work with them, it is the benefits, not to come and be collecting the money and there will be no responsibilities. I want to say a big shout out to him for being bold enough to reject that offer. That's the kind of thing we need in Nigeria. People that would say, no, I will not work with you based on my principle. Now, the second thing I want to say, Dr. Damage is, you see, I'm going to hammer on this point again. I think one thing we need to do here, see, of recent I've been thinking, see, in any state in Nigeria, there is a blueprint for success in any region in Nigeria. Simple, just don't even think about the Western world, just think about West Africa, okay? A simple example, we all drive automobiles in Africa. But when they want to repair those automobiles, do you know what we do? We import condemned cars, okay? They import accidental cars, take away the engine, and then use it to fit for repairs. But do you know that all those parts can be made? They are made to drawings. You can actually take one from an actual car, take the measurement, and model it on the computer and put it in a machine, and it will come out. So, and there are lots of automobiles in the whole of Africa. If any state, see, it's just like if you have a 10-year plan. For example, you have Nord. Those guys buy parts from abroad. Any state can have a 10-year plan, and within 10 years, Nigeria will be producing parts for BMW, all the parts that they can produce in Nigeria. And it's simple. You don't forget, like I've said in Nigeria, there's a generation you can't work with anymore. It's getting people that are in the ages of 16, between 16 and 18, get them to go to the West to do apprenticeship. Go to places like Germany, Hungary, Finland, UK, where they will do apprenticeship for 3 to 4 years. People will do apprenticeship in design, people will do apprenticeship in manufacturing, people will do apprenticeship in fabrication. Within 3 years, they will come back. That period of 3 years, the government will be setting up what they call industrial estates and machinery. So that when they come back, they are not coming back to sit down idle. They are coming back to work. Also, that 3 years, the government will be setting up supply chain line. Because one of the biggest disservice Nigeria did was to make sure that Ajokuta never did not take off the ground. Because you see, everything you do, anything you make, still is a large component of it. Your locomotives, still is very important. Your high-rise building, still is very important. Once you don't have steel, you have a big problem. But there's iron ore in neighboring countries. If the government can set up supply chain to bring in the necessary amount of iron or billets of steel, and then this guy can machine it. Let's just go for making the specialized parts. These are ways, because let me say, in the Western world, in places like Germany, some of them they make money from intellectual property on designs they've made. And these are things that we can do. I think what I'm saying is we should start looking for ways to harness the power between our ears. Because one of the biggest disservice that happens in Nigeria is this fight for resource. Oh, I have oil. Forget about what is the oil without the person that designed the rig? What is the oil without the person that designed the rig? The person that designed the refinery? But those things are basic can be made from basic engineering principles. So I think one of the things we have to start doing is draft a plan and start committing. Look, some of us here, we have Igbo billionaires. You have people that spend money now, wasting money. Some of these guys, there's no need for all this free giveaway. If for people that are like that have people in the East, stop all those guys doing free. We don't need it. It's not going to empower anybody. What we need to do is set up an educational system, vocational educational system now. Vocational, I give it 10 years. So that between that period, any guy that registers between guy or girl, 16, between the ages of 16, the bright ones will get into the system. By the time they do 3 years of apprenticeship, they are ready to, and they are ready to take off. And that's where we're going to build an economy. And we don't care about whether it is, because once we can develop the mindset, then we can conquer. And that's what we need, even to fight against the insurgents and all this that is happening in Nigeria. There's a lot to harness. The solar system that we're installing in Nigeria, I think I said it here, it is one of the worst things we could do, because the solar panel designs are based on Western systems, where you have the maximum temperatures of 16 to 20. In Africa, in Nigeria, you're having maximum average temperatures of 24 to 30. At the moment you bring those panels to Nigeria, their output efficiency lowers because it is getting too hot. So we need to bring this. I think that's one of the things we have to start doing. Drafting proposals. And all of you that have billionaires that we should start sending it out. Blueprints for governors, to this billionaire. We have young billionaires. They should come in and buy into this thing. And then people like Dr. Davidis, you will not use your structure. You know, this platform will form the integrity of it, when to be accountable. I think these are the things we should start looking into. Drafting proposals, tweaking it, sending it to these guys, whichever governor, House of Rep member, billionaires, or big Kubana, all those guys that have money, they are throwing it away. They are throwing money away. We don't want that. Let us look. One of the things we can do is value engineering. Look at the way the West works, especially places like China. They bring value out of everything. In Nigeria, we are throwing away things that we can bring value out of. These are things we need to, and we need to get the young generation now attuned. If not, this Boko Haram we're talking about will become our own problem, because we have young people that we are creating, and we're not getting their minds tuned up. There's no job in Nigeria. These guys will come out from university, nothing. Look, the oil and gas industry in Nigeria is one of the biggest waste. Why will I say that? It gives people money without enterprise. You have young guys going there. Look, you don't go to a school to study engineering and then go to a rig to raise the valve up, down. They pay you big money, you're happy. No! You go to school to study engineering, to make use of your brain to solve problems, solve complex problems. The only people that benefit in Nigeria are the medical doctors, because they have to work on bodies now, they have to work on patients. Fine. So we need to stop this idea of allowing the West to dump the old technologies on us, and then we start working with it and they are paying us big money. No. We need value addition to both human capacity and to both the resources we have around us. Thank you.
Thank you, Dexter. For those watching, remember we're going to rate the ranting, and we want to know who you are voting for. So let's go to Revolution now. You are next. I skipped Mazepara because I know Revolution, I think you are at work and want to give you the chance. Go ahead.
Yeah, my brother goes out to you. The respect, man. I've been underground, you know. I just have this 5 minutes because you said it's ranting. But you know me, I know they waste time. 2-3 minutes, I'm done. You see, my problem with my brothers in Nigeria is that we always have suggestions. Oh, if this thing happened, if that one happened, and this happened, but how are we going to get there so that these things function? That is the problem of Nigeria. You understand? All these things where everybody they talk now, we go still talk them in 10 years time. No action, nothing. And we know the solution, but we are afraid to die to achieve our aim. Secondly, I want to talk about Buba Galadima. These are my heroes. Before, I know they respect them, but somebody will fit come, apologize, say we remove Jonathan because we thought that Buhari would be a better person, but God shamed them. You understand? And he came up on national television and confessed that God shamed them, that is his words, for removing a good man to bring a bad person who they thought was good, and that person shamed them, and he apologized systematically. And then he said what I've been saying on this platform, which made me to even come in at all. He said that they want Africa, especially Nigeria, to be recolonized again. I don't say it go be like something where, what is this motherfucker talking? Africans believe they can do it, but they can't do it. The glory days of Nigeria was days when the white people left us. My father had always tell me how that country be before. Lagos had buses with numbers because they know that people have to, but when they hand over to the Africans, they did it private. Everybody begin buy 14-seater bus, made everything private, so poor people cannot enter buses again. Now I want to remind you some educated people where sometimes I go vex, I go Adam, educated illiterates, you go see all of them begin scratch head, waiting they do this Rasta man. But not true, because I live in an educated society. If you see educated people, they have education with morality. They know they steal. The people where they destroy Nigeria today now people where get university, master degree, professors, all of them. They teach. I asked one of my friends, una we go university, they teach you now how to they steal, how to they corrupt. Is it part of the system? Thank you, sir. I want them to answer that question. Good night, Mr. Dr. Damages, and the opportunity to rant. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Revolution. Now, Mazi Apara, you are next.
Yeah, Doctor, thank you. I would like to ask ourselves: Do we really think that Nigeria is not wasting our time? Do we really don't we think that Nigeria has wasted our time? Please, because when I look at the whole scenarios, surrounding Nigeria. For example, let's start from 2015. All the whole progress, that the PDP made. You see how the whole thing were wiped out. Now we have gone back to ground zero. That means this APC will spend another 16 years. Remove 16 years from your age, or look at a 16-year-old child. That child must be now in secondary school or university. Why not we sit down and ask ourselves, do we really want to be in this entity that British constructed, forced us into? Why can't we sit down and say, is it working or is it not working? How is it going to work? And do everybody, does everybody want it or not? Why are we forcing ourselves into an entity that nobody knew how it came, where it came from? And this thing is, my question is almost goes to people who are the intellectual, the think tank of Igbo land. I'm talking about Igbo people because other people might be very, very okay with Nigeria. Igbo people, are we okay with Nigeria? Somebody was telling me, I was in a group, somebody was telling me, hey, Peter Obi can never be a Nigerian president. Igbo man will never be. I asked him, where are you from? He said he's from Katsina State. I asked him, is Katsina State better off today than Anambra State? Katsina has produced 2 presidents, Yaradua and Buhari. Is Katsina today better off than Anambra State or any state in Igbo land? He kept quiet. What do you call it? Oh, it's Ogun State today, even though the proximity to Lagos is very close. Is Ogun State today better off than any state in Igbo land? What do these states have that Igbo land don't have? We're not talking about presidency. We're talking about our future, children's future. Today, last many years, our fathers, they suffered this thing. What we're suffering today, we're suffering today. Are we going to pass this thing to our children? Why not we call a spade that this thing is not working? How are we going to do it and opt away from this place or make that place conducive for everybody? Because I know that 2027 is coming and it will bypass an Igbo man. If you are here and you think that Igbo man will become the president of Nigeria in our lifetime, I think we are dreaming. That's my rant. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Mazi Opara. Let's go to Anne Lechuku. You are next.
All right. From the last speaker's position, Mazi Opara, yes, an Igbo man can be president, but that is not the crux of the matter. The crux of the matter is a functional Nigeria that will benefit every Nigerian. And that is the core value of every woman. Now, I want to take it on to what one brain cell. One brain cell, I need you to understand, my brother, that it was good. Yes, what you said was right, that when Reno Mokri and FFK, at one time they were condemning, Buhari and the rest of them. Yes. The question is, what they were saying then, were they lies? Were they not truth? So I need you to understand that the Igbo man believes in truth, believes in objectivity. If you recall, even on this show so far, you have heard from the mouth of Igbos on this show so far, they have condemned Dokezi Bazu, they have condemned Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi, they have condemned Ojo Zokalo's daughter, that they are not fit to be ambassador nominees. Can you understand that? That we are not people who party wrong to be right. We don't have that We don't have that in our DNA. So that's by the side. I just want to appeal to Nigerians because sometimes it bothers me when I hear people who are educated seemingly, but when they talk, it doesn't make me think they really live in the climes or the accolades they claim to have, being educated. I mean, like, I believe that almost every one of us here live outside of Nigeria. In these environments where we live, in these countries where we live, don't we see how things are functioning? Can't we want that to be replicated in our homeland? Let that be our border. Let that be our worry. Now, how do we make that happen? Let that be our consciousness and our focus. Let us be intentional about that. It is not when you are comfortable that another part of Nigeria is being marginalized or being victimized, and then you are happy. For example, okay, today Rino Mokri is being placated and being rewarded along with FFK because they were maligning and trading on Igbo, on P2B and everything Igbo. Does that make them qualified to be your representative in any country where they are going to be your ambassador? That's the question. How do we spite our nose, to cut off our nose to spite our face? It makes no sense. So all I'm trying to say, my dear brothers, is that let us be realistic when we say some of these things and say it in such a manner that what we want is a functional Nigeria. Because if what we want is a functional Nigeria, then how would be the less of you? People who you couldn't even employ to manage your business, your personal business. You have an office today. Will you employ Reno Mokri, for example, to be your MD? Now, let me go this other way. On Daniel Buala said something recently that I feel so ashamed about that. And these are the issues we have. People who represent Nigeria, a lot of times you don't see intelligence in what they say. And they have a bold face to tell lies that when you weigh it, you find out that it's absolute lie. Now, Daniel Buala said that the terrorists cannot be tracked or cannot be caught because they use Starlink. Tell me a lawyer. This man is a lawyer. I mean, does it make sense? No. Let us really understand that we have a country to build. It's a cliche to say one Nigeria. That's a cliche. But I believe in it. We are better off together. That's my position. We are better off together as a country. But let us make it functional for everybody. I rest my case.
All right. Thank you so much, Anil Lechuku. Let's hear from two Nigers, one brain cell. You have 3 minutes to run.
All right. Thank you, Udo. All right. So, I was going to go a different direction, but based on what my brother Anil Lechuku said, let me start from there. It's not even a situation where I want to have any kind of business dealings with the likes of Renault or FFK. I wouldn't even want to have any personal dealings with them. And that's the point I was making. I think it's flying over y'all's heads, and I think you guys are not getting where I'm coming from. I'm telling you that maybe we need to temper down the bigotry. Maybe we need to temper down the tribalism if we don't want this kind of characters at the helm of the affairs of the country. This is all I'm saying. So if whatever's good for the goose is good for the gander. It's not about cutting your nose to spite your face in this instance. Y'all propped him up there. I'm not saying you personally, I'm saying as a group. You propped him up there. And when you put those kind of charlatans in power, then don't get upset when the kinds of the president, you know the kind of president you got. So don't be upset when he takes them and puts them under his arm and becomes their guide and a father to them, giving them ambassadorial positions. You can't be upset. This is what I'm saying, and this is what the likes of eccentric are saying. When we see evil, we got to call it out. When we see something bad, we got to call it out. If you say the country is better together, and which I agree with you, and you say you need the right people in position, then maybe once we see something bad from the roof, whether it's in the north, in the southeast, in the west, wherever it is, we call it out right away. You can't keep propping. If you say, "Oh well, look at what you said," And again, my brother, I'm not attacking you. I'm just going based on what you said.
No, I'm not.
All right. So look at what you said. You said, well, when they went at Buhari, wasn't it justified? Well, in that instance, somebody else can say what FFK was saying about or insinuating about Odumegu's ex-wife was justified. What he said about his wife, his evil wife, was justified. I don't think you understand what I'm saying. Go look at the kind of things he said. Go look at them. So when you go, it's archived. You can go look at them. So these are the kind of people, demonstrably bad people, that we have as ambassadors, as representatives of the most what should be the most prestigious black nation on the planet. And it's because everybody looks at things from a tribal prism. If you stop looking at it from a tribal prism, again, not you, and you start looking at things as we're trying to build a nation, or we're trying to build a global black community, we will not have this kind of people there. But for the president right now, these kind of people are necessary for his survival. He has no choice. Rudolph, I want you to do something. I would ask you to do something in the future. Maybe you can set up a show and ask the panelists and say, without attacking another group, another creed, what has your own ethnic group done bad that has led Nigeria or left it in the precarious situation it finds itself today? And let everybody speak honestly. And let's see if people can actually look in themselves and look in the mirror and say, well, as a people, I think we did this bad or we did this wrong. And this is why the country is where it's at today. Seun Kuti is coming on tomorrow. If he comes on, as he usually is online, a lot of y'all are not going to like him. You're not going to like him because at present, I can tell you this for free, he's at war, online war, with a lot of OB supporters and a lot of IPOB supporters. And it's been going on for a while. So a lot of y'all probably will not like the truth, except I don't know how he's going to show up. I don't know which Seun is going to show up. But if he shows up as he's been showing up online for the last few weeks, a lot of y'all not going to like him. He's going to hurt a lot of feelings because he's his father's son for real. But listen, I digress. Let me just leave it there.
All right. Thank you so much.
Tonight, you forgot to mention that the Islamists, the Yoruba Islamists is also against him very well. That he's fighting with Yoruba Muslims very well.
He's fighting with everybody, but he's fighting with everybody. But the topic right now is what I said and what upset you guys. But I'll tell you, he's going at, that's what I'm saying. Based on what we have today, a lot of y'all are going to be upset when he comes, if he shows up.
We are ready for his coming tomorrow. We welcome him.
Well, let's just be civil about it. Let's be civil, let's be open, and let's hear him out. That's it. Yeah.
All right, let's go to Ike.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. We are ranting, or we are still talking about?
We are ranting. We are running.
Okay, first of all, let me correct my brother, two Niger, two brain. We didn't prop up the president of Nigeria. We have not elected Tinubu as president of Nigeria. Nigerian people did not elect Tinubu as president, and you know it. So I want to clear that. He's not my president. He's ruling the people that is ruling. I'm not part of the people that is their president, because he never won an election. Nobody has elected him. So if you're talking about the people that prompt him up, it's not the Nigerian population. It's not Nigerian masses that put him in the office. So that's one. Two, Femi Kuti comes here, he can say whatever he wants to say. It's his fundamental human right. And I have right to tell him whatever I want to tell him, because the Femi you are talking about, his senior brother was my classmate in secondary school. So I know him more than any of you here can say you know him. So he can say whatever he cares to say. It doesn't matter to nobody. Right? I don't come here to make friends. I come here to speak the truth. Right? So it doesn't matter whatever he thinks about Obi supporters or whatever he thinks about Nigeria. That's his own personal opinion. Each and every one of us, we have an opinion. He says whatever he wants to say. If I'm here tomorrow, I will tell, if I don't believe in what he said, I'll tell him I don't believe what he said. And that doesn't mean that we should run away because Kuti is coming here. Who is Kuti? Is he bigger than the people that has come to this platform? So that is by the way. Second thing is that Nigeria, for the fact that the man that is in Asorok was not elected by Nigeria, and that's why the people that are with him, those are the kind of people that are following him, right? So nobody should be surprised. I am not surprised the people that he has appointed as ambassadors, because these are the people who represent what he represents. You know, so the thing I said before was that when Dr. Damages go to teach in one of the universities, and it happened that Irona Omogori is the ambassador in New York, and they asked him, Dr. Damages, where are you from? He said he's a Nigerian. And they asked him, who is the ambassador in New York? He said it is Irona Omogori, right? And you know, I will see the kind of respect that is going to walk away from that university campus. You understand what I mean? So it's not just that the people that he appointed as ambassadors, it's not just only Dr. Damages, but as a Nigerian, anywhere you are in the world, if you are being honest to yourself, if you really think Nigeria is going to work for you, and you think that these people, the so-called, the name that they presented as ambassadors, these are the people that are supposed to represent you, right? Which means the people that have been working in the Foreign Affairs Office for more than 20-something years, we don't have career diplomats who can do. There are so many ways you can compensate your politicians, or those who help you to steal the election, or those who help you to prompt you up to become what you are in Asorok. There are so many ways you can compensate those people. But also, if you look at Nigeria as a nation with 250 million people, any ambassador that represent anybody, they represent the face of Nigeria, right? So even you, as a common citizen of Nigeria, wherever you are representing the name of Nigeria. My face in the island of Bonet is the face of Nigeria. The life that I live here, my activities in this island represent what Nigeria is. So you don't run away from it. Because if I live a good life where I'm living, I'm portraying the good image of Nigeria, and I'm living to be a good Nigerian. So if I personally, who is a common citizen, decide that I'm going to live a good life to uplift the name of my country, and the government that you have in Nigeria decide that it is criminal that they are supposed to put, and drug pushers and drug barons that are the people that are supposed to be your diplomats as government officials, my brother, I don't know what you're talking about. So Nigeria, that country that you call Nigeria, sorry, the man there, I've said it before, and I keep saying it anytime we come here. This man is not my president, because the people that voted for him are not Nigerians. The same man who caused where the democracy of Nigeria is today has been appointed an ambassador. How shameful. I mean, these people, listen, what they are telling you and me is that it doesn't matter. If these people, in the face of what happened in 2023 election, that this present illegitimate government stood up before 250 million Nigeria and put the name of Mahmoud, the INEC chairman, as an ambassador in Nigeria, my brother, they are not just telling you that you can't do nothing, but they are just telling you that you can't even exist without them. So I don't know the country you are talking about. I don't even know the country you are trying to talk about, because let me end like this. Gowon said, no victor, no vanquish. That was his statement, right? But who are the people that are vanquished today? It's Nigerians, because the Igbo man decided never to be vanquished, because that vanquish is something that is destroyed completely. That was the intention. But that English that they spoke turned that against Nigerians, because an Igbo man stood up, an Igbo man rise up with 20 pounds, and we have become what we have become. So we are not the people who are vanquished. Nigerian people are the people that are vanquished, because that vanquished language was made for the Igbos, that by now An Igbo man could not be able to ask for anything in Nigeria. But we stood up. We stand up. And we became what we have become in the world. And there is nothing that is going to change that. I was not vanquished. It is Nigerian nation that is vanquished because they wished me to be vanquished. But I never. And I rise up and I become what I have become today as a proud and Igbo man. If I die, if there is reincarnation, I am going to come back as an Igbo man. And nothing will stop that. Generations that will continue to be, I will continue to answer Igbo man. So I'm not vanquished because that language that Gowon spoke, that was the original plan of the Nigerian for Igbo people. But God in heaven decided to say, no, these are my people. With 20 pounds, we became what we have become today in Nigeria. Keep your president. But we are proud to be who we are because we were not vanquished. I am no slave to nobody in Nigeria. No tribe in Nigeria can I be able to bow down to. Because you didn't make me, I make myself. I have not benefited nothing from your so-called government in Nigeria. So I became who I am by the strength of an Igbo man and by the grace of God that lives in heaven, who believe that the Igbos are his people. So anybody who is speaking that language, no victor, no vanquished. No. Nigeria hoped that the Igbo man would be vanquished. But God said otherwise. With everything that was done to an Igbo man, look at where we are in the space of nation today. Look at where the tribe and Igbo man is around the world. You live in the US, you live all the whole developed countries, go to everywhere in the developed world. You see Igbo man at the hem of our face, doing great things. So that showed you we were not vanquished. But in the language that they spoke, they wanted us, if I want to go and pee, I will come and beg a Yoruba man or an Hausa man that I want to go and pee. But it didn't work because I left them and I became who I have become. Every Igbo man became what they have become today. God bless you, Dr. Damages.
Thank you, Ike. CM, UNS.
Okay, thank you, Rudolph. I greet each and every one of you once again. Then my rant is to use the recent news item about the objection of Lagos state government to opening Warri Seaport, just that so that it can be put to full use. I want to use that to bring up the contradiction of what people that said there is one Nigeria. So please come with me. They said Nigerian Ports Authority, which it is Nigeria, not Southwest Ports Authority or Yoruba Ports Authority. So does it mean something becomes Nigerian Ports Authority only when it takes care of the seaport in one corner of the country? That is to say, the Southwest, specifically Lagos. Does it mean that Nigeria do not extend beyond Lagos? If Warri Seaport is made to function at full capacity, will it no longer be part of Nigeria? Will it no longer be Nigerian Ports Authority? And you may begin to ask, why was the seaport opened in the first place? Why did we spend money to build a seaport at Warri if we know we don't want to use it? You see, I'm throwing a lot of questions and I want to be logical so that who want to take on me can, be quite lucid in what the person wants to say. Now, you see, these are questions begging for answers. When you ask yourself, okay, let us for once, since what goes round comes round, if the seaport in Lagos is working at full capacity, it is Nigerian Ports Authority, it is one Nigeria, indivisible, indissoluble. Why can't we for once close down Lagos, open only Calabar seaports to be working? Are we no longer one Nigeria if that happens? Or will it no longer be Nigerian Ports Authority? You see, these are what people, maybe they know, they do not know. I remember the former US Defense Secretary, Donald Rumsfeld, when he said there are no knowns, which means the things we know that we know. There are known unknowns, what we know that we do not know. Then there are unknown unknowns. In other words, what we do not know and we do not know them. So in Nigeria, part of the known knowns is this false authority. Because people will come and tell you Lagos has this, if Lagos should be a country in Africa, the governor of Lagos State should be attending AU meeting. As an independent nation, Lagos has the 6th biggest economy in Africa. You know, those jazz. Now, why can't you for once open Warri Seaport so that it can compete with Lagos? Or are you telling me that the area boys, the Agbero, that disturb the container that leaves Apapa Wharf to collect, disturb the Igbo man's container going to Aba and the Nnewi and the Onitsha? If you no give us something, they go and sort of release the air in the tire of the trailer carrying the container so that everything becomes flat in front of Tinkan Island port. You'll be forced to give them money. Why don't you open the Warri Seaport so that if either Urobo or Ichekiri or Ijo people go still also become there? Because you can't leave Lagos to come and do Agbero, you know, in Warri. And you can't leave Warri to go and be doing Agbero in Lagos. So why can't what is good for the geese be best, if not better, for the gander? So that is the contradiction of one Nigeria. But let me tell the people of Delta State, because now I have to, let me now infuse my own opinion. The people of Delta State, your economy is at stake. Yes, part of the thing that yield money to Lagos is because of that seaport. Informal economy, Agberos are taking money, then businesses are booming. If you open Warri Seaport, an Igbo man will no longer go to Lagos. He will prefer to route his container from China or any part of the world to Warri. Onitsha is closer to Warri is closer to Onitsha than Lagos. Warri is closer to Aba than Lagos. Warri is closer to Nnewi than Lagos. So the Urobo, Ichekiri or Ijo, I don't know the ethnic group that own Warri in terms of indigenship, I don't know, but I know within this thread, I'm just being honest, I don't know. Somehow they will make some money. So why is it possible? Why can't they do it? But let me now summarize, tell you people why. The reason is that if they should do it, that Omoibo where they call Lagos, go say after all, let me use Warri. That Omoibo where they live Aba, Nnewi and the Onitsha to go to Lagos, they won't go again. They will not be going to Warri. And before you know it, between Warri and Sapele will be another, we just explode. Between Warri, Sapele and Benin, the price of land around that area will triple, if not a quadruple. So the economy there will boom, and the chicken change some Agberos are getting in Lagos will not go to Urobo, Ichekiri or Warri people. So, Ijo people. So this is the reason, and that is a contradiction of one Nigeria. Otherwise, I don't see why Lagos state government is crying. After all, Warri is not Igbo land. So why are they crying? Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, CM. Let's hear from Eccentricus.
Oh, yeah.
And then KJ will for us.
So I'm gonna talk about like the the insecurity issues, the poverty feedback loop, and radicalization and counter messaging. Right. I'll start with counter messaging. So I think there's a problem of radicalization in the North, which anyone in the North can agree with, right? So, but government's not doing anything. You know, there isn't any counter messaging that's being done by the government, and this is where the media can play a role, right? The media needs to counter message against radical messaging in the North. I remember a video Shosho played on your channel about it's about someone from Saudi Arabia with a radical messaging, you know. So, I mean, that could be part of the problem. And one of the solutions is counter messaging, of course, and an education program to, you know, kind of dissuade people from those kind of rhetorics. You know, because the reason why people like a lot of us here can spot like messages with ulterior motive is because we are exposed with, you know, counter messages. You know, we know how to compare messages and look at it empirically to determine if this is, you know, what the motive is, right? But most times people like in religion, right? People in like most of the foreign religion, like Islam and Christianity, one thing the religion does is like it targets you when you were young, and it doesn't give you time to get to a point where you can process information and, you know, critically, you know what I mean, process information, actually research that information, see if it's true. Personally, like me personally, what I was raised a Christian. I didn't raise my kids in a religion. You know, I raised them with science, you know, empirical thinking, right? Like my son, he's 11. If you start praying right now, he's going to start talking. You know, he's not going to stop doing whatever he's doing. And then I remember when he was at age 3, he asked his grandpa, if God is real, then why is Santa Claus not real? I was in the car. I was laughing about I was laughing. He's like, if God's not real, if God is real, Santa is real. If Santa is not real, then where's God? You know what I mean? So it has to do with, that was me. That was all me. You know, I did not like, I mean, of course, I have motive in training them that way, right? My motive was to raise critical thinking children, right? That aren't just going to believe anything without questioning them. The government can do that in Nigeria, right? Because we have a lot of, you know, religious, you know, a lot of religious messages that are terrible, right? The government needs to counter, not just in Islam, but also in Christianity. You know, they can use, the media can play a good role on this. Another one is the poverty, insecurity, feedback loop, right? Of course, the people that are being affected by this insurgency and kidnapping and the regions that are affected, right? It's throwing those regions into poverty. You know, it's throwing those regions into poverty. And based on what I've looked at, what I've researched, the government has no program in place to actually help those people come out of that poverty. So once they go into poverty, it makes them susceptible to join those groups. You know, like let's say, Boko Haram or any kidnapping or the Fulanis or whatever, the ones that are causing problem, coming to a region and destabilize that region, mess up the economy of the people, and the government leaves them with nothing, right? What do you think they're going to start doing, right? They will find nefarious ways to actually make money, because people want to survive. Survival overrides everything else, right? Survival overrides everything. So the government needs to have a program to be to integrate these people back into society and actually bring them out of poverty. Once the area is hit, the government needs to have something, you know, a fund set aside to take care of those people, right? Another thing is like, another thing is community policing, right? Nigeria needs to encourage community policing, right? You know, we talk about state policing, state owning, being in charge of the police. I think community policing is important because most times people in the communities know who these people are, right? They know who they are. That would help the government quite a lot, right? If the community police, of course, they do have community police in the north. I've seen some of the documentaries. They can work with the police. They can work with the DSS or whatever, the military. That needs to be encouraged, right? And I'm saying all this not without acknowledging that the government of Nigeria is actually doing something. They are doing something. They are cooperating with, you know, other foreign countries in terms of finding out where the finances are coming from, right? I mentioned that, like, I think 2 weeks ago, the organization set up how they're working with Interpol, International Police, to track all the fundings. But of course, most of us know how we have our own local system of banking where, you know, let's say 10 people can put money together, one person gets it. What do you call it? Dawara, right? In the north, I think something like that. So they have that, right? Those cannot be monitored. Of course, they cannot be monitored. And the community knows about that. The community knows the people involved in those type of financing, and the money that goes hand in hand that's financed this insurgency groups and the kidnappers, right? So we need to involve the community in this policing, and of course, we need a youth employment programs. I think the government did one for the people in the Delta region, and the River State. They had a program where they were giving students 10,000 naira, right? And most of them were given like job trainings, and we're giving job trainings, carpentry, farming. Government needs that in affected regions in the north to help bring the youths, out of poverty, to not make them susceptible to, to the messaging that makes them join these groups. That's my line.
All right. Thank you so much, Eccentricast. Let's hear from KJ. KJ. We can hear you, KJ.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph. I want to appreciate you. 5 hours, 35 minutes. That is beyond what anybody will want to wish for. I don't wish to be on your shoes.
Most hours last week.
Don't know how difficult it is to moderate, really. They think, but well done. I will not want to join issues. I will just go ahead and say, there's a problem in Nigeria, and that problem was first identified many years ago, not only by Nnamdi Azikiwe, but also by Chinua Achebe when he said Nigeria has an Igbo problem. And the only time the unity of Nigeria becomes very tight is on an Igbo matter. We do not condone evil in our space. That's why we are the first to call out the fact that if you wanted to choose a representative of Igbo land as ambassadors, you would have done better than choosing Okezi Ikpeazu and the daughter of our Eastward senator, who are still waiting to present the numbers of the 30,000 people that IPOB acquired in the East. He has not been able to give us one name yet. And you see, Rudolph, something very interesting is happening on X. When you go into the X, you find out that there are fake Igbo names that are now fighting and thanking, the law courts, how they were able to bring justice to Igbo land. And I'm wondering, they are even the one complaining and giving us, to remember the soldier and his girlfriend that was spied in Igbo land, and reminding us. And question I usually go to those people's page to ask them is, are those who don't have relatives that have come out to put this defense on their behalf? Why does it have to be you who lives in, somewhere in Europe or in Lagos that will have to be now fighting this cause? Igbos know what their problems are. Igbos should come out and celebrate it. Why people gathering to celebrate for us? So now, the North, right from when I was a child, call themselves, they refer to all of themselves as Arewa. That's the symbol that you see when they're driving into Kaduna State. You see the symbol, they always have it on the Agbada, the Arewa symbol. When they say we Arewa, Mune Arewa, nobody complains in Nigeria. Nobody says anything. It's okay when they not say we, the 19 northern state governors, have taken this position. It's okay. Nobody says anything. It's accepted. Government don't give order. National Security Advisor don't say it's a security threat. When the people in Oduduwa meet in Lagos and they say we, Oduduwa, we are first Oduduwa before Nigeria, and they sing the Oduduwa song, when they sing that item before starting their meetings as the West, it's okay. It's not a national threat. But when an Igbo person says, I am Biafra, everybody raises arm. They become very agitated. They want to finally, in fact, they even try to force you to say you are not. Which one are you? Are you Igbo or Biafra? They forget that Biafra existed even before the nation of Nigeria was formed. So we become shy. We become shy. We are pushed. We are cajoled. We are called bigots. We are called tribalistic because we say we are Biafra and we are Igbos. When you, as an Igbo, and I noticed there is, as it turned out long time ago, so I've grown to skin about it. When you are an Igbo journalist and you write stories of how people, things are not going well in Igbo land, how you talk down on Igbos, you are celebrated. You are loved. All of them love you. The moment your pen turns or your documentary turns and begins to talk something that's contrary to what they believe, you become bigots, you become tribalistic. I do not matter. I don't care any longer. Yours beloved sitting here, I have done a documentary on Father Kuka, Reverend Kuka. It was Father Kuka in his church when it was bombed many years ago. I still have the documentary on my drives, okay, for which he roundedly condemned and declared that this was a Christian genocide. It was by the whisker that he escaped that listing. In fact, for his church to continue for many days after that, they had to have an army checkpoint right before you enter the church and after you leave the church. But today, that same individual says, if you can even buy 10 million people and it still not be a genocide, then what would be a genocide? When we talk about this thing going on in Nigeria, some people think it is just now it started. It didn't start now. If you have a good history of Nigeria, you will know that there was a group called Metaseni. Metaseni, if not for the Abacha, who didn't believe in tribalism or rather believe in condoning evil, it would have been a disaster. After that, we had the Miss Nigeria beauty contest of Mary Bruce, that the whole country. Remember, we also have the issue of Kaluka, whose head was taken off and they paraded around the city of Kano. Remember, also we had the issue of the woman, the Reverend Thompson. Reverend Thompson. I talked about that story here, but I thank God that Reverend Thompson came and even spoke about it more, because we did a documentary on that also. The woman was pregnant and she was, in Gombe, she was, roasted alive because she dared to say a student was stealing, and the student said she has insulted the prophet. So what we are simply saying is this: before you say it, they tell you, oh, it's Islam. Sharia is not for Christians. Did anybody ask Deborah what was her religion before she was spied? And all these other people, okay? If you go back to Jos, and for those who lived in Jos, you know that Jos has constantly faced this vehement desire to take over. There was even a time they wanted to install an emir in Jos, for which the Gwangwang of Jos and his people refused vehemently and said it will not happen. That again, somebody will say it is not a religious thing. So the question be, why we are always being accused of being tribalistic, and we're always being accused of being bigots because we support to say, what you have been doing to us is no longer fair. It is now. We will not be cowed to accepting that we should keep quiet. We will keep saying it. Like I said, the times have come when the Igbo people will tell their story and they are not going to keep quiet. We will say it because we have enjoyed your single stories. It is now for us to speak out. Because again, Chinachwe said, when the story is always on the side of the hunter, he always portrays himself a hero until the lions are asked. Gentlemen, it is the time for the lions to speak. We will speak, we will shout at the rooftop. We will always say it clearly with any fear of ambiguity of what we are and who we are. You see, it doesn't matter whether you accept it or not. Okay, it's again, finally, to just conclude, it is also very interesting to know that when we are saying about this thing, that this thing is coming, or this thing is coming, or they say no, we don't enter that. You see, I keep saying this, we don't enter that period now. Your village go feel am, whether you're there for south or southwest or southeast, you all will feel part of it. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, KJ. And finally, forefathers.
Greetings, Dr. Babe. My microphone and my equipment is very different today, so I'll probably be cutting up now and again. Sorry about that. hopefully next week that all that will be sorted out. It's a shame that I had to speak now because of some of the stuff I heard. But while I was listening, and it occurred to me that before the British arrived in Nigeria, can you say the Southeasterners, Nigeria hasn't favored them, given that they were only in the Southeast by and large during that time, before the British arrived? Can anybody tell me that? Because it looks like there is an element of single-handed, you know what they would say? Single-handed, always complaining constantly. The last time I was here, I said this national thing that people are doing, if we look at the ledger, it's not that straightforward. It's not that straightforward at all. If you look at the demographic change and everything that's happened in Nigeria, if anything, the Igbos have had a lot of gains. Let me repeat this. They've actually had a lot of gains before the Igbo man came, before Nigeria was created. You may not believe it, because some people like to pretend as if they are the only victims in Nigeria. Before then, Igbos were not present in the Southwest, they were not present in the North. So now you're complaining that Northerners are coming south. Ask yourself, what happened? Am I lying? Go and check your facts.
Are you asking me? I can answer you if you're asking me. I can answer you. Right?
No, I'm asking everybody. Anybody that thinks that they have the facts.
I'll answer you. If you say that,
okay.
Then, how come?
Let me ask you a straight question.
Hold on. Let me just answer one.
Igbos,
how come? Now, how come?
Let me ask
half
you
of
Ikoyi.
If Igbos are not in the West, if Igbos are not in the West, how come Ojuku's father own half of Ikoyi?
Let me ask you
if Igbos are not in the West, how come Ojuku's father own half of Ikoyi?
That was after the white people came.
No,
that was after the white people came. I told you. Just told you that.
Wrong. You are wrong.
You're not listening. No, let me finish. Let me finish. So the point I want to make is that the frequency, the Southeasterners are in other parts of the country, including the South side, by the way, where you heard about Opobo and all the rest of it. There were not that many in the South areas. The spread that they've had because of the Europeans coming in, they don't seem to, that people like KJ or other people that say all this, they don't seem to take all that into account at all. The only one they see is the victimization or presidency and all that stuff. That's the only one you see. You're not seeing that other people have suffered reverses. I said it before, because it looks like, you know what they will say? Oh, those people should cry for their own. But you have gained at their expense. The Southeast has gained at those people's expense. They are crying, but you are not listening to them. As the Kadagaboro complained, you are not listening to him. You know about the Oba of Benin that complained. You are not listening to them because you think only your own pain is the one that is legitimate. The truth is that yes, Ojuku's dad was that. What was in the Southwest, but I'm not. What I'm saying is compared to now. Are you going to tell me openly, because you were here bragging a moment ago, Igbo people are here, they are on top of the world and all these places. When did all that happen? Was it not after Nigeria, the British arrived and Nigeria was created? When did all that happen? So for you to just say, oh, Igbos have been, they want to destroy them and all the rest, but yet they are all over the country. Are they not?
Are you asking me?
No, because
DJ,
leave him. I'll take it up.
You answer. You know what?
I'll take it up.
I know. I'll give him the answer. I'll give him to answer because he's the number one person. I really would like him to answer this.
No. I will take it up
because he's been saying this so often. He's been saying this so often that Nigeria has impoverished the Southeasterners. Nigeria has impoverished everybody. That's number one. If anything, if you look at comparatively, the others have been impoverished more, especially the South. They've been impoverished more. Sometimes even at the expense of the Southeast. The Southeasterners advance in expense of the South. Look at River State now. River State majority is Ijo. Ijo man has hardly ruled until Fubara. In River State, if it was you, would you be happy?
Fubara is not
right. Can I respond?
Fubara is Ijo. Until Fubara, that's about after 25 years.
or no, 23 years, after 23 years, before Fubara came to fruition. This kind of complaint, what I don't like about it is that you make it always about only your own people, when in reality the entire Nigeria has a problem. This one brain cell came earlier on and said we should stop this thing, and the next thing he did was double down on it again. We should really stop this. As a matter of fact, Electrical says something similar, that we should try to fix the country, not always playing this game of one-sidedness all the time. And yet, some people just keep doubling down and say, "Oh, they are persecuting them. They are persecuting them only." They are persecuting everybody. Everybody feels persecuted somehow. Only if you ask me, the only people that will say maybe they are not being persecuted is the Southwest, because even Afenifere said it earlier on this week that they've had Obasanjo, they had Osinbajo, that they felt that it should go to the Southeast. That's what Afenifere, one of Afenifere leaders said. And I see that there's merit to that. So it's only the Southwest that will say, okay, in this democratic dispensation, it doesn't favor them that much. But this thing that's you guys just come here and start complaining all the time. 1 minute you are going to say Southeasterners are developed, the next minute they are persecuting you. 1 minute you're saying they are trying to kill you all, but yet your population is growing more than anybody else's population. What kind of situation is this? It's just contradiction all over the place. And at the same time, there are real people that even the Southeasterners are taking advantage of, and you just act as if nothing is happening at all. See, I'm not here to sugarcoat anything for anybody. I will tell you as I see it. If Southeasterners are being persecuted, I will tell you, and they are. Make no mistake, they are. People target them all the time. I've had people say that in front of me. But let's not pretend as if other people are not suffering at the expense of Southeasterners too. Don't pretend that. And this, I don't like it. Just try to fix the country. Stop trying to make it look like it's only one side all the time. Fix your country. You are a man. Find a way to bring people together, north, south, east, west. Fix that country, and you see that other Southeasterners are not going to enjoy that you love so much. That's the way to fix the country. Thank you. And I would like you to answer the question, because
okay,
I
don't worry. Let me take it
I'd
off.
like to say something about it.
Yeah, forefathers. Let me address something. I think we're misunderstanding each other, or sometimes we contradict each other, or maybe we don't really understand what our problems really are. Listen, I'm an Igbo man. I'm unapologetically an Igbo man. I believe in the core values of the Igbo culture and tradition, which is Biri Kambiri, which means live and let me live. If you heard what Wike used to sing, that song, it's not him that created it. It is an Igbo song. Inyendeba, 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 inyendeba. That is, you give these people, you give these people, you give these people, you give. That is the Igbo core Igbo value. If you observe every Igbo man, what every Igbo man is saying, let him that is most qualified take it. It does not matter where it is. It does not matter who it is. Let me say tell you, in this show last week, there was this, by his name, he's a Yoruba guy. He spoke 4 times on this show. Ovie haven't spoke one. The one that has a Pueblo, picture. He was in your show, Forefathers, right? We were here almost 7 hours last Saturday. You hear when Ovie interjected and took it up on the guy that he has spoken 4 times, but he hasn't allowed him speak for once. See, that's what we talk objectivity. If you look on this show, for example, you have heard when an Igbo man came up here and said all the Fulanis should not be condemned because of the activities of few bad Fulani people. The Igbo man stands for objectivity and uprightness at all times. We don't want to marginalize anybody. We don't want any Nigerian to be marginalized. And that's just our value. If you are saying the Igbo man has been to the east or has been to the west, north and south, how did he get there? By his hard work. Not that he got appointment in NNPC. The people who are getting appointment in NNPC, are they not Nigerians like the Igbo man? But the Igbo man is not in NNPC. He is trading. He is selling bicycle and carrot that the Hausa man produces. He is there by the dent of his hard work, by his own effort.
All you have built in the southeast are by the college, the schools in my village. We contributed money to build it. I am from Imo State. We built an airport by contribution. Which airport in Nigeria is built by the community, by the state itself? Before now, people donating $10,000, 10,000 naira, 5 naira. I paid what we call survival levy when I was in secondary school to build Imo Airport. So the point we're making here is, what we are saying is, let Nigeria be organized. It will benefit the German, it will benefit the Yoruba man, it will benefit the Efik man, it will benefit the Fulani man, but not that one particular tribe or one particular ethnic or region will dominate the entire country. Look at what here you heard on this show. Somebody, an Igbo man, I think CM or whoever, was talking about how the governor of Lagos State is standing against a port that is in Warri, not in Onitsha, not in Owerri, not in Aba, but a port, a seaport for Warri. So you see this idea, whenever it comes to an Igbo thing, every one of us, brings up our tentacles and, try to, no, it's not proper, it's not right. The Igbo man is talking about objectivity. What you merit, take it. What I merit, I take it. As long as I'm qualified for it, let me have the position. As long as you're qualified for the position, have it. It does not matter who your father is. It does not matter who your forefather is. Do you understand? That's what we're talking about. That's what the Igbo man believes. We don't want to give us Nigeria on a platter of gold. No. Let us give us what we merit. If we merit it, let us have it. Don't say because we are Igbos. No, we don't need to have it. That's our crowds. That's our problem. So we want every Nigerian to understand that for Nigeria to be a progressive country and let the best man lead. Nigeria, an Igbo man does not care who is the president of Nigeria. And that's what I think every Nigerian should bother about. We should not bother who is the president of Nigeria, but let the best man be the president of Nigeria. But if it is that a Hausa man has been president, a Yoruba man has been president, and a German has been president, so why wouldn't an Igbo man also be president? You won't be sharing cake. When it gets to my turn, you change the rule of sharing the cake. That's the problem. The Igbo man saying, no, we don't want it. That's the issue. You understand, my brother? So I just want to put this into perspective. What is for all of us? Let all of us share it equitably as it comes to us. It is not when there is a position in Shell and in NNPC, you hand it over to all other tribes. When it comes to you giving it to the woman, you say no, let him go and trade in Aba because he's a billionaire in Aba market or he's a billionaire in Balogun market. No. Are you Ochanja market and Aba market or the market in Balogun? Does it belong to federal government? No. That's national cake. If it is good for you, then it should also be good for me. As an Igbo man, give me what is my due share. That's actually all we are contesting about. There is nothing about it. I wish you understand what I'm trying to explain. We don't want to dominate anybody. There is nobody an Igbo man has conquered. We don't conquer any people. Rather, we work hard to earn whatever we want, to. We go for it. We work hard for it. We don't say give it to us on a platter of gold. Maybe on another show, I can tell you my experience when I was doing national service at the central bank. But that's not for today.
Rudolph, let me just 30 seconds. I just want to ask my brother, Anile Chukwu, if all this discrimination that we all complain about, because it's not only on your doorstep, forefathers is right. It is something we all have to push for. If we feel any section of the country is being discriminated on, we all have to speak on it.
Exactly.
Right. But now, some of us, depending on, well, I'll say in Nigeria, depending on where you're from, you have more impact, more standing to speak against this, whatever you think is not in your best interest. Now, I just want to ask, if you feel like, okay, we're not getting these ports, we're not getting these airports, why do citizens have to donate? Why do we have to pay for the airports? what are Southeastern political leaders doing about it? Maybe don't point fingers at other people in that regard. Maybe take the leaders of the Southeast to task. Maybe you have representatives in the Senate, you have representatives in National Assembly, you have governors. These are their job is to make sure your special interests come to fruition. So what are the people doing of the Southeast to make sure we get this thing? Instead of pointing at other groups and saying, oh, it's this person's fault, it's that person's fault. What are they doing? What are you guys doing?
You see,
okay. No. And, please don't respond. Don't respond. So I can end. So if we can continue that in this other guy's program. Well, here is what I'm saying, and I'll answer directly to Forefather and to the last speaker. Listen, we the Southeasterners have been doing that all this while, but the leadership that comes up in the Southeast most of the time are not leaders that we chose ourselves. The only time the people who the Easterners have chosen that have come to position is the last governorship of Anambra, Abia State. And you can see the people who we elect ourselves, what they do for us. They don't answer to Abuja. They answer to our people. Our people desire that the governor has a meeting with Nnamdi Kanu. He went to do it. But people who have taken, and I give another example, who is invariably is my uncle, is my representative, Orjis Okalo. He speaks on behalf of the North. He parries to the people in the North. So those are not our leaders. Igbos know who their leaders are. Why do you want to choose our leaders for us? Our leaders are not saying what we want.
But KJ, in a democracy, that is not unusual.
Because you keep making this argument, and we have keep saying the same
thing. But you just told them not to answer.
Hold on. On the issue of Forefather, who said that
you said you always choose when you choose your leader. For you. How do you explain to the party members that were elected?
KJ, please
hold your mouth. Anybody hold your mouth.
But KJ, that is not unusual. That is not unusual.
Who said that you should not agitate?
KJ, that is not.
Nobody has said you should not agitate for your people. Nobody has said you shouldn't go out there and put an argument for your people. Those people who have divided the oil in Niger Delta and given the people in the south, you are not in the north, you are not fighting them. It is once an Igbo man says something like you, all of you raise all your power and muscle, you want to muscle him down. But you are not saying people dividing your land and selling it out. You are not saying people who have made your community unlivable.
KJ, please.
About we. It's only
KJ, please.
When they get power.
KJ, please. I thought that KJ, I was expecting people today to say at least CM kudos for your rant. Because people are accusing the Igbo that we are not only the victim, everybody is a victim. We only talk about ourselves. I took my 3 minutes to talk about war report. I'm not from Warri. I'm not from Delta. The area even where the Warri is either Urobo, Ichekiri or Ijo. They are not in the Igbo. But I spoke glowingly and I made the case for them that the Warri port should be open because federal government spend money to build it. So why not make use of it? Why not develop the economy of Warri? I'm not from Warri. Warri is not Igbo land. Warri is in the south-south. It's not in the southeast. But I said here to make a case for them, logically, that if you don't want to use Warri, why not close Lagos and open Calabar and let us know whether we are no longer one Nigeria? Close Lagos and open Calabar so that somebody from Ogun State, if you are abroad, you want to ship a car down to Nigeria, you will move from Abeokuta to Calabar to clear it. Just like somebody from Odupa and the local government, somewhere in Cross River, we move to Lagos to go and clear a goods. Why? So open Warri seaport. I may expect people to say, oh, CM, thank you for saying that. It's an Igbo man now advocating for the people of Urobo, Ichekiri, and the Ijo, so that they will have a seaport, and the Agberu that are there, at least we have some money to feed, just like the Agberu in Lagos are making money. Not to talk of the business it will bring to the area, the cost of landed properties in the area, and the other industry that may follow suit. So you see, it is not entirely correct
when people single Igbo out and start to make it as Igbo, maybe we don't consider we are crying victim. No, it's because we believe in live and let live. Open it there so that as an Igbo man, I will know whether to use Lagos or to use Warri. It's for me to decide. If you open Calabar, we say, do I use Calabar for good for a ship coming from China, or do I go and clear it in Lagos? Let the rainbow, what is it called? Let 1,000 flowers bloom so that the rainbow can take shape. It's a saying. So why can't we open up all the seaports, both in the south and so me is an Igbo man from Anambra that is saying that Warri seaport should be open. Why can't people give me credit for that? Or is it because it does not fit into the narrative? Even some people may say, let me not worry, let them worry for themselves. So if I now advocate to dredge Onitsha, they say we're only coming victim. Now open Warri, leave Onitsha first, go and open Warri, open Calabar.
CM,
That's what I'm saying.
You get a credit. You get a
Thank
credit.
you. Oh, yes. I think Anne said so. Yes, I think I remember. You are the exception. So this is what we are saying. Why not leave Onitsha? It will cost money. Open Calabar and open Warri. This is somebody from Anambra telling you. Why is Yoruba people not carrying placard? Why is it just this is what they should do? Why is Ichekiri not doing it? So please, people should sometimes they cut slack from the Igbo. It's not entirely true, but because it is not the Igbo that we are that is causing the problem, like Kojuku said, but the Igbo that people see us to be. Thank you.
Hello.
All right.
Rudolph,
On that note, no.
Rudolph, 30 seconds. Just to based on what I know you're gonna be here for another 6 hours. Right. But this is just to what KJ said. All right. Listen, I knew that was going to be his excuse. If every time we say, well, why can't the Southeast take the political class to task? You say, we don't vote them. It's not our fault. At what point then would you ever get representation? You're not going to get it if that's all your excuses always, what your excuses always is. You have to take them. You voted them. Take responsibility for it. We're not saying there's no crookedness happening, but you had a hand in it. Your people had a hand in it. You have a hand in it. Then you can rectify it. We got to do something about it. But you cannot. What we cannot keep doing is pointing at everybody else and absolving ourselves of fault. You can't keep doing that. At what point do you look in the mirror and take responsibility?
Yeah, that's why we're presenting Peter Obi.
Bar.
All right, then if that's the case, then not present him and try to vote him. But you can't say every representative, it's not us. Every governor, it's not us. Every senator. Wait, no. You didn't let me talk when I wanted to interrupt you. So no, you have your 1 minute after I talk for like 50 minutes. So this is it's every time it is not our KJ. Come on, KJ. Come on. So every time it cannot be, we are innocent. Take responsibility. You put them there, make them work. It's not, why aren't the North doing it? That's the problem of the North. If the North want what they have, let them have it. You in the Southeast, if you don't like what you have, then change it.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much.
Rudolph, the people of Imo State voted for what's his name? The government put hope on him. What should the people of Imo State have done? They should have gone and fought the Supreme Court if we are law abiding. So I'm just giving you an example. When people sit before you start talking, think now. We voted for a man. The Supreme Court put in the person who came forth as governor of Imo State. Should the Imo people now all take up arms and stand in the streets? So these are some of the things you should look at the contradictions there. And then know that
KJ, when they are referring to people like you and CM or others that espouse certain all Igbos they are referring to you and people that espouse such views. Because the idea that the moment they refer to you start bringing all Igbos into it, that is really strange behavior. You bring everybody to it. You say your behavior. I'm not this is like I'm electrical. I'm not referring to him. I'm referring to people that espouse these views. As if it's only Southeasterners that have had problems and their whole focus is only that.
I'm saying that behavior is problematic. It's not helping.
And you are more Igbo than those of us who talk about.
And don't make it all about the all Igbos.
Speak about your own tribe. You don't even have a tribe. We don't know where you're from.
It's the way you speak about them that is the way you speak about them that have an issue with. That is the issue. It's not all Igbos.
Hold on, your own. Where are you from?
You see go at Dr. Damages. You see me how they go at Dr. Damages. Say, Dr. Damages, how dare you talk about Igbo like this? No, it's you. It's anybody else that talks like that.
All right, let me thank a few people that supported us throughout today's show. I want to thank those that watched at home, those that donated money, and also those that are in the studio that came in here. It's not easy to come in here and contribute, and we appreciate all of you. Before I round up, let me say this. I was just thinking about 3,500 years ago, something happened in Africa. I know that we don't think that far. We don't understand it. There was what they call the Bantu migration. These people left Cameroon, Nigeria region, and migrated down to South Africa. They became the people that we know today as the Zulus, the Shona, Zulus in South Africa, the Shona in Zimbabwe, Kikuyus in Kenya, and all the major ethnic groups we have in southern part of Africa. That was 3,500 years ago. They vanquished whoever were people that were there before them, and they became the dominant group. Out in West Africa, where we are, the West Benue Congo language group, which all of you belong to, somehow emerged and dominated. I wish it's the Bantu people that moved up towards West Africa. But sometimes we don't think about this when we think about today and all the struggle that people fight over territories, resources, and everything. But I think it will help us sometimes to pause and look at historical trend, how the world evolves and the direction things go, and be able to put what we think about in the context of that. It's good to exchange ideas. I like it. I like people with different views. It enriches the conversation. But I appeal most of the time for people, for all of us, to always think about the past and then think about tomorrow and further down, not just this present time, to help us to have a wider perspective. On that note, I want to thank, I can't find the people that, oh yeah, I found them now. I want to thank Oriaklu Tope. Thank you so much for supporting us. Oscar Blackstone, thank you so much. And Alexander Gomez, thank you so much for your support. These are the people who help us to keep the lights on, and I'm serious about it because we have bills that we take care of. At the end of the year, that's when it becomes clear to you, oh, we've been paying this amount for this subscription, maybe we should cancel it now. But, thank you, everybody. Thank you, KJ, for being here. Thank you, forefathers, for being here. I appreciated your mention that last week you were here for 12 hours or something. I only saw 10 hours in StreamYard. I don't know the rest were there. Thank you, Ike. Thank you, CM. Thank you, Anele Chukwu. Thank you, Eccentrica, and all the people that came into the studio. Thank you, those on the comment section. I saw all of you. And if you have not liked the stream, please, you can click like now, and that will help us to get this to more people. Again, thank you all, and forefathers will continue on the next stream, and we'll see you guys tomorrow with Sean Kuti joining us on 90 Minutes Africa. All right, take care. Bye-bye.
Tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀ o. Ọwọ́ ẹni ló ti ṣàánú kọ́.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam, thank you so much. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. This by the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.